Alright folks, welcome back. Today we're gonna start off with a little bit different. We have reached the tentative end of another Let's Play series, right? This time it has been a new experience. There's a lot of things to unpack, so I'm gonna change up the format a little bit in case this becomes the new norm. Hello there, Yetter. So, today is technically the 16th day of Elemental Exiles. I have played Elemental Exiles for nearly 15 days straight. I had the privilege of starting the game at a pre-launch state. I think a little over a week before its launch. This game was brought to me by Daniel O'Brien, and I did not solicit for this. However, Daniel O'Brien just sent me a key in advance. Didn't really have anything much to say in terms of any things that I would want to focus on and whatnot. He had a very cogent email describing some of the things we'll be discussing in terms of how the game works or what its appeal is and things that maybe not appealing to people. So due to this experience, which is the first one for me, I have up to this point I have never been, this is the first time a developer has forward released a key to me in a state in which the game is not available at the time I played it, right? I want to make that really clear because that is something very different. It affects the way I focus on things and processing. So let's write some of these things down, right? So today, oftentimes at the end of a Let's Play series, right, a mock play series, I do these what I'm still gonna continue to call some candid conclusions, right? Candid conclusions. The reason why they're candid is they're subject to change and there are other things. Candid, just thoughts that I have, right? I want to make some disclaimers, right? So conclusions are purely anecdotal, right? Anecdotal, so these are my own experiences projected, and in my experiences in evaluating other appearances, like anecdotal through like optics. So what I see around what is exposed to me, not what people is telling me. So these are optics, so it's not people who tell me things per se, is largely what I observe in my limited time. So oftentimes when I'm playing a game, especially when either they solicit, I'm even more focused on the idea of checking out, okay, what are other people's comments and reviews and stuff. And since one of the big things about this time is that I was playing a pre-launch game, it means that I had a more perhaps a little bit more comprehensive idea of the early days. So what I mean by that is there weren't a lot of people in which I might have missed some comments or whatnot, right? And also I had the privilege of talking to the dev, to Daniel. So one of these things that offer me is then I might not be missing anything per se. And then optics also includes like legacy stuff. So what are my overall general anecdotal experience with the current state of whatever is relevant to Elemental Exiles? In this case, it would be things like roguelike, right? The roguelite and light genre, specifically regarding deck building, right? Deck building, which I personally anecdotally have quite a bit of experience. And I also want to say that this is not comprehensive. Even though it's more comprehensive now, it's not meant to be comprehensive. Right. And usual claims there might be spoilers. And what I mean by spoilers is, no, I'm not just talking about story. But usually most people think about story. I'm also talking about like mechanics. Because in a deck builder, mechanical exploration and discovery is part of the process, right? However, we'll go more into that. That has the optics involved and the sentiments involved in if mechanics are spoilers or not is kind of a really interesting topic when it comes to deck builders, especially modern and contemporary deck builders. So anecdotal optics, right? And we're gonna change this up a little bit this time around on how to review or like how to juxtapose things, because this is a pre-launched type of evaluation, and the game has been launched now for almost a week, I think, or a little over a week. It's been over a week, yes. So the idea is that there are predicated expectations, right? And I think oftentimes as someone who makes play games, oftentimes the idea of purchase and enjoyment, mind you, again, this is anecdotal, lots of the purchase, enjoyment, and like engagement in this day and age, in the day of digital age, is often predicated on expectations, in my opinion. Like, it's solely based on expectations, but it is significant. We're going to use the word significant. And it creates and it's a very powerful effect. Like, we can't ignore the power of, the placebo and the nocebo effect. In fact, I actually think my interaction with Daniel and the comments I've been reading is almost, I could probably logically explain it as either a nocebo or a placebo effect. And we'll go into that, because that's how I'm gonna frame describing Elemental Exiles, because I like making, much like the way I learn most things or language learning and whatnot nowadays, I like to take a more of a objective, but then take the objective, like, quote unquote, facts, and add subjective subjective things, like a perspective, right? When we purchase things, when we enjoy things, it's not necessarily entirely hyper objective. Like, I don't particularly, we talked about this when it came to language learning, where like, oh, do I want to buy into learning French? Well, then, you go to the internet and you hyper objectify it, find all the facts about French, and then use that as a way to convince yourself that it's objectively good for you, as opposed to more or less still making an objective decision based on objective facts. The facts themselves are objective. The decision you make is subjective. So there's a great distinction. It happens all the time. It's perfectly all right. We live in an age of digital age. There's a lot of information. Things are very explicit. So I wanted to take this and move forward with how do I do pre-launch formats. Pre-launch formats, this is a first, so I'm experimenting with this. We're going to do a juxtaposition between what I believe are gold standards, and actually we might call this something else. Like, we're gonna call them trends. So the trends perspective and the novel perspective. So the trend perspective could be also, before I used to use the word legacy as in describing the player, and then novel as in casual. So this is the two perspectives I'm going to use in order to maybe give a better generalization, a more organized generation. It's gonna be like a list format, left and right. And I think listing is a very popular way of visualizing and organizing information. And I like to handwrite everything. It's just my general thing. So hopefully it's legible in the end. So you have the casual. So basically the uninitiated, right? The uninitiated, like, oh yeah, this is my first deck builder. This game's on sale. Elemental Exiles is on sale. I wonder what I'll find out, right? And in a way, this is locked in with novelty, because generally someone who's uninitiated, what will be available to them are novel things. Regardless of anything else, most things will be a discovery process. And then we have the perspective of the legacy player. So someone like myself would have an intense amount of legacy. However, I like to say that I do not represent the sentiments that come with being a legacy player. Because when I say I'm a legacy player, it does mean that I have a lot of prior deck building experience and like roguelike and paying attention to game theory and whatnot. However, this is very, very small compared to why I play video games and for what reason I play video. I play it for this, basically what I'm doing now. I play it from a psychological perspective where I take things I observe that are facts. So like this game has 12 characters. That is a fact. For the time of this review, this game features 12 characters. Those are the facts that I observe. And then as a legacy player, my major motivation is, how do people interact with these things? My general curiosity often is I use games to experience and try to understand how people interact with the game. That's far more a curiosity than me. And on top of that, how the devs interact with the people and how the devs, or dev in this case, Daniel, approach recreating, theorizing, or presenting mechanics, because my general interest underlies the idea of human creativity. And yes, it does also include being creative about how you critique things. So if you wrote a review, you go on a public forum and discussion in a Steam section and start like typing up an essay to the devs, then that is something of greater interest to me. I like being able to understand people through activity. That's why I spend so much time language learning recently. It's the major motivation to get on every day to do language learning is to be able to understand the people who are using the thing and or interacting or have interacted with the thing. So just keep in mind that yes, I do have a soft spot for deck builders, and that's a great thing. However, I think what makes games come alive is the interaction of generosity between the people who voluntarily purchase the game, play the game, and interact with the developer. I think in the future, in me personally, if this interaction and this well-being and like socialization is not maintained, then you're gonna end up having manufactured games with no inclination or consideration for the consumer, and the consumer will have little to no
consideration or humanizing of the developers. And I earnestly think this is probably how most of my reviews, my introductions to a new project, and my conclusions to a project will be. It is to offer the idea that the target audience, there's a target audience that the developer thinks they're targeting, that has opinions and expectations, and then there are audience who buy a game, who target a game, having expectations, and the developer must respond to that, right? And the idea is sometimes it gets lost that some people look at the product. So for example, the target audience could say, I expect this product to be the following, which is what we're going to talk about in terms of the trends and legacy player. What are the tendencies and trends of a legacy player when they are focused on the product itself? Like if I see Elemental Exiles, what are the, at least in my opinion, what are the current thoughts and stuff that must be met with the product? So we're talking about like the sort of like a subjective, objective way of making purchase decisions, right? Because that's kind of what reviews tend to be. It's an impression and you want to be informed about it. Will you be betrayed by your expectations, or will you be enlightened, right? And these are the perspective. You don't have to be a legacy player to have a novel perspective. You don't have to be a casual to be interested in trending mindsets. So that's why I'm probably going to write these two terms there. Like a casual person could be like, oh yeah, I really like the popular trend right now. We're buying this game because it's trendy. That is perfectly acceptable. What that means is that the casual person has an informed idea of what the trends are going into the game. So things like, yeah, this game is so difficult. If a casual expect the trend, then they'll go in with the mindset that it's difficult. So if it's not difficult, then it's a cognitive dissonance. It would be a detraction. And as a legacy player, I gravitate towards novelty as well. So while trends are great after the fact, so if I play a game and it's business as usual, then it's business as usual. It's average, as in it obeys all the trends. It was lovely. I appreciate that there's more of the same things that people enjoy, and I still enjoy it. Like overall, generally the things I voluntarily pick up, I choose to do, I generally 99% of the time I enjoy, because I understand that they're either trying to gear towards a trending target audience, that's targeted marketing and design, or to heck with it, let's throw the book out. And I appreciate the risk that they take, whether it's broken or not. Usually the facts will take care of that. So if it has game-breaking bugs and stuff, those are facts, and those will be permanent detractors, right? They're exclusively objectively true. With that said, most of my focus deals on, yes, these things are all great. Now the question is, let's lay out all these things. If you're someone who gravitates towards this, give it a shot. If you gravitate towards this, maybe not so much, right? The idea is provide perspective so that people can enjoy without spoiling too much. Right? Caution, spoiling. So with that said, that's probably where we're going to go. And the reason why I'm doing this is I think this, to me, after watching a lot of gaming reviews and styles and whatnot, in my opinion, personally, in my opinion, obviously I can't watch all of YouTube and whatnot, I think this current format is not necessarily what people notice or how they form their decisions, but to me, I feel the trends and how the behavior, the decision making after, and the commentary and whatnot, and the responses tend to fall in these two ends of the spectrum. They're kind of at odds with each other. So like if you're casual, you chase novelty. As a legacy, you chase trends, right? And in between,
is pretty much everyone else. So while this gives you a point of reference, right? Because these are quite contrasting things. So let's go in and try this format for first time. At the time of this review, there has been one major patch, and I am aware that Daniel is sending out a new patch. So this might not be technically the last time I played this game, or the last time I talk about this game for a while. Generally speaking, if Daniel and like other devs change their mind and they do like another like 1.2 or 1.3 update where they introduce new content and stuff, I will have a habit of revisiting the content. However, for the sake of being like having a summary or something and a reflection, this is how I'm gonna go about it, right? So let's do this interesting thing. For the record, I do this with every single game, whether I stream or publish it or anything. Like, I do this with anything I've experienced. I retroactively look at how I understand the product or how I understand what I have done, be it skill development, habit formation, quality of life, dieting, any form of skill or something that I'm acquiring in experience. At some point, I'll sit down, think about all the things that I've observed, so the facts, interpret it in my way, like however way I determine inwardly, then go out and explore optics, as in what was all the usual, try to gather as many different perspectives as I can on the product and take those experiences and inform my next decision. So over time, you do this for, I would say I have been doing this for solidly like 17 plus years, before after I became a little bit more intellectually inclined and understand how to evaluate things and whatnot. This is what I do pretty much regularly, like every seven days. If I'm doing a long project, like learning Japanese, for example, every 7 days, if not every month, right? And that's the way I keep myself grounded, where all my decision making tend to be consistent, and I know what is an opportunity for myself and when it is not. And generally speaking, there is pros and cons. We won't talk about the psychological aspects of decision making like that. It's kind of like out of the scope of this thing, but generally speaking, I would say the hot take is I am rarely surprised by my interaction or emotional response to decisions I make in life, and they're usually incredibly constructive. They're not necessarily very exciting, right? Oh, there's sand. They're not necessarily exciting, however, other things can excite me. However, for me, most of my decisions will ultimately end up being a positive experience, because I am habitually a scholarly learner. So regardless of how negative something is or positive something is, I'll be able to extract valuable learning experience from them. There are very few things, and we're not going to talk about those things, like death, accidents, things outside of my control that all obviously are negative things, right? Okay, so let's go and do this. We'll stick with this color. All right, so this is going to be the bulk of it. I am going to put a time limit on myself. We're going to try to keep this to like 2 hours. No, I am notorious, and if you're not into listening to things, and I know this, with all due respect to Daniel and his efforts and stuff, I like using their game. I like using games and experiences as an opportunity to explore and engage people on how, and to demonstrate how they might make decisions and what kind of information you want to glean and subtextually get from YouTube videos and whatnot. I think lots of people do really wonderful jobs in trying to cover lots and lots of things in 15 minutes or less and whatnot, and it's not technically their job
per se to guarantee you about their comprehensiveness and their ability to be psychologically aware or optically aware about their target audience, right? It's really not. So then the responsibility lies within the person, the person who is forming these parasocial relationships and decision making based on information you can have. And I think you might be thinking, well, this is just buying a video game. It's no big deal, right? For me, if you can do it with video games and you play video games, a lot of video games, or if you learn a language and you make a lot of decisions on purchases for like app stuff for languages, when you do that repetitiously and you're telling yourself that's a choice that you make every day, at some point taking the opportunity to practice these things will become less and less exhausting, right? I've encountered many people nowadays, like over the course of the recent months regarding language learning, and it often comes with decision making. Like, I don't know why I'm bored. I don't know why I'm not engaged. Why do I hate this so much? Or what? That type of thing. You can start with making a decision about video games. Play a video game. Try, in my opinion, I would love to see people's takes. I personally would love to watch a channel which they do something like this, where they take their own perspective, look at the optics of the other perspective, compare them, and then make an informed decision by saying, oh, overall, this was a positive experience, given all these thoughts, and overall, I think other people would have this type of experience, and then see how accurate or informative it is. That is kind of the idea. I know some people have already given me flack about trying to make a big deal out of small decisions. I truly believe that if you have to wait to make a big decision, it may already be too late. So to me, thank you, Daniel O'Brien, the developer of Elemental Exiles, I was given a different opportunity to exercise my ability or skills that I like to practice each day on how to evaluate them. So this is the very first time that I've ever had an access to a pre-launch title in which I did not request it. Actually, just to make it clear, I don't request anything most of the time. I don't believe I'm a person who is entitled to special treatment, nor like special products or something like that. Well, okay, so with that said, let's get into it, right? It's this structure I felt is very efficient in the way I'm gonna do it. So I can cover most of the things about Elemental Exiles while using this perspective. So it's my way, I suppose. Some fun ways to think about reviewing something. And to me, this is what goes on in my head when someone asks me, hey, what is this game about? And do you think I would like this game? Or what are your thoughts about who this game would be for? Or something like, how do you think I should interact with this? There are lots of like those kind of conversations, right? Should I buy this game? And what is this game like compared to other games? So that is kind of why I do this all the time. It's one of the big things. You get perspective by comparing to other games, right? You might be thinking, well, that's exhausting. Like, well, that's how you integrate experience, right? If you play a game in a void, if you learn Japanese in a void, then you have no perspective of how people view Japanese, right? I've already encountered that a couple of times now. Sorry, I talk about language learning as a digression because I'm a language learner now, I suppose, conservatively. So when someone says like, oh, I'm going to advise you on how to do Japanese, and all they care about is Japanese, then their perspective is only restricted to people who like Japanese. So whenever someone comes up to me and say, oh, you have to sound like a native Japanese person, that's coming from the perspective of a very passionate, hyper-focused person, right? I don't only want to sound Japanese. So is it possible to sound like 3 different things? Who knows? But it's a perspective shift. So let's do that. So we're going to start with, on the one side, right? We're going to use casual and novel. I'm sure if I have more opportunities in the future, all this words and stuff are going to change because I have to practice. I have to practice these kind of like breakdowns and whatnot. And I like experimenting with new things. So as I continue to practice, it'll probably be a little bit faster, maybe a little bit more concise. And then we have our legacy, right? Our legacy, in which I already discussed. Legacy and trends, right? So we have like the identifier of the person, the target, and then their mindset, usually their associated mindset a lot of times. The reason why I'm using these labels and I'm putting them in quotes is I think this is the most approachable format in the digital age. At least people who go on Twitch and YouTube. The idea is they want a simplified trend word, or like a word that they can associate all the ideas to, right? Like for example, we're going to mention Slay the Spire in this breakdown. I might not write Slay the Spire, but generally speaking, I start listing some things and immediately someone will just say Slay the Spire and then go on with their business, right? So legacy, casual, right? Legacy, casual, trends, and novelty. Okay, and not novel as in a book novel. Okay, so what? And we're gonna keep Daniel's impression in mind, like his he is the solo dev and what he was trending toward, right? And in fact, we'll put Daniel's kind of my impression of Daniel's radar. Generally speaking, I would say if this is the middle, he is gravitating towards the casual novel direction, right? And what I mean by that is in the subgenre of deck building, the tendency is going towards casual and novelty. It is his first game of this nature, and it reflects his status as a newly minted solo dev of a larger game, right? So typically in the indie scene, there's this self-selection for casual and novelty as opposed to legacy and trend, right? So let's go over some stuff with trends and legacies first. If you're a legacy player like me, we're probably gonna write this. So STS, you hate to say it, you love to say it, you're indifferent, Slay the Spire, right? So we're gonna put Slay the Spire here. Trends. What is the Slay the Spire trends? Well, let's summarize some things that this game, so that is present in this game, that has the STS trend. So we have your fundamentals, which people generalize and ascribe to STS, but in my opinion, it's well before. So we have, your damage, block, energy, right? In my opinion, if you're a legacy player and you believe that damage, block, and energy can be changed in the sense of like not use damage, not use block, not use energy in the sense of novelty, I think in my opinion, humbly, there's a misunderstanding in foundations. It's kind of like saying in fundamentals, right? It's kind of like saying, let's make a language without written component. Like that's you can try. You can certainly do that, and there are certainly languages out there. However, it is part of the fundamentals. So you may be changing the natural aspect, the foundations of that, like the damage. Like, let's make a language without pronunciation. So damage, block, energy. Those are the things that will stick out from STS. So if you're a legacy player, managing damage, calculating damage, multipliers and whatnot, blocks, right? And then energy, cost, whatnot. And again, all of these way before. We're talking about like MTG and earlier, right? However, in the deck building space, usually the most iconic is Slay the Spire, right? So those are trends. Legacy, you'll be used to that, right? Cost. Most of the core mechanics. So we have most of the core mechanics would be something like encounter types. So you have story like vignettes, right? Vignettes, story encounters. So you make decisions, right? Make decisions, and there will be potential outcomes, right? Potential outcomes, bad, good. You lose a thing and whatnot, right? And some things are you have. We're gonna say like buffs, but not card-based buffs. So we're talking about things that are very similar to the relic system, which some people made comments about. So like +1 to hand draw, that's not necessarily a card you play, but an outside mechanic. So that's like a degree of freedom that is very noticeable in Slay the Spire, because the relic system in Slay the Spire is a hallmark of building, and actually many subsequent games have their own version of buffs outside the cards. So that's kind of like additional degree of freedom, which would be often ascribed to Slay the Spire. I'm basically using Slay the Spire as a conversation topic because in my pre-launch experience, the vast majority, if not all, used Slay the Spire as a point of reference. So for the sake of optics and whatnot, legacy players, probably the substantial number of people, will be looking at the trends set by Slay the Spire. And again, this is not to be comprehensive, so I'm not going to attempt to even try to cater to non-trending things, as in a game that does Slay the Spire differently and should be noted. I've mentioned plenty of those, even dropping some names: Monster Train, Grifflands, Gordon's Quest, to name a few, right? Across the Obelisk. They have different methods and whatnot, but this one is the one that came up the most. So we're going to stick with this, and it applies to pretty much all the other ones prior, right? Creative works are also inspired works a lot of times, right? So this list does take a turn though. It's run-based. So we have a run-based format. Right, run-based format. There is some light carryover, but the carryover is not necessarily Slay the Spire, so we're not gonna include that. I don't think that's not gonna fly. That's gonna be more on the novelty side of things. So it is run-based. You can see that, in my opinion, Daniel has achieved moving away from legacy trends, right? So what are other I should write the expectations, right? What are the expectations? Expectations would be like full explicit
full explicit enemy intent. That's a very cornerstone enemy intent. That's a cornerstone of a trend from legacy players. Let's archetypes. So archetype building. Power fantasy. In terms of the relic system, right? Permanence is the thing. I can't spell permanence. Sorry, that's the closest thing I got. Encounter vignettes, make decisions. Maybe even projected outcomes, consistent, explicit projected outcomes is a thing. I'm basically describing Slay the Spire at this point. Full explicit. Basically, I think one of the biggest things is mostly fully explicit. Fully explicit. So we're talking about pre-calculated damage, block, energy. Very, very explicit. You cannot be like, there's no hidden information unless specified otherwise. In terms of the archetype building and whatnot, we have combo building. So they're combo centric. So usually one of the biggest draws in the current trend of deck building is interactions. Right? So can one thing interact with another thing, which interacts with another thing, and form, dare I say, even basically power fantasies, like loops, scaling, like power scaling. And what I mean by power scaling, I mean like escalating scaling. Also, power tiering, aggressive power tiering, and really specifically on the idea of tiers, like tiering system. There are clear metagames. And then that metagame establishes a form of like basic consistency, and then that allows for more casual exploration later, right? Casual exploration. So what I mean by that is when you have a clear metagame due to power tiering, then other people can do like fun builds and whatnot because they understand what is the meta and what is not the meta. So when you're making an absurd like type of build or something exploration, it comes after establishing a metagame, which again, that is more for the trend. When you go into a deck builder, right, the immediate thought is what are the archetypes? Oh, okay, so this character has this buff, let's build around it, right? That is kind of like the trend, the default of deck building. Deck building has an archetype in which you build around. When you select a character, there are different characters. They are expected to have archetypes that you can build around in order to be successful, right? That is kind of all these trends. I don't necessarily think there are other things that are fundamentally core to what makes Slay the Spire. There might be some few other things like power swings. So swings can be a little bit hype oriented. I'm trying to think of all the things that makes these trends. So hype oriented. So swings. You get the one thing, you go from barely surviving to steamrolling. You committed to something and you get steamrolled. And that's usually what metagame happens, right? That's actually what, in my opinion, the word meta tends to be used as well. Like, for example, a boss could meta your deck. When you get to a boss, suddenly you realize you are not part of the meta against
boss, and the boss basically negates your entire thing, and you wash yourself off. You're like, yep, I knew it, I walked right into it, dang, my bad. That's it. You rinse and you go back to the drawing board, know that, and you're good to go. Right, it's clear cut. It's 1 and 0 is 1 and 0, and you're good. Because generally with full explicitness there's full responsibility, and that's kind of how it's been for a while, really, in my opinion. So if all the information is there, right, if the game, all the information is there, there's really no one to blame but yourself. And then what happens is it allows people to provide what they believe is the idea of balance. So when you have full transparency on your game's mechanics, which is a staple set by pretty much Slay the Spire in my and other prominent titles, all that information allows deck builders to inform, saying, oh, this is overscaled, this is overtuned, yada yada yada. However, in my opinion, which we're going to go to the casual side of things soon, the novelty in which Daniel's philosophy in building his game is that the idea of balance doesn't enable this, nor does it enable archetype building most of the time, because the idea is to have a self-selection tool, like, hey, I'm going to build around this character because this thing is going to help me win. That is not balance. That is a pre-selection, right? Like, when you think of balance, you think of averaging effects, as in, what does an average person look like? That's balance. When you think of a specialist, they're not balanced. So a lot of times, balance in the trending sense for a legacy player is the feeling of fairness. And the feeling of fairness means that you're a winner. And I know how that sounds. I think if we were talking about maybe not deck building, perhaps we can make the argument like, oh yeah, it's like even ground, level ground, and you're just working really hard. And then for, you know, the Souls-like people out there, there's often this joy of fighting an uphill battle. It actually isn't fair until you make it fair, right? You go above and beyond what you need to do as an average player. So these perspectives kind of shift. But in deck building, the idea is you are the architect, right? You are the deck builder. And with that comes incredible disregard for balance, because it's a power fantasy thing. And I'm not talking about like competitive games. We're not talking about Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone. And it's going to be a big deal. The idea of Hearthstone, Magic the Gathering, Gwent, Yu-Gi-Oh, things like that, those are going to come into play because those games, when the word balance gets tossed around, it is not this. Generally, the type of deck building we're talking about, like the solo experience, the balance is power fantasy, is archetype building achievable? Can you become chicken winner dinner? And wait, how's it? Winner chicken dinner? How can you feast on the souls of breaking the game? And it goes without saying, if I had to categorize what makes Slay the Spire and Monster Train and Across the Obelisk incredibly replayable is how crazy you can win by. And you might be thinking, well, they have other modes where they push you to the limit and you're barely scrapping on by. It's like, yes, I agree.
those are very satisfying. However, if we were to take note of how people screenshot things, how people celebrate things, it's usually how they made a archetype, their idea come to fruition, and how it like is demonstrated to be very efficient or like very awesome, right? The power fantasy. Even when you're scrapping on by, realizing your archetype, your ideal build is what makes the trend happen. And now we go and shift our attention, right? Now we shift our attention to something different. With all this said, I'm basically, in my opinion, trying to summarize what I feel is the impression I get whenever someone thinks they see a deck builder, and these are the things they want to feel. Oftentimes, if you're a legacy and you've played at least 3 or 4 of the macro popular deck builders, these are the things that will, if you hit these, the dev scored. As in, if you can swap up, and then what's left, right? What is left that they can swap up? The way the game looks and the way the game sounds. That's what you have. That's what you have left. And as Daniel and I have candidly exchanged, regrettably, that might have been the thing that legacy players and trend seekers would have loved to see that was different. And if he was concerned with like targeting an audience to make his game on paper very trendy, all of these things could have stayed the same. But if the game looked and sounded different, in my opinion, that would be the differentiating factor, because the underlying expectation is you get all these things as a deck builder. Not to say that you cannot develop your own community, have a cult following, and then establish a new standard. And to me, I'm as indie as it can get when it comes to being a consumer. So even though, despite my, I suppose, potential legacy, I see these things and I'm like, okay, if I get these things, awesome. That means I will just recognize my power fantasy, my archetype building, and my focus would be, oh, what new archetypes can I build? What new power fantasies can I witness? And I kind of had one power fantasy. Long story short, we'll get into it. There's only one power fantasy in Elemental Exiles, and I recognized it. That's it. Like, there's only one power fantasy because this game is not built around archetypes. Like, what I mean is, it's not built on an archetype that allows you to recognize a power fantasy. However, the one thing you can do with the system, it feels great. But that's, in my opinion, the only thing you can do, which means that Daniel achieved his goal of going against this power fantasy thing. Where, oh, how many different ways you can break the game? Well, I tried to use the most like absurdly swingy approach possible, and it was satisfying a couple times, right? And then you kind of only have that, right? In my opinion, I only saw that, and that's kind of cool. It gave me a twinge of Slay the Spire and Monster Train and whatnot, but that's about it, because the rest of the game was not designed to do that. So instead of keep telling myself this isn't Slay, instead of saying like, oh, I wish this was like Slay the Spire, I wish it had a permanent relic system, I wish it had more explicit instructions, I saw a game for its novelty. At least in my opinion, I attempted to see its novelty. So now I have established my route of thinking basically after like the first 2 days, really. So here we go. So if you're looking for all of these things, right? If you're looking for some of these things, if any of these things kind of look like you want it, it's going to be a potential
detractor, because I've already established that Daniel is going this way. Okay, so now whether you're a legacy player, so this is a caveat. If you're a legacy player interested in novelty, as in you're like, I don't want to play another Slay the Spire, like I don't want to play another Across the Obelisk, this might be a game you might be interested in. I think so far, just by coincidence, obviously I don't have all the time in the world, so I'm not like deliberately digging for things that aren't Slay the Spire. I typically dig for things that have the largest optics, the largest influence. Because my interest, again, going back to the beginning, my interest is to be connected with as many people as possible, to understand trends and knowledge and behaviorisms, because it makes me effective at talking to people. Like, as much as edgy as I like to be, it's hard to have time for that. So I am a legacy player that enjoys novelty. However, you don't have time for that a lot of times. Usually you're spending time, as one expects, a legacy chasing trends, to know and understand more people. Like, magnitude of people, not the different types of people. You can learn more by seeking novelty to expand, learning, understanding different types of people. Now, for casual, it's going to be novelty, right? Generally speaking. So the casual tends to look for novelty. It's like, oh, this game looks interesting. I don't know anything about it. Let's just buy it, right? You read the description. It's like, oh yeah, that kind of looks interesting. I don't know anything about it. Let's go for it. And then on more than occasion nowadays, I suppose, there are the times where you have a body of people who have been super exposed to trends that they're like, all right, it's time, let's go. I think I know what to expect from this. I've heard this so much, and this is what I call in my opinion, the internet expert. Where it's not like I'm trying not to sound as derogatory or anything like that. What I mean is there's a lot of knowledge. So this person, that casual that has a lot of knowledge but do not have first-hand experience yet, so they haven't injected their subjectivity yet. So like for a trend seeker who's casual is like, oh yeah, man, dude, people keep telling me to play this game, like, they keep saying that Slay the Spire is so good. All right, here, all right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna play this game. I've been told so many good things about this. And then you go in with these expectations right here. All the stuff we talked about. These are the expectations. So, and you hope they fill those. And typically they do, because they're trending, right? So you go in with a placebo a lot of times. Occasionally the independent mind can be like, oh yeah, but I don't like this. I don't like it because it's popular and whatnot. That's fair enough. But generally speaking, if a bunch of people, a ton of people, tell you that these are the hallmarks of playing a deck builder, right? Then largely the vast majority of them will be correct. And then when you gain experience, not knowledge, you gain experience, you learn if you like them or not. So when a casual finally becomes a legacy player, whether they chase trends or novelty, they'll gain the experience to know if you like these things. Do you like power fantasies? Do you like fully explicit things? Do you like these things? So do you like buffs and relic systems and whatnot? Those are the things where you then become a legacy player. And then a legacy player knows what they like. So every once in a while, you get these mix. I think it's a great way. I kind of like where this is, how I sorted this out. But now, what's on the casual / novelty side of things, right? If you self-identify as someone like, oh yeah, you're just not sure. Maybe Deckbuilder is kinda not for you, right? What does Daniel's Elemental Exiles have to offer? Well,
This is going to be paradoxical, but it is not archetype dependent. You might be now you're thinking, wait, Mako, what are you saying? Not archetype? How is that a thing that you want in a game? Well, when it's not archetype dependent, it's not heavily meta dependent. Now, I did discover something that was kind of meta, right? When you have meta, it enables power fantasies. Because if you know the meta, you're going to be OP. You can meta the game. That means you always win. Like, when you do this thing, you win. And it gets old, right? And then this allows this casual exploration, right? However, this game doesn't have casual exploration. Because pretty much the entire card pool is common. That's actually one of the detractors for a legacy player. They're like, oh yeah, you know, the game doesn't have a lot of variety because it's adulterated by the idea that all your heroes, or all your quote-unquote characters, I shouldn't say hero. I say heroes sometimes because of hero shooters and whatnot. They're characters. The characters certainly have blessings, right? They have blessings. That's a fact. They have blessings that are passive, right? They're only permanent. It's not even permanent, actually. You can trade it off, I think. I don't know. There's a chance you might be able to trade it off. But it's your only permanent blessing, your only permanent relic, right? The thing is that it's common. The pool is common. Blessings and curse are common. So everything's common. So the idea that you would have a metagame is antagonized. That's legitimately the first thing you're gonna see. There's rarely any archetype building. And then you're gonna feel like, oh yeah, their unique blessings have situational applications. Some are maybe a little bit more higher presence, have higher presence. So like what I mean is it's active more often than others, which that creates a subtle metagame. So like if you pick Thorin, his blessing is present a lot. Yip, it's present a lot. So that leads to metagame. So those guys actually have subtle archetypes, right? Yip, you avoid skill cards because of downside. Thorin, you selectively pick elemental cards, right? Freya, you selectively pick non-elemental cards. Lasha, you specifically pick poison cards, right? Those are the subtle meta, and that's as subtle as it gets. Like what I mean is that's as crazy as it gets. And because the card pool is entirely common, it's a common card pool. The pool itself must be seen as the whole entirety of the game. Meanwhile, which I should have wrote as a separate thing, separate card pools. So if you have archetype building, you also have card pool pre-selection. So each character, each archetype also has a pre-selection bias, as in there are card pools designed to complement. A common card pool is substantially smaller than, or substantially like specialized than the specialized card pool, and choices are often made from the specialized card pool more so than the common card pool. In fact, oftentimes in these games like Slay the Spire, the common card pool is the glue that almost tend to spiral the specialized card pool out of control, right? If you start mixing them, it becomes OP, right? So if anyone played Slay the Spire
long enough, they probably know what I mean when suddenly you get access to very specific common card pool game, cardboard cards that basically form the foundation and the glue to create utility in the specialized ones. So that interaction is pretty much maintained for like the 5 big games. For the 5 big games that you play, this is pretty much said and popularized by Slay the Spire. You have a character. That character itself has its own card pool. And then there are a common card pool that are largely filled with utility cards that can be splashed in between the two. And occasionally there's a tech that allows you to pull specialized cards from a different card pool from a different character. And that's it. This game has a card pool that's bigger to negotiate than most games because it's a common card pool. Now there are some pre-selections. There is one pre-selection thing. Card pool choices are based on cards are based on the enemies you defeat. So like if the enemies are nature, then you will only get nature card pools. So it's separated by elements, and that is his thing. The next thing is elements. And sometimes like people might think, oh yeah, Slay the Spire has elements, right? No, they don't. They don't. And what I mean by that is multipliers for like weaknesses and strengths. And even more so, elements, I mean, it's called Elemental Exiles. I suppose that's right on the head, right? Elemental Exiles. It is both attack. It's everything. Attack, counterattack. I'm surprised Poison didn't have some sort of elemental bonus. But it's not poison. So not poison. Interestingly enough, that's a little side note. But attack, counter, blocks. All of them are modified by elements. So and then we have kind of like the auxiliary light and dark as a combo thing. Actually, we're gonna save that for the next big hallmark. These are advertised. The first point I wanted to make is not archetype dependent, is because it's not technically advertised. It's advertised in a way to say that the durability system. So we have the durability system. Sorry, we're going to detract a little bit from the element for now. I forgot to mention this point. Durability system. Things are temporary. So many things are temporary. The theme of Daniel saying one of the central cores, if you go to the store page, one of the central cores is durability. Things are temporary. You are forced to trade. Use your cards as currency. Technically you even use your HP as currency. So things are temporary. There is legitimately no, like, the design of the game is to not be archetype dependent. You cannot come into it with a mindset that you're going to build your ideal build. You run for the idea of recognizing your archetype. You are not the architect. You are more so an engineer. That's kind of weird sounding, but like you are not planning out your perfect house and then hiring architects to build your perfect house. Your ideal house. You are an engineer that is going to be challenged with problems and you gotta need to fix it up. You're a mechanic, right? Hey, I just lost the card that was central to my combo. It's like, well, you thought like an architect. That's a problem. Like, if you go into it and say, oh, I'm going to pick this card. I'm going to build around it. This card is great. And, 14 choices later, it's like nothing happened with the card. Like, great. I spent 14 encounters and I didn't get anything that made that card any better. And then that card kind of sucked anyways. And then here's another thing. And I was told by Daniel, right? The utility cards that he had was actually part of a power ranking. So the utility cards that would enable you to make those weaker cards, quote unquote, the average card pool, like all the cards' power levels and stuff are really consistent. And we're talking about like power level in the terms of attack and defense scaling, right? The highest tier are all the utility cards, so the doubling cards and stuff, which supports those cards. We're not talking about cards that scale even higher, as in, okay, this card does 2x2, and then there's like a super legendary card that comes every once in a while that's like 10x10, and you get that card and it's just good on its own, or anything that you picked before makes that card better. There's not that. It's more like you gain access to the utility cards and you hope that you've retained something through your mechanical like response and stuff and have it enable, right? Otherwise, those aren't necessary, right? So rarely is it archetype. There's no and there's no combo system, as in, or I should, we'll get to that in a bit. So the durability, your cards will expire. In fact, you use that to your advantage. How do you thin decks? Well, you expire them. You trade them off. You try to get rid of cards. You're constantly exchanging. Like you're trading up. You're trying to trade up. And not in the sense of trading up in the sense of power. Like, oh, this one deals 1 damage. If I get a chance to trade it up to a card that deals 2 damage, that's a trade up. It's more like you got to tweak it. And sometimes you don't get a good tweak. Sometimes you get a good tweak. The lack of power swing is really great. So there's no metagame. And hence, for all the other things, there's no swings. Or there are a couple swings, but they're unintended, right? Daniel specifically, my interactions with Daniel specifically emphasized that we're trying, like, you cite all the swings and try to mitigate any form of swings, so you don't get a power trip. There's no particular card that you'll get that you can build around because there's not meta. The idea is that all the cards are similarly tiered, and one card cannot carry unless you've made many decisions and so happens it lines up, right? No power swings, none of that. So basically this whole line from here and then going up, this whole like type of mindset falls apart, right? Like you don't have any of these. It's broken at so many of these steps. And in terms of elements, this one is a little bit more vanilla, and it's kind of more of a upkeep. So this is part of micromanagement. So outside of not poison, micromanagement. And I think this touched upon something else that is absent in this game, which for better or for worse, in a casual sense, right? All of this deals with like projection. So we still have like buffs and debuffs, right? That affects, by the way, elements are affected by buffs and debuffs. Like weakness and vulnerability are adds on and stacks on to attack, counter, and blocks. So elements feed into buffs, debuffs, so all of these things. It deals with projection, which is basically the explicit nature of the game. Explicitness, right? And this is a touchy point. For casual, I'm going to put it on the casual sense because when you're a legacy player, you will immediately find this as a detraction. As in, oh wait, the game didn't tell me that this character was going to go first. So then this character was going to buff and apply a 4 strength buff to the next enemy that was going to attack for 14, but now it's an 18. Because if I knew that, I would have blocked for 18 instead of 14. And because that person broke my guard, it triggers the blessing, which causes me to get a wound, and so on and so forth, right? As a casual, when you're looking for novelty, this might actually be something that makes the game, dare I say, challenging. And oftentimes, when you're thinking about challenging response discourse and whatnot, you think of things like MTG. When you're playing competitively, or like PvP wise, like MTG and Hearthstone, rarely do you get all the explicit information. In fact, a lot of those games, now they're not deck builders, right? They're not necessarily deck builders in the sense of the scheme. That's why this is a casual thing. It's a casual perspective. The idea of being used to playing a game like MTG and HS is that you're making educated guesses. You're constantly making educated response. Like, okay, well, all right, I know my opponent is probably going to do things, and I would say it's likely to attack. But in this case, Daniel actually conceded a little bit and included intent, right? But how much intent that he originally designed? Like, should the buff tell you what it's going to buff, when it's going to buff, and should I add, like, for example, one of the things that are typically available in MTG and Hearthstone and stuff is a history, like a turn history, right? My first thought when I was playing is like, oh yeah, there's no turn history. So what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna have to remember and see what it is. And someone actually called me stupid by not noticing that a nature damage did 200% damage to my water shield, because I didn't bother hovering over a tooltip that tells me what I need to know. Instead, I wanted to find out, so I was guessing. And there's no history, right? There's no turn history, so I can go back and check anyways. Now, the thing is that a design choice, maybe an unconscious design choice philosophically, like part of the game's design, like they want to stray away from Slay the Spire. Well, one way to definitely stray away from Slay the Spire is to make things non-explicit, as in implicit. And to me, that was one of the major feels that I quite liked. And actually, the reason why I brought up MTG and Hearthstone is because that's why I still play MTG, still watch MTG, and I still play Hearthstone. Many of the mechanics are, you have a situation where you understand what you can do the best. Like, oh yeah, I have a block here, I can do this. So you're building whatever you're doing. I play Battlegrounds, so you're actually building your minions, and then you're building your board, and you're trying to optimize your board and make choices. At the same time, occasionally you kind of know a general idea where your enemies are going, where your opponents are going. However, the challenge is you don't know what they are. Like, you generally say like, oh yeah, well, you know, they're got to do these basic things. They're going to attack, buff, or debuff. Like, I'm speaking in terms of elemental exiles now. They're going to attack, debuff. It's like, okay, so but what are they going to do? And here's where it's no longer like MTG and Hearthstone, because you're not playing against human players who still have limitations based on their choices. Like, you know the possible choices, much like the opponents. The computer that you have now, they have a pool of actions that they have, and you rationalize which one is the worst you could possibly imagine, which one you're okay with. And that to me is wonderful. It's so wonderfully it's been a while, but it's so wonderfully more engaging, from a sense that I'm a little tired, right? I'm a little complacent, that when I play the formula, the trending stuff, it's like, why do I even want to know all this stuff? That just means that I don't need to guess. There's no gamble on it. And even then, by the way, at the end of the day, Daniel has kept it far more consistent in the point that you can earnestly know where all the patterns are. What does that sound like? That kind of sounds like when a Souls-like player enters a boss arena and they have no flippin' idea what is going on. The boss smacks them around a couple of times, and suddenly the boss becomes a non-issue because the boss can't even touch you anymore. That's what happens in this game, in my opinion. If you're not constantly saying, dude, enemy intent, man, enemy intent, like, I need to know all this stuff. Where is my information at? Like, how could I possibly know that the unit was gonna go first and gonna do this? It's like, well, you do know. You observe and you manage that. So the comments would be like, hey, you've done this a lot, right? That enemy is going to either use a vulnerability or they're going to strengthen themselves, and they're going to rotate. They don't repeatedly defend most of the time. They cycle. So at some point you're like, okay, I'm going to take out this guy because this guy's annoying. The likelihood of this guy using weakness and the other two doesn't. Like, one of the biggest, this is a little bit spoilery, one of the biggest things about immediately, it only took one run at Fred, or I'm going to say the Demon Lord, is that his minions don't apply weakness. Actually, none of them do. Not even Fred. So immediately you know that you can go slap Happy and Unga Bunga his face, because you often won't get hit by weakness. Even if you don't remember the order and stuff, there are things that occur so frequently that even intuitively you're like, oh yeah, this guy is such a pain in the butt, we got to get rid of this guy. Like, why do I hate this guy? I kind of feel like I hate, you get like four enemies and you're like, oh no, this guy is good, this guy's gone, like, we have to unlive, we need to unalive this guy right now, because I just know it's annoying. Even when you're not paying attention, you will know how to quote unquote meta some of the encounters, right? And that is where there is still a subtle meta game. And just as a nod to the subtle meta game is the other thing about blessings, quote unquote blessings, being or relics being temporary, right? Yeah, I totally power fantasy this. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. If I get greedy, I just get hammered greedy, and I want to see how much I can deal with the glorified punching bag in the game, right? Like, and the highest I've done in like 2 rounds was a prospective like 600 damage total, and on normal it's like 300 HP. So, and that's in like 2 turns. So yeah, I did recognize a power fantasy. However, it's a temporary power fantasy, right? It's temporary, like the game is designed to be. Oh, quite literally everything is temporary. There's no archetype, so you can do, and here's the thing about metagame when it comes to no archetypes. If you find one archetype, it means every character can do it. So that to me is a detractor for someone who's coming from a legacy perspective, who thinks they want a Slay the Spire, because the characters are going to slightly feel samey, right? Because the essence of the game is not to deliberately make each character feel like you can build around them all the time to the point where you can clear the entire map by clicking one button. Like, oh yeah, I know how to build. I know how to build. You're not supposed to know how to build. It's very difficult to know what your final deck is going to look like. And to me, that's almost like the other roguelike. That's an element of roguelike, in my opinion, that has been lost by metagame. Why? Like, for example, if we slightly step back out and look at other roguelike games, right? Action roguelike games. the thrill of constantly having to like, oh no, okay, this isn't working out, and then balancing it with, oh yeah, this is totally working out. Supergiant Games, Hades. When you're playing like, oh no, okay, I don't want this boon, but all right. So, and they design it in a way that you're always making progress, right? Progress, like power creeping up. So that's kind of the whole like, I want to get stronger cards as I'm playing. I want to feel stronger, right? That's still evident in Hades. However, they tuned it back a bit, because when you get to the end, you're like, okay, that didn't work out, but I still made it. There's a skill element involved where you made it. You made some decisions, cut some corners, and you're like, yes, right? Oh, this boss is probably next. If I get this boss, I should be prepared for this boss, whatnot. And occasionally you get power fantasies, right? In Hades, like, oh yeah, what are my opportunities? Okay, so I can maximize this, and then you just raffle stomp some of the runs, and that makes for great hype and whatnot. Now that might be the thing that I would say would make Elemental Exiles the full package, right? And that is something that requires a lot of resources, and it, in my opinion, still is kind of unreasonable expectation considering what Daniel's philosophy is. Daniel didn't explicitly tell me or give me the impression that he wants to do both. He wants to make a mode where you realize your greatest power fantasy, so you can like customize all the relics and even outgame things. Monster Train is a great game that allows you to modify all the preconditions and post conditions and whatnot. It has like, you know, a scoring system and whatnot, so you can recognize your power fantasy. Even you can make them even more common. Slay the Spire does the same thing with seeding. You can legitimately play the same seed, optimize your route, and it becomes like a speed run, right? So you can recognize that stuff. In this game, the bells and whistles are not there, and in my opinion, it also goes at odds with Daniel's original philosophy, which is to go against these things. Going into the game, I actually did that. So if I go back, thinking back to my first 3 days, my first thought was, oh yeah, okay, so this character does this blessing, okay, let's build around it. Here's another one. In my first run, I ran my face right into a boss, right into like a 1-star boss, and got my face kicked in, and I realized like, oh wait, it's not scaled automatically. As in, what I mean is, outside the danger level, when you think about Slay the Spire, oh, that's one thing that Slay the Spire has and others have. Unidirectional progress. So like even things like across the obelisk, you're still moving from left to right, and you're at most making like a 3-way split or a 2-way split. So you're still going in one direction. So the odds of you encountering something that you're not ready for, or like making a decision that is like, oh, I'm going to save all these things for weaker things, I want to farm these things, time these things, that's gone. That is a trend for the trendy side. This way, I almost want to say, then I'm going to say this very consciously, non-linear thinking. So that will probably summarize a really big cognitive dissonance. The idea that what is linear thinking for this why is linear thinking not the greatest for this game and its building philosophy? It's like, okay, I got a great card starting, the blessings this, I'm going to literally only look for those cards and only pick those cards and reject the rest. Linear thinking. That's a metagame. You go in with a plan and you try to execute it. If the plan doesn't happen and it doesn't consistently happen, it's a bad game.
right? Or like, oh, this character has a blessing, but I never got a chance to use it. It's like, well, that's just how the cards fall. You could, in my opinion, sometimes you are more likely to win when the cards fall somewhere else. Like Glasha, for example. I didn't, it's kind of humorous because Daniel thought that I had an aversion to poison, but generally speaking, the reason why I chose to deviate away from poison is largely the choices that I had kind of outshine the poison. So in a way, that's why the blessing is gonna get a little buffed a little bit. That is how the balance gets tweaked in his games. It's not balancing it so that you can recognize your power trip, your power fantasy. It's balancing because when you are given 3 choices and you are consistently avoiding a specific choice, even when the card pools are common, then something is undertuned. And I would say poison is probably the most undertuned thing among the top 3 undertuned things in the game. But that's one out of a lot of things. So I think that's a resounding success, right? So nonlinear thinking. When do you buy blessings? Well, if you had the relic system, you take it and you never think about it again. As in, like, you never think about when it disappears, or if it disappears. It rarely does disappear. It's permanent. And then you build everything around it. Linear thinking. So in this way, to me, I almost, when the map thing, like when you're exploring the map, that was like easily the semi-persistent map, which is also a highlighted feature in this game. And I can't spell persistent, so it's gonna keep it that way. When that stopped, it made me hungry for more, because I liked the idea that it's non-linear, and it's a linear game in terms of objective. I've seen this kind of attractive description of games come up before, where what is the most linear but not linear playing game you've ever played? Q Black Myth Wukong, right? As a topical case. However, there are others, right? Where it's your decision making that's not linear. Your goal is still linear. Like you're still going towards the thing. So that's like the reductive reasoning thing. In Slay the Spire and Across the Wild, it is quite literally linear, but they try to make it so that you have more than one choice. Sometimes you get 2 choices, 3 choices in the terms of its like progression, how it's scaled and whatnot. Like things escalate no matter what you do. And there is that. There's called the danger level, right? The danger level is an escalation, a force escalation. But you know what's funny about that? Not only is that not, it is a little bit suspicious, I actually use the danger level and the awareness of the danger level to de-escalate in order to prep for the boss fight. So I opened all the routes. I literally asked Daniel this. It's like, oh, so this is before the danger level was added on like the display. I asked him like, okay, so do the narrative encounters contribute to the danger level? It later does, but for the time being. So I started thinking, okay, so if you get into fights, they're scaling with the danger level, right? And then I asked Daniel, do the bosses scale with the danger level? And he, I mean, at least as far as I know, he says no, which I could confirm experimentally. So what happened was, okay, so you need to win a lot when it gets hairy. So to me, I think this might have been unintentional. I don't know if this was intentional. For me, the nonlinear thinking comes into play again. You can de-escalate by fighting bosses of a lower tier at maximum danger. That is one of the ways I recognize the metagame, right? The power trip. Blessing stacking to opportunistically descale everything, and what I mean is how difficult it is. So you can set yourself up with your knowledge to approach things when you're ready. Because
That's the name of the game. You have to prep yourself to be ready for something. And then when things get tough, you have backup plans, and you also have descaling. You can descale the difficulty by picking targets and whatnot. And I actually think, like, if there was more time and more development, and I think that is the highlight of this game's design. I'm not sure if it was intentional. However, I love the idea of things are overall scaling up, but at the same time, with your strategies and stuff, there's an element of descaling, which brings me back to like times of playing tactical RPG games like XCOM, like the modernization XCOM games, where you're like, oh man, my team is really suffering. Okay, I need to go for an econ round. What else does this remind me of? That's in the roguelike genre. Darkest Dungeon by Red Hook. Right? Some days you're just like, oh dude, I got ravaged by boss fight. All right, let's recover. And we're talking about Darkest Dungeon 1. Actually, Darkest Dungeon 2 dispensed with that. And you know what's funny about this interaction? Darkest Dungeon 2 took an aspect of map layout that was also popularized in the deck building series by Slay the Spire. And then, Monster Train and all the other ones adopted the same thing, where the format is it escalates in one direction, no matter what. There's rarely a de-escalation. Meanwhile, the thing, in my opinion, that I felt so attached to, I haven't played Darkest Dungeon 2, by the way. Maybe that'll be a future thing. I just watched other people experience it and look at his design changes. Not enough time. Right. So Darkest Dungeon 1, you can go into econ rounds. It extends the length of the game, which in this game, it extends the length of the run. And depending on how long or how well my mechanical skills and jerry-rigging is happening, I choose when to use that route. De-escalate, farm. It is possible in this game. I think it's probably unintentional, but at the same time, I almost feel like that would have been the greatest complementary design to making it so that it feels like it's a dynamically different mindset. There are so many little things here that allows one to get used to deck building from the sense of a Magic the Gathering in a Hearthstone situation. Yes, you bring your deck that you build. A lot of times there are elements of deck building, like different modes of using the system that MTG and Hearthstone has. Like Battlegrounds is technically a deck builder. You're building a minion pool, you're building effects. It has the elements of thinking that involves building something in response, constant response, but you have limited choices. You're making the best of your thing. Slay the Spire, for whatever reason, at some point it became more of an archetype farming than anything, and that's largely due to very, very strong meta, right? When you're metagaming, you're no longer really focused on situational picks, right? The value system. I talked about this really early in the Elemental Exiles. It felt I quite literally set these words, and I set these words about Hearthstone, especially when you're doing like draft tournament and the arcade mode or the arena mode in Hearthstone. You're constantly looking for value picks. You're value picking. You're being greedy, value picking. So inherently, that is the non-linear thinking style. It's like, oh, okay, you don't always just keep picking the next strongest card because it's not linear. Like, wait, okay, if I hold off using this, what is my payout, right? And like, okay, all right, I could just use this card and dump all my damage now, but maybe I can squeeze one more round before my opponent pops me in the face. And you're trying to figure out what your opponent's intent is, what's in their hand, what's available, right? And this is a microcosm. It's a smaller version of that feeling, and I love it. And I actually honestly think that this game, with the potential, like if it was expanded, with some optics, like shuffling and trying to, like, presentation wise and sound wise, I earnestly think that it can capture that feeling. It's really a game towards reactionary, like individuals who aren't the. There's a deep cut to social media in here. There's definitely we're just gonna write some deep cuts. Like, there's some social media things. This is what you call it, objective. This side is objective based thinking. Objective based thinking. And over here, right now, in my opinion, what Daniel is maybe unintentionally doing is process oriented thinking. Process oriented thinking. And because of language learning, I've been on a really big bias towards process oriented thinking. So the idea is, if you're focusing on making decisions, not having an objective in mind, as in like, I'm going to build around this because the game is making it obvious that you're supposed to build around this. It's not. The game is not making it obvious that if you build around someone's blessing, you're going to win. You are very actually unlikely to win if you keep making decisions built around the archetype. You take it whenever it's available, and then you skip and do other things as it's going. And if the game, in my opinion, had more resources and was larger in scope, it would be felt way, way more. Like, it becomes incredibly evident the longer the game gets. Like, so if there were, like, for example, if it had an Act 4, technically Fred is Act 4, but if it had like another act before Fred, another act, you're going to feel the weight of not making small steps. So I think this game, obviously I've talked with Daniel a bit. There's not a really huge incentive. It's tough because this game didn't quite get off the ground. So it's not like a both financial or mental possible and creative encouragement to expand this game. But when the game gets longer, it's kind of a game of attrition, and not for the worst. I think most people think of attrition as something, if you think of this is attritional versus this is over here is progress oriented. So you're growing, you're getting stronger, you are expected to get stronger. All your choices are positive, they get stronger. This is largely attritional, right? Like attrition, because the people who are playing, who are complaining about it, are making non-consistent choices. They are making decisions based on their objective. Like, imagine, let's just do a thought experiment here. Okay, all right, I want to be a non-elemental damage dealer. Okay, so you go through the game, it's like, oh my gosh, this game keeps giving me elemental choices. It just keeps giving me elemental choices. That's fine, I'm just gonna skip these choices. Attrition. So at some point, you gotta know when, like, you're sacrificing too much, right? Imagine like this thing. Okay, I must learn Japanese the ideal way. It's like, oh wait, but that's not the ideal way. All right, I'm gonna skip that. All right, I might as well just not start learning Japanese, because there's no way I can learn it the ideal way, so it's not worth my time. So with every passing day, it's attrition, because with every passing day, you aren't achieving your objective. Right? That kind of thing. This is great. I think this game was far more stimulating. There are other games like this that I've played recently that is kind of like this.
and I'm not gonna talk about them here. However, I think my daily driver, Hearthstone, like Battlegrounds and whatnot, kind of scratches this itch, quite a lot. So if you're someone like, for example, who has played a lot of Slay the Spire and Monster Train, and you just want to make consistent, consequential things, like decisions, like you're not looking for themes or blasting people's faces or something. You're just the idea is you're trying to build consistency, like, oh yeah, this is good, this is good, this is fine. You're not going like to the moon or getting dumpstered. That's the kind of game this is, in my opinion. So you're going through life, right? You're not gonna become a millionaire and then suddenly become a pinch, like homeless, and then suddenly a millionaire and a homeless again. You're going to go out for a run. You're going to feel slightly good about it, and tomorrow when you go out for a run, you might still feel the same, but you're 1 day older. You managed to run 2 days. That's still greater than 1 day. That's kind of the philosophy of this game. When you make a decision, it's very difficult to feel, ironically, choice matters, right? Occasionally there might be big swings, but the whole thing is you look at it as a whole run. It's not every particular moment that leads to some sort of ideal based thing. And with that thought, it becomes incredibly consistent. Like when you start making just, in my opinion, I keep using the word just, I need to stop using it. If you focus on making picks that slowly gets you more value, right? Value picking, it works itself out. Like it's to the point where you start a game like, I can't lose this. You obviously can. You can scale it up to oblivion stuff. But when the game clicks, you start a game and like you're basically just there to see what happens, because the idea is you're so ingrained into the value system that rarely you would have to make quite a lot, even on normal difficulty. In fact, I might even argue on hard. I didn't play hard. I'm not like a person who, I like novelty. So scaling up HP and health might not, and attack might not be the thing for me. However, even then playing on normal, I had the range to meet the scale up, whatever the scale up is. I'm 2 or 3 times more efficient than we need to be. And that's kind of the general idea. You play the game, and then it's the story. The vignettes of the characters are what was why I kept playing, right? The vignettes are wonderful. And that's kind of a subtle thing, but generally in both cases, deck builders tend to only have room for vignettes, right? So when we're talking about looks and sounds, looks might also include story, right? Story in it. Usually these are kind of a back burner. Sometimes you get lucky and there are like artists turn developers or musicians turn developers. Usually though, deck builders are mechanically focused. And then occasionally you have story writing or vignettes that are interesting. And to me, I'm putting stories in blue because there's more here with story writing and humor. It could be an overseas thing. Then Slay the Spire. Can someone tell me, what do you think about Slay the Spire's story? Right. And then even then, like, you still have things like Across the Obelisk, which makes the attempt at the fantasy setting to tell something. And there's Gordon's Quest, which kind of goes even harder on that. Grifflands done. So oftentimes text-based, it has diminished return because it's not really trendy to have like text-based stories in a genre that the trends, if you look at the trends, it's largely hyper-focused on its mechanics, right? So oftentimes I definitely feel empathy for the developers who would place a lot of time into looks, sounds, and story, which I absolutely love.
I am a person who actually spend more majority of my time playing story games, narrative games, and that is almost entirely predicated on story, looks, and sound, as opposed to mechanics. Deck builders are probably the most mechanically heavy, or roguelike run-based games are the most mechanically heavy things. And even then, people don't even think about mechanics this way. They think about mechanics in your input. I separate input from mechanics. There is inputs, like, you know, dodging when, recognizing when to dodge and stuff. Those are input skills, as opposed to mechanical understanding. Like, you don't have to understand the mechanics of a boss to be able to feel when to dodge, right? In my opinion, they're still, you could call them input mechanics versus intellectual mechanics, or like this type of thing. And it always scratches my itch. Right, that was a long digression on that one point. We're almost at 2 hours. So I want to hit a few more. These things are, I rarely ever cover the topics, all the topics that I want. I like to hit on as many as I can to elicit things. So if any of this is interesting, right? Like if you're weighing on the blue side, you're weighing on the blue side, or you're weighing on the green side, that's kind of what I'm going at. So if the green side seems very appealing, probably not for you. Let's do it in red. If you're weighing on the green side, probably not for you. Oops, I can't spell you apparently. Not for you. If you're weighing on the blue side, like any of this stuff is kind of interesting, this game might be for you. Like, try it. Right? Try it. If any of the stuff that I'm saying on the left side is interesting. Like, I talk about these things like in a positive, like like in both ways. I'm trying to talk about these things in a positive light, because we're talking about your decision making. Do you want to play this game, right? So on the right side, oh, Slay the Spire is amazing. I'm just saying, like power fantasies, archetype farming, relics, feeling like a unstoppable force meeting an unmovable wall. That type of stuff is fantastic. And on the left side, you're having the, oh man, I'm kind of skirting by, but now I'm kind of doing well. Now I'm kind of doing slightly not well, then slightly more well, slightly not well, and then occasionally it's like, oh, I got a big exam to prepare for. All right, let's spend the next 3 days really preparing for the exam, and then knock the exam out of the park. So it's almost like left side is life and right side is trendy gaming. Or left side is life and right side is escapism. That kind of thing. Not, I'm being a little reductive, but it's for the humor. Like, so what I feel about the left side is it reminds me of how I am doing this review right now. Like, this is how I go. 1 step forward, 1 step back, and, you know, whatnot, how I'm making content and whatnot. And then on the right side is like, okay, I'm going to become very, very good at Elden Ring. And I hope that if I become super, super good at Elden Ring, do all the trendy stuff that everyone else is doing, but better, I'm going to recognize my power fantasy. That's kind of the thing. And I'll make another analogy for like language learning. If I invest everything into Japanese, then it will make my life worth, like it will make all the effort worth learning just Japanese, like, you know, like, because that's all I care about. That's the thing that I want. And then I'll become a true fluent native, like foreigner who can fool everyone into thinking I'm a native. Power fantasy. And then we have the left side, which without a doubt that there was no chance in my life that I wasn't going to pick up more than one language. And then there's no chance in my life that I will be able to dedicate myself to one language only to become a master and at that language. I will probably become maybe above average in a few of those things, and overall I'll come out on top. That is the philosophy on the left side. That's not the philosophy of the right side. So if you're really used to that, which I'm going to admit, again, deep cut in red, social media reinforces objective-based thinking. The current stuff that people don't interact with on the internet, like people who say, I need to disconnect from the internet, I need to disconnect from social media, those people who are going out to run marathons and doing a lot of other things. This side, process-oriented. I work as much on my running and jogging as much as my language learning and playing Elemental Exiles. It's a little of everything. I'm not particularly great at Elemental Exiles. I'm good enough. And when I'm good enough, I'm happy. The game is good enough. Sometimes it's even better than good enough. But generally, most of the things I do are good enough because I choose to always make decisions that are good enough. I don't wait on things to be the best before I do them. So if you're objective based and ideal based, you're gonna wait for the best decisions if they ever happen. So you first are gambling on the idea that the stars align and things happen, and if you don't, that's a negative experience. So you spend the whole time constantly getting negative experiences until it pays out. And your balance, the perspective of balance and fairness, is how consistently that happens enough for you to recognize your power fantasy. So you're going to keep trying, you're going to keep farming the same technique, the same metagame, and you find out how consistent that meta that you have is. If it's not consistent, then it's not balanced. It's overtuned, and the devs should fix it, because it's not fair that your power fantasy cannot be realized. On the left side, meanwhile, the other people are like, well, why do you need a power fantasy? You can make many different decisions with many different flavors and still win the game by a landslide. Right? I know it's not fancy. It doesn't look cool. You're not like doubling, and then doing 1,000. And actually, I did manage to do that, but that's like rare. Besides the point, you don't really need it, right? That was still funny that I could manage to do that. That's great. That's a little like glimmer, right? But generally speaking, if you like scrappy games, I like scrappy games. But I also like the others. I like both of these. It's probably why I like video games. I can totally get... I physically and literally giggled like 4 times when I achieved a power fantasy in Elemental Exiles. That's how rewarding it is. To me, that's a deep cut into life. You don't get those situations very often. You work day in, day out on a job, and maybe one day your boss is like, my man, I saw you working hard. Those 5 years, you deserve it. Here's a promotion, and you're on a power trip for the next maybe for the next year, until you realize now you want another power trip, right? That kind of thing. I want to highlight one last thing that makes all of this makes a lot of this consistent, and it's not going to be the story. I quite like the vignettes. However, it's pretty clear that Daniel likes writing humor, and I hope he continues to. Like, the humor really shines. I really, let's take a small nod to the story. The humor really shines. I think there's a winner in this, and that the nice thing about stories and looks and sounds, actually all three, is that is independent of the game theory side of things. So I look forward to him writing more content, like, because it was pretty clear from this experience Daniel knows what hit and resonated with him as he experiments with all the vignettes. I think for many indie developers' first game, vignetting is wonderful because it allows you to experiment on what you're like. The looks and sounds, not as much. However, obviously he was not doing prioritizing the looks and sounds. Sounds were sufficient, probably asset packs, right? And so does looks. Now, there was a little grievance, which I totally agree with him. The optics didn't favor him when the GUI, the user interface, right, resembled a certain game, right? Resembled Slay the Spire. So the optics kind of might have been a little disfavorable. And that goes a long way. I know it can be tough to foresee these kind of things. It's pretty wild how crazy like first impressions from looks, sounds. I mean, in this day and age, a thumbnail is sufficient to inform someone of everything they think they expect, right? So it's kind of tough. It's a tough learning lesson, I suppose, and it still is, because I mean, I make thumbnails every day, right? Or I quote unquote make thumbnails every day. I have a social experiment going on with how thumbnails appear in my YouTube channel. So here we go, like sound. So those are things that can go in future. I hope the story becomes that way, because there are clear winners. I absolutely love the little like almost anime spin on a Western fantasy, like when Linda sounds like an office worker, right? Like a secretary office worker who's trying to make sure that the moon god gets proper reception to ascend the apocalypse. That's fantastic. Sentient Dave, Yip with his pointy stick. There's a lot to love about the kind of like rambunctious kind of vignetting. So that's a little small nod. One last thing I want to highlight, and I think this encapsulates a lot of the things we talked about to bring it all together, and that is what I would call the combo system. And I know this sounds like, wait a minute, Maku, you just said that there's no, like, the comboing system is, you know, on the Slay the Spire side. Now, hear me out. We're talking about more like combo system from a boxing perspective. A boxing perspective. So like a 1-2 combo, not a combo in which, you know, you decide when you stop. Like, oh yeah, all right, hang on, hold my beer, and then you like spin around, do a tornado, do a backflip, and then go to the moon, come back, run at the speed of light, come back, and then now you have like 1,000 strength, and then you hit the boss for one. You tap the boss once and it's dead. That's not the combo system I'm thinking of, right? We're talking about balanced combo system, and it's still not that balanced, by the way. And it's not balanced in the terms of it's unfair. A lot of time, a balance has came up so many times, or more than I expected, actually. Someone said like, oh, this game is unbalanced because the boss has more HP, and like your debuffs don't scale, but they actually scale really, really strong. And I think it's more of a lack of understanding of how that works. But of all the things, the 1-2 combo system is probably easily one of my favorite things, and I would love to see. Okay, sorry, Daniel, but no pressure. I would love to see this type of logic continue to move forward in the game. The way the combo system works is every single non-basic card, which is basically 90% of your cards, have an alt. Okay, maybe like 80, because I remember a couple cards are. The ones that are most interesting are every card that has a condition to fill, and that is so rewarding. Like, you play one which fills the condition, you play another, it sets up to this condition and fills that condition, and it ends there. It just constantly ends there. So you're like knick-knacking, or like you're like constantly making additional moves over and over again, not strung together so that it can spiral out of control, so that it's like it basically defeats the novelty of the game. Like you use one combo that combos itself, which combos itself. Like, I can't tell you how many times in Slay the Spire's pickup, right? It feels good at first, but then you pick like 3 cards, like, okay, that's it. I'm done. Let's just get those 3 cards in my hand, and then we raffle stomp through it. Because like, obviously, that's one of the joys when you first discover it. In this game, it's always about the 1-2. It's the whole experience. So like you never know when someone's gonna right hook you in the face, and then you stagger, but you don't get like KO'd immediately. You're always going back and forth. So you play a card. Oh yeah, this. My favorite ones are like, a little spoilerly. I think it's Dark Grasp or Greedy Grasp or something, which it draws 3 cards, discards 2, and it adds 2 dark. It's either 2 dark or 3 dark. That you can draw into like a follow-up or something that requires at least 1 dark or 2 dark. So you can do things like that where it's always like 1-2. It's like, oh yeah, if I do this, if I guard first with a flame attack, right, like a fire element, there are cards that if you use the fire card first, it triggers it. And that naturally feels like you're doing combos, but not in the sense of large string combos. I think in deck building and card games, combos are often regarded as something really big. And for the record, it's not just boxing. The combos I'm thinking of is like Hearthstone and Magic the Gathering. Like the combos are like 2 cards. And they can be effective. Sometimes MTG kind of can get them, they can become a little broken, so then they get restricted or banned. Then that's kind of how balancing works, right? So basically what I mean is, if you're used to games like Yu-Gi-Oh and stuff, usually those things get restricted. So basically anything you can do in Slay the Spire gets banned or restricted, right? It's about being efficient. Like 1-2, I play this, it leads to this. That's it, it ends. And when things get out of control, it gets nicked or it gets retuned or something. So the idea of balance is a little bit different here. It's not for the sake of necessarily fairness, a feeling of fairness in the sense of recognizing your power fantasy, but it's a sense of fairness and balance that I think the original word was kind of being used, that you don't get scaled out of control, right? There's no potential to recognize a power fantasy. In fact, balancing a game in that way is to legitimately make it feel less impactful or making any one decision. And that was one of the, I would say that's probably, if I had 3 things that I gathered from this experience, I'm talking Daniel, reading the comments, the limited comments and feedback, is that this game doesn't allow you to be an omniscient person. So why isn't Daniel's game providing me with all the possible information so I can be in anime god and suddenly predict and calculate all my moves so that I can make the enemies cry under my feet, that kind of thing, right? So that's the first one. Everything should be fully explicit. You should have all the information possible so you can calculate all your runs. That's satisfying, right? I totally get it. Me too. When you can calculate everything. However, there's also elegance if you're on the left side, right? The second one is always should you be stronger than your opponent or have the potential to be stronger than your opponent. And also, you are always moving in the positive direction. Always getting stronger in any possible way. In fact, roguelite games practically make that a requirement, right? No matter what you do, no matter how incompetent you are, or how much you lose, you're always moving in the positive direction. This game, you could play a whole run and it feels like you're constant with a proper state of, like with an improper state of mind, or a non-appropriate state of mind. You can, from turn 1, you can lose progress. You can feel weaker with every step. It's very possible. I disagree that that's usually how that works. You often take 2 steps forward and 1 step back most of the time. In Lots of the other games, you're always taking one step forward, if not even more steps forward. Sometimes you take one step forward and it's not enough. You need to take 2 steps forward all the time. But the idea is you're always taking more steps forward. Like, and in Slay the Spire, it's like, okay, if I pick this card, it'll get me 1 step closer to my objective, right? 1 step closer. Okay, because I already know what the boss is. I already know what my end goal is, what I went out to do. So the sooner I secure getting to that goal line, the sooner I know I'll win. So you're already knowing what you're looking for or what you're going to look for as you get closer to the step, right? That's the mindset. So you're always taking 1 step, and then suddenly if you got like a really nice card, you're 10 steps closer. In this game, if you build something, it can disappear. If you take 1 step forward, there's a chance you can take 3 steps back. However, when you adjust to that, you're often taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Occasionally, you would take 1 step forward and you take 2 steps back. And then when on the rare occasion, you take 3 steps forward and you feel like a champ with no like trade-offs. And that's kind of the idea, right? It's very few. In Slay the Spire, it's like you can end up taking like 20 steps forward. In fact, you could take 1 step forward, but it has the potential of being 30 steps forward. So if your next pick is exactly what you think it is, that 1 step becomes like 50 steps forward. It's practically GG, right? And that feels really good because you took a gamble and the gamble paid off. High risk, high rewards, things like that. In my opinion, you can't even take high risk if you wanted to. In Elemental Exiles, you can't. And if you make misplays, you can't really make devastatingly big misplays. I mean, the game will like nickel dime you to remind you of how foolish you are. In Slay the Spire, sometimes if you make 1 move, you get stomped into the oblivion. And then if you make the correct moves, you stomp the thing into oblivion. And that's usually like for the duration of the entire game, not really every encounter. In this game, I think 90% of the time it feels like, yeah, I gotta be consistent. All right, let's block here. No need to push for damage, like, and whatnot. Occasionally I did do glass cannon builds and they are kind of fun. However, I was auctioning off, like I was trading off my health. I was using my health as a currency, right? It would have been awesome to have a character that uses health as a currency. However, anyways, so combo system, it's a 1-2. If you manage to trigger one, great. Trigger another. It's always 1-2. Use one, cash in. Occasionally you use one and you cash in, then cash in on another. That's awesome, but that's it. Like one of the biggest comments obviously is, why can't this be like Slay the Spire, because I want to play lots of cards and all these cards cost 2. Like that sucks. I can only play 2 cards. Why can't these cards be cheaper so that you can play like 3 or 4 cards? Well, technically, if you think about Slay the Spire, you escalate, right? In the beginning, you actually are doing way less actions than Elemental Exiles. Elemental Exiles largely stay around 2 to 3 actions. If you're lucky, you might get 4. And then there are very specific cases where you get like 5 or 6 actions. And then each of those actions have a potential to multiply, right? Multiplicative hits. And it's kind of OP. Multiplicative hit is pretty absurd. And then the buff or strength multiplies it even more. In Slay the Spire, you start off with like 1 action per card. And then you build. On average, the scaling in Elemental Exile is more in the center. Eventually, near the end game, second act or third act, Slay the Spire's action like spikes up and it just goes off into oblivion, right? So in the way, once again, Elemental Exile's design is about balance. That's the parity here, or the paradox here. If you don't like balance, you're on the right side. That's the trend. right now. If you like balance, you're on the left side. Try this game. If you want to feel if a balanced gameplay is your jam, I think that's one of the probably the third point I think. It summarizes durability. It summarizes durability, temporary blessings and curse, trading off your cards, the combo system. I call it the 1-2 combo system. That is summarized in the third point, balance. This game is probably to a fault focused on balance. Whenever someone says balance, like to make this game better, they're focusing on achieving power fantasies, which to me is ironic because that's the opposite of balance. Like you're constantly suggesting you want to balance this game by introducing changes that makes it imbalanced. As in, I want my blessings to be permanent. Like, I can't even imagine. The moment you enter a store and you get like aggressor's blessing and you get to keep that, the game is over. You go straight to Fred and you win. You probably could win with basic cards. Like, the moment you get 2 blessings, the game is over. Right? So that type of like comment about relic system, your cards always get better, well then it's dull because it's, I mean, let's just say it's already, for a lot of people, it's already dull because all the combat is not exciting. It's not super swingy. It's super meticulous and small. They're all small skirmishes, right? And they're unique skirmishes. They're rarely ones where like, oh, here's the cannon fodder, right? The cannon fodder is supposed to help you prep to go against the big dog. You can't run by the enemies to get to the boss, which is the main event. So a little nod to Souls-like game again. Small enemies, when they become very important and get in your way, it kind of feels nice to some extent, but also frustrating. And then you have a Souls player who would run past all the enemies because the only thing they care about is the boss, right? Now imagine if you had to tackle those enemies, and those enemies are meant to make you a way to prep for the boss. Then you're closer to Elemental Exile. It's a means to an end. It's kind of like saying, I want to become a fast runner, but I don't want to train for running. I just want to do the running in the setting I want it to be. So to me, maybe a more real world example. I want to learn Japanese by doing the only way I think you should learn Japanese. Move to Japan and talk to Japanese people. And then you start talking to the left side and say, well, how many people can do that? Well, I certainly can't do that. I don't want to uproot my life and do that. So what's the next best thing? Let's go look at my list of options. If I add all these options together, can I still get to that goal? Sort of, but not that ideal goal and still come out on top? Yes, I can. If the opportunity was offered to me, oh, heck yeah, let's go. So, Slay the Spire. Ideal objective based thinking, Elemental Exile. And I'm already past my time limit, so we're gonna wrap this up soon. I'm gonna look forward to how many times I can refer back to this experience. I think it's incredibly brave, and again, I want to show my appreciation for the indie developers who basically, if you're a solo dev, it's basically you making all the decisions and you making the only perspective, and it's a tough act, right? Sometimes having another partner or having another like colleague to work on things, you may see or consider these things more, but then it kind of possibly adulterates the passion project. This, to me, the right side is so much more powerful than the left side. The left side reminds you of life's decisions, right? It tackles the psychological approaches that deal with being consistent with small decisions that lead overall over time lead to a bigger impact or a palpable impact. And the right side is gaming heaven. It is the escapism's paradise. You play video games because you want to be powerful. So that is kind of why not only is it a legacy thing, right? For the players, it is a trending thing. It is this kind of thing is fairly novel, as in not trending. It can be successful on its own. However, it rarely ever competes with something that is trending. So if you have a game, it's an indie game, it's likely going to fill in this category. So before, it's kind of ironic because Slay the Spire is indie, technically. However, because of its trending gold standards, it is de facto the mainstream example of within the context, like relativity, right? So when someone says, I want to play Elemental Exiles, you're like, what is that game? And then my first thought is, what are the optics that you require and awareness to get your game to say like, hey, this is an indie of an indie game. Like it's an indie inspired by indie, which can often no longer be considered indie because Slay the Spire is effectively mainstream for deck building. It's kind of like when someone says, oh yeah, we're releasing an action roguelike, right? And then the first consideration, some of the considerations in terms of optics, is that you hope that it doesn't look like, if it has a Metrovania subgenre, you hope it doesn't look like Dead Cells. And then, or you try your darndest to not make it look like Dead Cells if you're trying not to be Dead Cell, right? And then, or like if it's a Metroidvania, you try not to make it look like Hollow Knight if it's not going to be Hollow Knight. And unfortunately, like to some extent, the UI and like the theme and stuff kind of elicits Slay the Spire, and that kind of made it a little bit, it worked very much against this perspective. This game plays so differently and I love it for it. I really enjoyed it. It was fantastic. It's been a while. I have another game that's coming up. However, more on that a little bit. Okay, so let's wrap up, right? It hasn't been that long. Usually these sessions are like 4 to 5 hours. Things to think about, right? And I know it might be slightly imbalanced because I tend to favor the developer in the sense that the developer generally do not get a voice in this. They can try their best, but they're like very select. They're like one person, right? Especially in this type of situation, they are literally one person. So I might be a little bit biased towards taking the developer's stance. However, mark my words, I absolutely love Slay the Spire. I love the thing that Mechacrit has built. I actually played tons of it. In fact, after Slay the Spire, it was immediately to Monster Train. And then the rest is history. So the whole idea of being in this position now is no short of being inspired and being addicted to the bandwagon. Now at the same time, I liked to Slay the Spire when it was Elemental Exiles. Like that's a deep cut. Like think about it, consider the perspective here. I liked Slay the Spire when it was in the position of Elemental Exiles. So at some point, there was a time, because I used to play like MTG and Hearthstone, like MTG largely, and then like I played tabletop games like Dominion and like different digital versions of deck builders, and those deck builders didn't quite like, they were legitimately very popular outside of digital age, like out of the digital things. But then Slay the Spire came along and Megacrit knocked it out of the park. Then other games also knocked it out of the park. I can tell you now, if you think you like Slay the Spire and you play Monster Train, we're gonna have the same discussion again. Because in this case, there's the nice thing about Monster, the one thing that is not working against Monster Train is it looks nothing like Slay the Spire. It sounds nothing like Slay the Spire. And it has a story. It has a non-existent story like Slay the Spire. So you don't have any predicate like legacy other than it's a card game. And boy howdy, if you're saying that because it has cards it looks like Slay the Spire, then you're on the casual side. So that's perfectly fine, right? If someone says, oh yeah, this looks like a Slay the Spire because it has cards, then I personally think the devs have very little to worry about in that case, because if they end up playing your game, they will realize that, and they're interested in it, they'll realize that just because a game is, like a game is depicted with cards, it won't feel the same. And in a way, if they still don't like it, they're probably not going to like card games in general. So in a way, it's a mutual dislike. If someone was able to generalize that much and then invest in it and come out with a even more powerful nocebo effect, then I think it's reasonable to say that you gotta cut your losses on that one. So this summarizes it. A good idea if you like it. Go on the left side. If any of those things are attractive, it's practically the center pin of the game. If any one of these things are like, it's kind of like the majority of the experience. On the right hand side, I know this is about Elemental Exile, but when indies succeed and another indie succeed, you can have them collaborate. In fact, that's kind of my favorite trend right now, like especially like Balatro, when in the Nintendo Direct, where Balatro is like having like crossovers with everyone else and whatnot. I think the success of one indie, regardless of like its impending thing, weaponizing it to hit another indie is very disappointing. It's very vicious, maybe unintentionally malicious. So I like to unintentionally damaging, as a not necessarily malicious, but unintentionally damaging. And it could have, like, the same thing could have happened to Megacrit, right? If there was a game that preceded, then Megacrit wouldn't be the one setting the thing. It's kind of like the comment and like kind of balance between the reactions to Baldur's Gate 3, right? When it comes to a statement about BioWare and all the other ones, right? So I think in a way this is necessary for me. I like to talk about these things, not so much say like we're talking about I have any like financial investment in things, but the idea is understanding things like this also makes people really happy with their decisions, both the devs and the players. Like, I make decisions largely to learn about these things. The game is great. It doesn't have to be something for me to talk about it for like hours. So with that said, let's do our final panel, right? I was a little conservative this time. Usually it looks like a vomit, like a big vomit. If you ever want to see big vomits, go to the end of any other Let's Play. Okay, so here's my this is where I give, like, you know, the hot take thing. If anyone ends up skipping to the end, which I naturally presume lots of times they skip through or don't even bother, this is where I get my thumbnails, right?
I'm gonna give like a rating, my personal rating, as a number for all the following reasons, and then maybe like a little closing remark, and then maybe like a perception rating from a casual and a legacy, right? Legacy player. Outside of that, and then some maybe future thoughts, right? Future thoughts. So what is my rating, right? What is my rating? And these scores don't. I know this is gonna deflate the next couple things I say, but scores are arbitrary, really. This is my rating anecdotally, as in, regardless of what this is, I tend to recommend games by targeting the appropriate person. Targeting the appropriate person. So in no way does my score have any implications on whether I would play a game or not. The idea is my score is my perception of what is offered for the appropriate person. So the appropriate, I spelled appropriating, don't worry about it. Appropriate person, and how does that stack up with other games that specifically target the appropriate person? And then we have the casual rating, which I think what people will think if they find this game. So the appropriate people that find this game, and then the legacy rating, which are people who are, this game isn't necessarily targeting, but because of like exposure and stuff, they still play it expecting something. So I would say, and then these are more like rated out of 10 people. So for me, for example, imagine out of 10, right? Out of 10 people. So if there was 10 versions of myself, my rating, if there were 10 versions of myself, I think 8 out of 10 of those will be satisfied. What are the other 2 out of 10? Probably scope. So like I said, I like a lot of the ideas. However, the scope of it did not necessarily capitalize on, right? And I am a story person, which I did highlight is great, is very promising. However, at the same time, it doesn't exist. Like, that stuff is not coherent enough or like centered enough in this game. I think it would be a highlight feature of a deck builder to have wonderful vignetting, right? And then we have to state the facts, right? Sound. I'm a very big sound person. And art or visuals, right? So two of my 10 clones may be like nay, and then eight of my 10 clones, including myself, are yay, right? That's kind of the fairness that I have. For the casual rating, I think what is here, and then now we have to take in the elephant in the room, pricing. This is where the pricing comes in, because we're talking about the hot take here and the informing. The pricing is kind of steep, right? I think it's MSRP is 30 USDs, right? So we have to take that into account, because casual ratings and legacy ratings talk about someone. I received this product for free. We've cleared that already. So all of this is predicated on the idea that some Daniel solicited me, and that will factor in to this. So we have to make that disclosure. I invest far more into people who solicit my attention than me going out of my way to solicit their attention, right?
And I haven't ever solicited anyone for a game attention. So it takes a lot to say it means an incredible a lot when someone says, "Oh, wait, I know something about you and I want you to try this," as opposed to, like my language learning experience. Someone says, "Oh, here, I'm going to give you some advice." And it's like, "Oh, okay. Did I ask for advice?" Like, no, but hey, I just want to help you out. It's like, I didn't really ask for help, but all right. Like, why are you giving me such an attitude? And it's like, I'm only trying to help you. I'm like, okay, but I didn't, that kind of thing. So I love, and I will double down, return on investment for sure. When someone comes up and say, "Hey, I've noticed you do this. Would you mind X, Y, and Z?" And I'm like, "Heck yeah," because you gave me the time of day. So with that said, that did happen, and that's why I wanted to keep that in mind. I actually wouldn't mind spending $30 on it if I were even aware of a game called Elemental Exiles before Daniel, right? I'm incredibly manic. I'm incredibly maybe attention deficit starved and whatnot, like in terms of the way I think. There's a chance I wouldn't have ever encountered this. So solicit away, I suppose. Anyways, for the casual rating, now this is what we talk about. We have to factor in the cost, the optics, the genre, as in the deck building genre, how selective it is, how pre-selective it is, and what are the chances of the type of people that would eventually encounter Elemental Exiles. I would say like it's probably like a 7. I'm hesitant to say a little bit lower. It's like a weak 7 out of 10. And the reason why is this genre, like deck building, deck building genre in general, and especially roguelike. I'm gonna take it back. The score. It's probably gonna be a 6. A 6. The reason why I'm saying this is psychologically, deck building in roguelike, especially roguelike deck builder, is not a casual. It's not a casual genre. It's super self-selective. It's kind of like saying, oh, Souls-like game is casual. Even though it has like millions of players, right? Like for example, Elden Ring has like 3 million of players, but we're not talking. Those 3 million players are already bought into it. Actually, because of Elden Ring going more casual, right? They actually scaled back and made it even more accessible. When you think even like further back to like Dark Souls, it is inherently self-selected. It's almost like indoctrinated, right? And deck building is one of them. Deck building in its own thing, it's heavily trending. So like breaking the mold and attempting to break the mold is gonna shoot your casual score down, and your legacy score. So we haven't gotten to it. Shoots your casual score down is because this is a very self-selected population, and because it's a self-selected population, it's very hard to get casual attention, right? And what I mean by that is actually legacy works to the favor of deck building, roguelike building. Casual people, when they see a card game, it can be very off-putting. Like it can be lots of reservations. And then when they go into the deck builder, the uninitiated, maybe 6 out of the 10 would be initiated into a game, like especially when you throw out the power fantasy and stuff. There's a reason why, like in my opinion, Slay the Spire became mainstream. It is like with the times. It's like associating with the psychological behavior that involves with gaming, while the casual side, we're talking about like mobile gaming, right? Mobile gaming. Not going to punish you, right? Really hard. And to Daniel's credit, there was a lot to mitigate that. However, it's complex. I know how that sounds in a sense. We're not talking about complex in the sense of there are a lot of keywords and whatnot. It's complex in the sense that there are a lot of nuance. This game is built on nuance. And when you're on nuance, as in making value plays and looking at stuff, that nuance requires a lot of tutorials, which Daniel is going to try to resolve in the future, right? And things that are not intuitive per se to both, because he was breaking the mold with Legacy, but any new players, like uninitiated, will find this even less approachable, right? Even less approachable, because you're tackling a nuance of a nuanced population already. Deck building in roguelike was already not very accessible, just on the principle of its gamery vibe. Like the thinking involved deals with a discipline that is not very common. It's great to make video games around. Like game theory is so good with representation of designing things around deck building. However, in the casual world, games that imply visceralness, intuition, visceral learning, like less needing to know a lot of details and stuff, that's usually going to be the casual rating system. So it's a 6 out of 10, which generally speaking, a lot of times other deck builders, like first time deck builders, they make it so that the game is just relatively easy and filled with spectacle, right? Like what's a high casual rating type of first games? Your cards look really pretty. I know this is not supposed to sound condescending. It's legitimately like a human condition. Your game sounds really wonderful. There's lots of like eye candy, like not the sense that it's high fidelity, like we're talking about Unreal Engine and stuff. Like your cards are really pretty. There's like very sensational, like visceral things that people can intuit in order to elevate their investment into the game. Like indie games, like some of the ones that have very underdeveloped mechanics, very casual mechanics, super simplified, streamlined mechanics, have iconic things, and they can be subtle things like a bear wearing a baseball cap. I'm actually or like a bear running an inn. I'm talking about Bear and Breakfast, by the way. It's a really charming game, like legitimately. And then it's merchandising, right? If you can tell yourself, hey, I built a game, but people want plushies, that's kind of the casual feel, right? It's poppy. It requires a lot less like forward investment, but to understand Elemental Exiles, its roots, its mechanics, why do you want to choose this over this? Why is this temporarily? Why do I have to do this? It requires it's a huge barrier. And a lot of tutorials can be both great for the ones willing to invest. At the same time, it can end up looking like Civilization 7. Right? So lots of tutorials, people skip tutorials, then the casual just gets it angrier, right? And then your only response is like, well, we tried to explain this to you. It's in the tutorials. Like, well, I'm a casual. Why would you have to make the game so complicated? Complicated, not complex, complicated. And that's kind of the thing. So that lowers its appeal. So there aren't initiators. There are no, like, there is less likely to have a adopter. You're not casual friendly, right? Not exactly. 6 out of 10. I'm going to say it's above average because it's even less, it's even more approachable than the legacy rating. So if you're trying to appeal to someone, like if you're thinking about games that target legacy people, they are metagame heavy, archetype heavy. So what I mean is, to be successful in those games, you already need a lot of knowledge, even more so than the design of Elemental Exiles. I think the way Elemental Exiles is designed is far more casual friendly. I do not think Slay the Spire is casual friendly in the sense of its like mechanics and stuff. Now, Slay the Spire now is largely self-selected. I think when they first started, I don't think Slay the Spire was considered like, oh man, this is so easy to pick up. It's like you just pick something and you go for it, like Darkest Dungeon. It's not a thing you pick up. At some point though, due to its nuance and whatnot, it's self-selected. So now when people go into Slay the Spire 2, it's probably gonna be a hit because there's already a large enough fan base to self-select themselves. Now the problem here I can see is, of course, you're going to realize that the rating for the legacy rating is probably a 4 out of 10. For the legacy rating, it's probably going to be below average because all of this game's design is to go against, is to break the mold, right? Break the mold. And the reason why I think it's going to be below average is because the mold is so strong right now. It might not necessarily be the most opportune moment to try to break the moment. Not most opportune moment to break the mold. Like there are times when it's great to try to break the mold, and you know, I'm not saying you should predict these things. It's so hard. It's a very unfortunate situation, right? And it also happened. Daniel even acknowledged that this game also released with another kind of anticipated deck builder. So there's a lot of things working against it, right? And that kind of sucks because as a developer, you kind of want to do your own creative thing. But for example, I'll use myself as an example. If I wanted to be a popular content creator, doing what I'm doing right now is trying to break the mold. How strong is Trends by Legacy, and how accessible are you casually will largely, in my opinion, be a consideration to take to average these overall impact on how you can get started, right? Get started. So one of these often have to give, right? Either streamline your deck building to the point it's stack lands, for example, where you're basically doing one-click functions and like viscerally representing things with a hyper streamlined design where it makes it incredibly casual friendly at the expense of your own creative liberties, unless you're a developer that loves that, right? So in this case, I don't think Daniel struck me as one that likes to streamline so that it's like a clicker, like a cookie clicker game or something, right? And then in Legacy, for the Legacy thing, it's so strong right now. It's to the point where some people are kind of sick of it, where like, oh yeah, every game is Slay the Spire. Every game is related to Slay the Spire. But, you know, everything uses that system. It's still pretty strong. And I could kind of understand that you take a bet. You hedge your bets. At least this is the impression I'm getting. You hedge your bets that there's fatigue now. There's fatigue in Slay the Spire's design. Like it's not, it's maybe growing not strong. So the idea is, if this, in my opinion, if I felt comfortable in saying this would be a 6 out of 10, like hypothetically, then it's a win. Provided you have designed you have picked a genre, an optics, where the vast majority of the casual ratings would find it approachable. Then you have new players. You can establish a new community with your new players, and you didn't break the mold so much that you're fighting an uphill battle with standards, right? And these things will change. I don't necessarily think right now that the standards are so fatigued that breaking away from them will be a tough thing. I think it's still about 4 out of 10. I think a majority of people still want more of various things. So in a way, I personally actually have nothing to say about any detractions regarding breaking the mold or appealing to casuals. I actually think I respect that if some casuals are the uninitiated have some semblance of time, but it's gonna be tough. This is why it's a 6, maybe like 5 hours. There's a high chance that those 5 hours would be enough to keep the person playing for the uninitiated. 5 hours is a lot, though. It is a lot. That's why I'm saying about 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10 people, if they can pass the 5-hour mark, this game has quite a lot of charm and a lot of things to like expose someone to a different type of deck building. In fact, I might even think those 6 people, if they like this game a lot, they might be a little shocked when they play like other games like Slay the Spire and Monster Train and whatnot, and they're gonna like those games as well, but you'll be the founder, right? This will have the founder effect, so that you're gonna be the point of comparison. Like Elemental Exiles can be the point of comparison. However, the other games, they are incredibly streamlined and they are incredibly trending with the times. So if I were to reevaluate things like Monster Train and Slay the Spire again, both scores will still be higher because their streamlined effect is appealing to the current state of mindset with gaming, while at the same time it is self-feeding its own legacy. My ratings are absolutely and notoriously always going to be 8 or above most of the time, because so far the situations that I have been in are already favorable to me. Now, as I'm concluding this remark, I had a really wonderful time with Elemental Exiles. Maybe the future is still not set in stone, so Daniel might bring some elements from Elemental Exiles into his next game, and maybe he'll go back and do a legacy thing. Maybe there might be even a remaster. Like remastering the first projects tend to be a thing a lot of times, so there might be an like a 5-year anniversary version of, who knows. This is usually not the last time. I typically talk about everything I do. So the next game we play, you're gonna hear me say Elemental Exiles over and over again. I play on recency. I keep most of my experience with me so that I don't forget, right? So for me, it was an excellent experience. I might not literally be playing the game, but I'll certainly be using it as a point of reference. I don't like discarding my experiences and all the privileges and things I've been given. Really, I rarely have been given anything a lot of times. So this was definitely on the side note, I will give this like a 10 out of 10 experience as a like commentator. I don't even qualify myself as a reviewer. I'm not a professional reviewer. I do analytical work. My professional background was in science. I do analytical work, right? I used to write professionally because you had to publish scientific journals, and a lot of them deal with this type of thing. Conclusions, methods, all that deals with this type of thinking. So now I'm just a commentator, and I might even say it's a 12 out of 10 experience. I think the most wonderful thing about this experience is my privilege that I was given to talk to Daniel. That is something that is absolutely priceless. As most of the time, it's hard to say how much I love something or appreciate something because it's usually very good. It's a very positive light. And then the other stuff that I'm talking about is try to keep myself grounded, because this type of thing is harsh reality a lot of times, or the sobering reality of how I feel to explain what's happening, or like what I feel like best fits the scenario that I'm seeing, right? And that's kind of like juggling the things as much as I love the opportunity. And with that said, just as a teaser, I do have another project coming up. I did have I bought the game Cobalt Core, right? It was a deck builder. It has a different spin on it. However, I have a side note now. Yesterday, I have yet another sidetrack. So, just to end things, like where am I going in the future? I have been approached again. And this time, it was just one sentence. It was one sentence. They saw my Elemental Exile like this stream, like this content, and they wanted me to, they solicited me, which I'm going to take because it doesn't happen very often, for, let me just quick plug, I suppose, maybe like a self plug. I don't know what. So, I've been approached. It's a very usual standard type of email, but they did say that they saw my Elemental Exiles thing, which is this, so it's relevant to this. And it's from a multi-cell game. Multi-cells game. I'll probably talk more about this tomorrow. Right? Oh, multi-cell. One singular. Multi-cell game studio, right? Game studio. And they have a deck builder as well. So, no. Deck builder, Cobalt Core is going to have to wait. I don't know what is the coincidence here. I literally bought Cobalt Core. And the moment I decided, oh yeah, it's time, because my language learning is pretty steady now, I was gonna say I'm gonna start it, and Daniel somehow magically timed it so well that, oh yeah, I'm in the mood to expand and to incorporate deck building again, right? And now, right as I'm about to write this review for Elemental Exiles, this very day, yesterday, we have another deck builder, and this is going to be a very different experience now, because this deck builder is the second time, technically. This is not why it's different. The second time I have been approached by an early access game. The last time was a game called Battle Bands, and I have yet to finish that, actually. I was under the impression that game was going to have rolling updates. It doesn't look like that's going to be true, so we're going to have to complete it, do that review in retrospect. However, this is a game that didn't, just on cursory look, the big difference here is this game didn't have either a closed testing, which was the Elemental Exiles, and it did not have a great early access period. So pretty much most of my games that I've played voluntarily that had an early access period, I typically research, I do the optics thing. I look at how the developer is interacting with the player, and then looking at their roadmaps and gathering the stuff, right? Doing that whole thinking thing, and then I would buy in. Like, for example, I own Hades 2 right now because Supergiant Games, I feel I understand their building philosophy most of the time. So I legitimately buy their game in early access, and I wait for the 1.0 launch, and that's when I will play the game and do the same thing here. In this case, this game is coming out of early access, which like Battle Bands is coming out of early access in less than a week from now. However, Battle Bands and like among others, they typically have very healthy interactions with their early access period. Like what I mean by that is there's no egregious problems or bug things, and then the developer continued to maintain a amicable relationship with the early adopters, right? And generally speaking, that's an asset. That's when early access works really well. It's one of the things that makes Steam, I imagine if I ever get to talk with Supergiant Games, that's probably why they continue to choose to put their game into an early access period. It's their bread and butter. It's been like, and other games do the same thing. Like other publishers, certain developer groups, indie developer groups, continue to do that, right? Because the communication and the back and forth produces a sense of loyalty, a sense of trust and amicable communication. And obviously, I'm not sure how. I think Daniel, he mentioned that he might not be the most sociable type of person. It can be like real life and all that, like life stuff happen and whatnot. But early access periods, when a developer or a developer group maintains an amicable relationship, even despite a lot of times their game can be launched in like a really buggy state, by the time they decide to launch in early access, out of early access, like the 1.0 launch, that's usually, in my opinion, when the developer has said, like, oh yeah, finally it's in a good place, everyone seems to be giving great feedback, let's pull the trigger. And then in that time, when that game is launched, you rarely have like a giant shift in sentiment, right? Then all your casuals fill in, the uninitiated floods in, and then the established stuff, you know, work to bolster that, like resist potential like maybe casual difference in opinion and maybe like unaware legacy players and whatnot. So this is the first time it looks like I'm just cursorily teasing what I'm going to say tomorrow. A lot of things I'm going to say tomorrow is that I think this is more or less a first time, again, another first time game choosing to deck build. So all the things I've said recently today is relevant to this, and it's already a uphill battle. And it looks like just the cursory thing is it was an early, like it's been 2 or 3 years in early access, so it might have had some rocky start. Maybe things are ironed out. I'm going to be talking about those things. It's very relevant so that I don't misrepresent like, oh, they never had this problem. It's like, well, they did, right? They did have the problem. Are the problems still there though? And that's kind of the idea, right? And they had more feedback. It looks like they've had more feedback overall within a longer period of time than the way Daniel went about with Elemental Exiles. He went for the launch, right? And that's a really cool thing because now I can compare and contrast whatnot. So that's kind of a teaser for next time. It's a game called Corpseman, right? Yeah, the Corpseman. I really dig the concept, the Corpseman. It has a weird like niche. It's kind of nichey. We'll talk about the subject matter, and the presentation is quite unique. But the idea is it's making it unique. So the question is it casual friendly? Because oftentimes uniqueness makes the barrier for casual friendliness not as approachable. And then how much of legacy does it appeal? I like to think that hopefully, in my opinion, if the rocky start was due to bugs, typos, like QCing things, and they are remediated, it's usually pretty pretty great. If it was like fundamentals like this stuff is really hard to change by the time you get to launch, right? You can't possibly anticipate what the market is going to be like the time. Like if you spend like 3 or 4 years making a game, you can't possibly anticipate what happens in 3 or 4 games to the trends that will happen. Like I honestly think like if you were gonna try to break open the deck building genre starting now and expecting to release another one in 3 or 4 years, breaking the mold might be great. I would give it like about 10 to 20. It's a huge range, but there are a lot of things to take into account. I would give it like a 10-year cycle when it comes to like a really big standard hitting a subgenre. Slay the Spire is about that time, and you know, naturally, interestingly enough, Megacrit is going to release another game, right? A sequel to Slay the Spire 2. So we'll see. We'll see if the standard still holds up. All right, a good wrap. Around 3 hours. Not too bad. Yeah. So thank you, Daniel O'Brien. I look forward to his next game actually, and I hope the time is right. It really does. This stuff is what I think about a lot of times. Like, yes, you can be creative. You can make really great games. There are great games that weren't great before or initially. Take one from FromSoft and Demon Souls, right? So timing, unfortunately, is part of some of the skill sets for people. So when you have like a developer group, a lot of times there will be someone who like focuses on these things while others focus on other things. And I'm a consumer and I focus on behavioralism because content creation is kind of topical in nature, and I know what I appeal to and what I don't appeal to. So that's kind of the idea. 8 out of 10 for me though. It was a really great game. The obvious things, I'm just stating the obvious things, which is very hard to argue against. The facts are, scope is smaller because it's a smaller game. Solo indie, it's $30, right? Story, promising, a little uneven, of course, because due to experimentation. So that's a natural, I hope, reasonable concession. And then sound and art, naturally, right? That's a differentiating factor. Okay. With that said, thank you for listening. That's it for Elemental Exiles. Right now, we're gonna switch gears. Thank you. I'm gonna start the next project tomorrow. Hopefully. We'll see. I want to start projects right away. Okay. All right. So with that, I'm gonna get up, stretch, stare at the sun a little bit, stare at the window a little bit. I'll be back. Thank you.
Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 195 with Duolingo Japanese. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Minasan, yokoso. Uh, this is gonna be a tough one. This chapter felt like there's so many things that could be mixable, and I was yapping up a storm yesterday. I was yapping so hard. I don't think I spent enough time mapping out the thoughts in my the vocabulary. So we'll try our best. Pardon me if I drop a lot of things. Okay. All right. Unit 46. Extended family. Let's go with go with things we know for now. So, haha. Oh, I kind of looked in the background of this stuff to explain things. So, haha, personal. There. Haha. And when you're talking to your mother, you can use okasan, right? A little bit more casual, but you're more likely to be talking to your mother, right? Okasan. And the impression I got from the vocabulary from yesterday, hahaoya, hahaoya is you can use it to talk about other people, mother as well. Right? It's a little bit more formal, or you can still talk about your mother in third person, right? Like away. Although haha, typically the one you're referring to your own mother, right? Yeah. So we also have sobo, grandmother, sobo. You kind of sense a theme here, right? So now we have Chichi. Same reasons. Oops. No one saw that. Okasan. I mean, Otosan. Okasan. Otosan. 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 That's awkward. No comment. Chichioya. Chichioya. Chioya. I need to hear it a little bit more. It's just kind of a weird combination having Oya, Chichoya, Chioya, Ichioya, Ahaoya, Ichioya. I'll have to hear a couple to normalize that. We'll get an opportunity in this lesson. Okay. Oops. I'm basically writing these a couple of times to try to remember the character. And then we have Sohu for grandfather. Going down this line, right? Oba for aunt, and Oji for uncle. Oops. Tsuma for wife. Tsuma. Otto for husband. Oksan for wife. And now I'm gonna say, because of Oksan, this might be one in which like the husband talks to the wife possibly or something. So I still need to figure out if there are situational nuances between these two. I didn't have quite that much time yesterday. I ran quite late. So over time, we'll kind of fill out those things. Shujin. Something like that. I have to hear it some more. Shujin, for husband, or actually the head of the household, sort of. And then you can. It also takes a honorific as well for husband. So Goshujin. Still a little jerk and still shaky on those two. So that's the new vocabulary. Now we have the center. Wait. Dang it. Just don't know what the radical is. Let's go with something else first. So Oops. We have kodomo. Kodomo. The children. Kodomo. No, actually. Fine. And do here. Before we get into that. Okay, shinseki. Shinseki for relatives. Shinseki. Okay. You know, kodomo. Kodomo. Musume. Musume. Musko. So, daughter and son. Oh. No, wait. Oh, wait. I know. Mago. Mago. And then we have Mago. So for grandchildren, right? Mago. And Mago Musume, granddaughter. Mago Musko, grandson. There's also pivot here for sobo and sofu. That this is probably to address them, to talk to them, kind of like Oka-san and Oto-san. So Oba-san. Yeah, Oba-san. Right, Oba. No, yeah, oh wait, yeah, Oba-san. Oba-san. And whoops. Ugh. And Oji-san. Oji-san. Up here. Still remember the random thing. Zaitaku. Zaitaku for at home. Zaitaku.
Um, also, Neen counter, Neen, and Sai, age, Sai. Talked about that, like the age of the peeps, and then how many peeps, right? How many sisters, daughters. We also have, which I'm not sure if this is gonna be a. Looks like it's supposed to be Hirakana for now. Relatives, Itoko. Itoko was written in Hirakana. Itoko, her cousin. Hmm. I think that's all for the family thing, and then there was like some side stuff too, which is kind of tangentially related, because of being at home and whatnot. So we have itekimasu, itekimasu, right? Itekimasu. Iterashai, iterashai, iterashai. Tadaima, tadaima. Hokairi nasai, right? Hokairi nasai. I think that's it for Unit 46. That wasn't too bad. We found a way to organize the. Hey, hello there, Boge. Hello. Okay, so Unit 45. What was Unit 45? That was our vocab from yesterday. It wasn't too bad. Most of it was fine. I don't think I missed anything. We'll see if we missed anything. Unit 45. What is Unit 45? Oh, hobbies. Oh, that's quite a long list for hobbies. Okay. Go from the top.
走る。Uh, うん。That's kind of gross looking. Let's try that again. 散歩。散歩する。泳ぐ。映画。見る。写真。撮る。撮る。うん。Yes. Oops. 書く。手紙。書く。友達。遊ぶ。歌。歌う。音楽。
Iku. So, walk, running, swimming, watching movie, taking pictures, drawing pictures, writing letters, hanging out with friends, singing songs, listening to music. Huddle very early. I think this is good enough. I think we covered the new character at least. Not sure if I think of another predicate. Okay. So let's go and take a look. Oh, that's from yesterday. Okay. Jump scare. We have Eiga, Tegami, Uta, Sampo, oops. Ongaku. Oh, I forgot our counter. My. Flat things. My. Which all these are attached to my. Okay. And sashin. Right? So counter. Oh, speaking of counter, the Chinese lesson yesterday, we have a lot of counters. Lots of counters and objects and stuff. Okay, what do we have? We have... Where is it? Shinseki. Musuko. Musume. Do you have any tips to learn the whole katakana without hearing the sound? Without hearing the sound. I think my personal thing is actually you don't have aphantasia, do you? This is a legitimate question because even though it's like 4% of the world population, apparently some people find that they have limited aphantasia. If you don't have aphantasia, things like Tofuku, like a site like Tofuku, maybe like if you find a YouTuber of some sort, they might, if you don't like imagining things like contextually, there are a lot of people who made their own mnemonics, like pictures of what to remind yourself what katakana, which katakana it is. So Tofuku has one, like a beginner guide for both hiragana and katakana. So if you don't want to use like audio, right, you don't want to hear the sound, you can use pictorial things. And I think there's plenty, I think there are quite a lot. Maybe, I mean, Take Him might have something too. The one that I have experience with that I've seen is Tofuku. If you go to their Tofuku site, look for a beginner on katakana, they have like a PDF of various mnemonics. They convert like, I don't know, this into something to help you remember like what the sound is without hearing the sound, and then like help with writing or remembering what it may look like with the mnemonic. That's probably what the approach that I would be most familiar with, using like pictorial mnemonics. Whichever resonates with you. Like you find someone who uses like artwork in a way to help you remember the kana. It associates it with objects so that you don't have to listen to it. If you want to listen to it, generally listening to it helps. I'm having difficulty with the no particle in some cases. I think it may be because of the word order but for example, oh, you don't have aphantasia? So pictures, yeah. I would say like pictorial. I don't know what you would Google, but pictorial mnemonics, maybe like use like mnemonics to help picture the katakana, so you don't have to listen to anything. You can rely on what you see in your head, like a picture of. And if you don't like coming up with those, like, you know, I usually come up with my own, like, what does this look like, right? What does this look like? That starts with A. Well, it looks like an antenna to me. So or this is I know a lot of them kind of look like antennas, but this specifically kind of reminds me of an antenna. Or it could be an awning, as in like, you know, there's the corner of the building and there's an awning when people like stand underneath, right? So or awning, so that kind of thing. So you can come up with your own pictures if you want. And if you spend, you know, 25, if you go through like the characters and draw your own pictures or something, that drawing, the act of drawing, will allow you to remember what the shape is or what the thing is. Tofuku though does pretty well. I think Tofuku's PDF is pretty good. Hopefully that offers something interesting to try to use. Katakana, my katakana is really rusty. Like, what I mean is, you don't typically see as much as I like. It's a lot of kanji centric stuff. No particle. Okay, so ima no watashi no seiki. Seiki something da. I think means it's my way of living now. Way of living. But I don't have a clear understanding how the particle no is being used. Also, I only understand it if it's like Akusan no sumaho or something, or Daigaku no sensei. Oh, okay. That one that you have is very complicated because I don't actually know what the seiki. I guess seiki is life or living, and I guess the last two, something da, is. Oh no, seiki is way, my way now. Yeah. So that no, so it's two different no's. Ima no is saying the whole my way. So my way is possessive. So right, like ima no and then way, I'm guessing seki is way. This is saying this is possessive, so this is my way. But this is talking about today's or like now. Sorry, not today. Now, now, but it's now of all of this. So like it's telling you it's characterizing the like a frequency or like a time aspect. And here's something that may help possibly. Sites like Tofuku. I know I'm saying Tofuku because Tofuku is my go-to. I typically do. If you look, they do have articles. I'm guessing Take Him and stuff have articles, but there are complete units of as many usages of no, because these are actually imano here and watashi no seiki. I'm guessing seiki is two different uses of no. So no has right off the top of my head, I can probably say no has 6 usages so far. Oh, it's iki. Oh, it's iki. Okay, so ikikata. Okay, so it's e. Okay, so ikikata is being modified by that no. Just iki in general, and kata like I don't actually know how that is being. But the no part, those are two different no's. Like this no is a different use of this no. And I think you don't have to be like, I don't think it's like difficult in some case where you might be getting confused with the word order. I think most of it is not being familiar with the usages of no. Yeah, because this is the possessive. This is using the possessive. However, no isn't only used in possessive. Yeah, there are other usages. So like for example, I don't know. Let me think. Like we have konshu, right? Konshu no. Like konshu no kayobi. Like konshu no kayobi. So you could think of it as it's this week's Friday. So this week's Friday, which still kind of works, like this week's Friday. So then it would like be this Friday, right? It would be entered at this Friday, right? However, no can also be used as this is you can interpret this as it's a different interpretation. This week is a unit, so it's a big week, and one of the days in this unit is a Friday. So if you think of it that way, other things make more sense. So when you're thinking about here, you're saying my way of living, right? My way of living. But there are many ways of living. Like if you think about it, there are many ways of living. However, right now, this is my way of living. So right this now, the way of living is happening right now. It's a subset of it. Yesterday, if you put yesterday here, it would be my way of living yesterday. So it's modifying yesterday, or like it's modifying all the things after, or like it's a subset of it. So if you're saying like a chapter, for example, like a book has a book, and then it's like no chapter, you could interpret it as it's the book's chapter, which
okay, that kind of works in some contexts, but you can also see it as a subset. It's a chapter in the book. So you can interpret it as chapter in the book. And all of these are kind of fine as long as the meaning gets through with enough context. But you're going to end up encountering things like this, where you can say Friday, of this week. Friday of this week. So you can interpret this as Friday of this week. It's a Friday in this week, as opposed to like it's possessing Friday, like week is possessing Friday. Tofuku covers a lot of those. Yeah, they try to cover, I think they cover 5 or 6 of the common uses, and then they have 1 or 2 irregulars all the way at the bottom, like the rarer ones, because the rarer ones are like Tokyo, like when you don't have no, like the difference between for example, Tokyo no eki, right? Tokyo no eki. What does this say? Is it saying Tokyo's station? Actually, it really isn't. When you want to say Tokyo station, you actually remove no. When you have no in it, it's saying it's a station in Tokyo. So it's a station in Tokyo. As in, it can be many, there are many stations in Tokyo. Not Tokyo station, as in the station, that one Tokyo station. So there are many ways where like no gets a little, and I think you'll get used to it with just exposure. Yeah, so it's a lot easier to think of it as something is in a bigger group. Something is in a bigger group. And I had the same problem. Jacob explained like, oh, they usually think of it this way, and then some other people usually think, and overall it's kind of like, it's nice because later it's going to get confusing. Like for example, you're going to have something like A to B, and then you're going to have a position like Ida, which is between, right? Between, and then it could end up being no something, and these kind of things are going to be a little confusing later on, or like it might go a long way to alleviating, because like no can be interpreted, and I don't think it's kind of like a Japanese thing. I think you get used to it even without in Japanese though, it's fine. I think when you learn the Japanese, it's pretty straightforward. In English, it's like, how do you translate this? How you translate this, and it can get a little rough. Like I mess it up. I still mess it up quite a bit every once in a while. But I don't think it's gonna greatly impact most of the things you interpret. Like you kind of get the idea. I think the ones that are kind of for me right now is you have a subject, no position, no subject. So right, like A, so say me, position, say front, no you. So what is me, no front, you, no you mean in English, right? It means you are in front of me. We can complete this. This is probably all imasu, or like ga imasu, right? Ga imasu. And it gets a little confusing. Because the order you're going, like the order you typically would read is probably, maybe this is saying I'm in front of you, like I'm in front of you, as opposed to the other way around, like you're in front of me. And it basically like flips the meaning, that these are the situations where you're gonna get the opposite problem, right? And no tells position. So no works with position, and it can get wild. And the thing about English is it gets even worse for English a little bit, for me anyways, if you add like a time. So you add a time here. So time, no. This, no. Position, no. The object, existence, right? Then it gets rough because now it doesn't end up here in the English sentence. It's all often it ends up down here, like now or today. It can end up in the front sometimes, like depending on like how you want to say it, right? As a person who's like gonna speak Japanese, you can change it yourself. You don't have to like translate. You don't have to say it this way. You could say like imawa, right? Imawa instead. Or kon, like kon, konya, or kyo, like kyo wa, and then it'll just be today, right? Kyo wa, that. So that's kind of like it is great. It is great to know all these things. I want to encourage you that in the long run, you can also you can kind of sort of word it in a way that will make sense to you, or like, at least in my opinion, it might not be natural, but I don't typically focus on it. You have to get a grasp of the things right away. And then there's like ima ni, so it could be ni because of the time and whatever. Grammar debaters. Isn't Japanese a Chinese dialect? I don't know. I wouldn't qualify. I would probably be I don't think a lot of people would agree with that. There is quite a lot of Chinese like origins in it though, for sure. Yeah. Oh no. Time. Time, Affis. Time. Um, I didn't get to where I am. For example, like if you want an example, I took it a case by case. So when I see a new use of no, I look it up, or like I try to find what it is. So instead of making, as opposed to like being worried about all the no usages, when things crop up, take your time, right? Take your time, write it down, and then if it crops up again, if you forget again, write it down. I think there's a lot of, I think no is one of the ones that can be incredibly flexible and have a lot of exceptions too. It's in contrast to like wa and ga. I'm glad you're keeping at it though. It's nice to have someone that's still learning, you know? Yeah, that's fair. Get loads of different methods. Yeah, that's the focus. Try to like grab as many things, because I also had various things that were pointed out by other people. And after so many people are willing to exchange ideas, it gets a little, you kind of find out what works for you. Okay, so let me go with this again. So shinseki. 親戚、息子、息子、娘、孫、孫、孫、孫、孫、息子、then 孫、娘, 孫、娘. Wait, how does that sound?
お孫さん、
Oh, and there's omago-san.
孫娘、
Oh, it's 孫、娘,
孫息子、
孫、息子. Okay. And then 夫、妻. So where's the 祖母 and 祖父在宅お客さん Wait, not お客さん 奥さん I said お客さん That's guess. 奥さん 奥さん and 主 Su 主 Yes. 主人 and ご主人 Actually, I want to hear this. Oh, and then all the different word counting. Fair enough.
主人、
主人
ご主人、
ご主人 Okay. Okay. These are all the numbers. Yeah. All the numbers related to people and age. Sai. And we have 行ってきます。行ってきます。いってらっしゃい。いってらっしゃい。おかえりなさい。ただいま。ただいま。I'm trying like it's been a long time, but I keep trying to remember that my T's, the tongue has to be forward more. So whenever you get like tada, tada, it's a good opportunity to practice tada. Make your tongue hit the front teeth more often. It's important to me because I kind of want to differentiate the feeling and the enunciation of D's and T's. Sometimes I get a little lazy and everything becomes D's, which that's an English thing, so English tendencies. And tadaima is or tatakimasu. All right, fine. My son is 5 years old. Indeed. Musko. Mine? No?
息子、
Musko. Musko wa 5歳です。
5歳です。
おじは62歳です。おじ
は
2歳10
Wait, OG? Really? Oh.
6
6? No. That's too old.
おじは62歳です。
Oh, wow, that's really
2
old.
歳です。
62歳です。OG? Really? Okay. I thought they would make a younger younger uncle. おじは62歳です。
おじは62歳です。
Yeah, 62, man. Hot dog.
彼女
彼女は
わ
私の、彼女は私の、娘です。
です。
娘。
息子は5歳です。
息子は5歳です。
息子は5歳です。息子は5歳です。
practice. Okay. 彼女は妹が2年います。Yes. These are all counters, actually. This thing. You're spooked out. I was reading Tofugu and literally read out kanji. Don't think I've seen it distinctly, and it was the right one. You're so coming. That's nice. Oh, that's a good feeling, right? One day. Ascension. Oh, Neru. You might have seen something similar. Neru comes up with, I think early on, Neru comes up like 3 times. Like the thing underneath the cap. Oh, you haven't studied kanji yet? I don't know. Maybe you're just a genius. Genius. Perhaps something about that character reminds you of Ne? Because Ne kinda has like a cap feel. This Ne is what I'm thinking of. Not this Ne. Right. Yeah, not this Ne. But this one. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Oh, something. I don't know the read on this character. Oh. Is this like? Yeah, interesting. However, I think if you boil it down in katakana, tensai. Oh, that explains quite a lot. Actually, tensai. Wait, is that the same as like Shin Megami Tensei? Is that the same tensai at the end of Shin Megami? Like the video game series? Is that the same tensai? Couldn't be, right? It's gotta be a different tensai. What'd you call it? I think this character kinda in no. I don't know. You're just new. That's all. You're just new.
おばは58歳です。
おばは How old are you?
58歳です。おばは58歳です。
58歳です。
親戚。娘。2枚。遊びません。息子。彼は兄が2人います。彼
彼は兄
兄
が2
2
人
人います。彼は兄が2人います。
Your older brothers?
親戚息子娘絵手紙
Okay. おばは58歳です。58歳です。
お
おばは
58
8
歳
歳
で。
ですす。
息子は3歳です。
息子は3歳です。おじとおばは京都に住んでいます。Where is おじ Hello?
おじとおば
おばは京都
京都
に住んでいます。
彼女は私の娘です。
彼女は私の娘です。彼女は私の娘です。兄弟が2人です。2人います。兄弟
兄弟
兄弟が2人
います。
Interesting. I wonder why they include a hiragana, like an all hiragana read. Maybe that's intentional. 兄弟が2人います。娘は5歳です。
娘は5歳です。
Interesting. あなたと彼女、あなたと彼女は親戚ですか？何人？ No.
あなた
あなたと
彼女
はOh, relatives. Wait. 親戚。
親戚
I was gonna say cousins, itoko. When I saw itoko. ですか？ Okay. 娘は8歳です。娘？ Oh. Wait. What?
孫娘
But that's
孫娘
granddaughter. What is just kidding.
娘は
Just kidding.
8です。
Crisis averted. I'm like, what the? I'm just kidding. Tunnel vision. OP. What? Okay. Sorry.
おじの娘は私のいとこです。おじ
の娘は私のいとこ
で
です。
す。おじの娘は私のいとこです。おじの娘は私のいとこです。
Anata no, anata, maybe we don't need anata? No? Okay. Your child. Kodomo? No kodomo. Oh. Oko-san. That's interesting. Okay. We gotta put that on the list. Oko-san.
お子さん
Oko-san wa nansai desu ka? Or ikutsu.
いくつ
Oh, ikutsu. Oh, I forgot about this. Okay, I forgot about this. Honestly, hang on. Ikutsu. Ikutsu desu ka? How old are you? You can say it when we ask anybody. Okay. Interesting. Alright. I need to remember Oikutsu. Which will help me remember that I'm asking about age, I suppose. And Oko-san. This person's talking to the person and using Oko-san.
孫息子は9歳です。孫
Mago musuko. Mago musuko wa 10歳です. No? Ne? 9歳です.
9歳です。孫息子は9歳です。
Okay. 妻孫
息子
娘親戚
いとこの母は私のおばです。
いとこはいとこの母は私のおばです。
おばです。いとこの母は私のおばです。
It could only be おば。No, that would be kind of weird if they said 姉 though. いとこの母は私のおばです。いとこの母は私のおばです。おばです。
息子娘親戚
親戚
孫妻
こちらが夫のダニエルです。
About the random こちら
こちら
こちらはこちらが
彼女
の
こちらが夫のダニエルです。の
夫の
ダニエルです。
こちらが夫のダニエルです。Okay. Hmm.
こちらが夫のダニエルです。
Oh. Wow. I don't know about this one. I'm not sure if that came off.
my mind exactly that way.
Chichi wa mago ga 3人います。
父は孫が3人います。I has 3 grandchildren. I'm just kidding. Ne? 父はMy father has grandchildren. 父は孫が3人います。
お子さんたちはおいくつですか？お子さん
ね？
お子さんたちはおいくつですか？
お子さんたちは
お子さんたちはおいくつですか？
おいくつ
いくつ
で
ですすか？お子さんたちはおいくつですか？
Man, I am not used to hearing in front of いくつですか？
お子さんたちはおいくつですか？
いとこは20歳です。
いとこは20歳です。孫息子は9歳です。
孫
息子は
9歳です。
お子さんはおいくつですか？
お子さんはおいくつですか？お子さん。彼女が5人。Actually, is it? 彼女が5人います。
彼女が5人
Okay.
います。
Wait. Oh, siblings.
兄弟兄弟は
彼女は兄弟が5人います。
こちらが妻のエリカです。
こちらが妻のエリカです。I don't know how I feel about this translation for that. What I read there. Kind of weird.
私
は妻と子供がwait 子供
はに
私に妻と子供が3人
います。
No
がのがは
I mean that kind of sounds okay. 私には妻とOh, maybe it's the other way.
3人の
Yes. Oh, here's an example, Eyes. I don't know if you're still here. Here's an example. If this is correct, I'm not sure if I'm using this correct. Here's an example where you're saying how many there are of a thing, as opposed to like 3 people own. I think this is it. So 私には妻と3人の子供がいます。Or maybe not. It might. No, that wouldn't make sense because then it would say 3 wives and children, right? Oh, this could be wrong though. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a good example. This is a good example of no being something else. This one means this one's saying, oh, there are 3 people, right? But people is there are lots of kinds of people, lots of types of people. So this is like really big. So there's a type of people. So it's a subset of the type of people. From no, a smaller circle are children. So it's like a subset. So people is the bigger unit, but the type is more specific. So it's always like something that is smaller subset. It goes from like big to specific. At least that works for a lot of the things. And this is my husband. I don't understand this one though. I'm gonna need to look up how to explain this one.
こちら
So こちらが makes sense, right? This is, but こちらが then it goes to 夫の
2人
just kidding. 夫 wait. Oh no. Yeah, 夫の and then it goes ダニエルです. I think it's this. So this is another feature of no. If I had to guess, like right now, I don't know for sure, but this is saying my husband. This is my husband. No, so 1, so to speak, like a placeholder, and that husband is Daniel. It's Daniel des. You'll get like something like for example, 赤いの, right? 赤いの. 赤いの. This means red 1. But 1 is a parentheses. It's a placeholder. So I think this is what this is doing. To get like be interpreted this way. This is my husband, Daniel. So this is a husband. But this is my, so this means my husband. And then no is just there to signify it's a thing, like it's a person, it's a holder. And then Danieru des. I think that's how it makes sense to me, how they could get, this is my husband, Daniel. It's not saying this husband. It's not saying this husband's Daniel, if you know what I mean. It's not saying this husband's possessive Daniel. Alternatively, you can still use the subset. There are a lot of husbands, right? There are a lot of my husbands. They could be named a lot of things, but Daniel is the specific name that they're looking for. So this specific husband's name is Daniel. Not that the English really helps. The way this is written, it wouldn't, like, it can be a little confusing. But the logic still works. Where, oh, this is my husband. So what is more specific than my husband? Their name. So still checks out. And this would be the same, right? So
こちらが
こちらが
妻
妻の
エリ
エリカ
で。
ですす。Yeah.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Get more with soup. All right.
在宅、
在宅。
在宅、
At home.
祖父は
在宅
100歳です。
そこはそこ。Did I really hear そこ？
祖父は100
Oh,
歳です。
祖父。
祖父
祖父は100歳です。
です。
Imagine saying that. I didn't have any grandparents that lived to their centennial age. Grandfather is 100 years old.
祖父は100歳です。
My grandfather was 100 years old. Man. 主人。主人。
主人、
Oh, 主人。Okay. This is actually good. 主人。
お母さん、ただいま。
お母さん。
お母さん、ただいま。お母さん、ただいま。
ただいま。ただいま。
祖父
祖父は
100
100
歳
歳
で。
ですす。
中山さんはご在宅ですか？中山
さん
さんは
は5歳。
5。
5は
中山さんはご在宅ですか？
ご在宅
在宅ですか？
And I'm not sure about ご在宅. That's kind of not quite sure why the go is in front of ご在宅. Gotta look that up too.
中山さんはご在宅ですか？
在宅ですか？
主人、
主人。
在宅、
在宅。Oops.
孫、
孫。
奥さん、
奥さん。
息
息子。
ご主人はご在宅ですか？
ご主人
主人は
は
ご在宅ですか？ご主人はご在宅ですか？
Yep. Say your husband. Those two are for.
在宅、主人、奥さん、妻、息子、
Oh. Okay.祖母は8 85歳です。
85歳です。
Saying 80 sounds kind of off. I kind of want to say 80歳です。85歳です。It sounds kind of nice when you're just doing hot and then move it along. But 80 sounds a little. It doesn't roll off as nice. I don't know.
です。
祖母は101歳です。
祖母は101歳です。101歳です。101歳です。101歳です。祖母101歳です。 imagine. Oh no, I messed this up yesterday, didn't I?
あなた
Anata
No.
no. Which one am I gonna use? Oksan?
奥さん
Oksan
の名前
名前は
何
ですか？
か
Oksan 奥さんの名前。
彼女のご主人は誰ですか？
誰ですか？彼女のご主人。ご主人は誰ですか？ Let me hear that again.
彼女のご主人は誰ですか？
That's slide up. 彼女のご主人は誰ですか？ご主人。彼女のご主人は誰ですか？ Oh,
見て、
見て。Wait,
見て、
I don't remember writing 見て。Oh, I totally dropped that too. Okay.
見て、見て、
I don't know when this showed up.
奥さん、
奥さん。wait.
は、
奥さんは
ご、在宅、
ご在宅ですか？
ですか。見て、
見て。
見て、
I'm home, big sister.
ただいま。
ただいま、お姉さん。
お姉さん。
That checks out. You're talking to your husband at home.
主人5
ご主人はご在宅ですか？
ですか？お母さん
That checks out too. お母さん。
ただいま。
Bum. Oh, we get another 30 minutes of. Yeah. We be kinda useful.
おかえりなさい。
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 Okay. That's like, おいくつ Right. おいくつですか? So, Do I add an honorific? No? No? Okay. Oh, right. This is Oji-san.
おじいさん
Oh, and it's not written with the kanji. Interesting. Kind of assumed it was written with the kanji. I wonder if this come off as childish. Like a little too casual. When you're asking someone, talking about someone's grandfather by referring to them as Oji-san. I imagine there's another way, like anata no sofu?
は
おじいさんはおいく
いくつ
ですか？
行ってきます。
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 奥さん。
ね？うん。
祖母。似て。
似て。似て。うん。
在宅。
在宅。
孫。
お母さん、行ってきます。
I don't know where the いて is coming from.
お母さん、行ってきます。
お母さん。
お母さん、行って
います。
きます。
似て。
似て。Oh, wait. No. It'll come up soon.
似て。
で、
親戚。在宅。祖母。主人。
おばあさんはおいくつですか？おばあさん。
おばあさんはおいくつ
ですか？
I'm off. いて
きます。
いてきます。いてきます。いてきます。
彼は父親に似ています。彼は父親に似ています。
父親に
いて
わ
ます。
wait.
彼は父親に似ています。
似ています。Okay, wait. I gleam what this is supposed to be. 彼は
父親に似ています。
No.
彼は父親に似ています。
Resemble. Oh, now I gotta remember. So let's write a note to ourselves. Oh, Niru. That is not on the list. Niru. Okay. Alright. Okay. Grandmother. Bobo. your grandmother. So, おばあさん。
おばあさん
おばあさん
は
は
お
おい
いく
くつ
つ
ですか
か。
いってらっしゃい。
いってらっしゃい。いってらっしゃい。いってらっしゃい。
彼女
彼女は
母親
母親に
にています
いています。母親、父親、母親。
おじいさんはおいくつですか？
おじいさんはおいくつですか？おじいさん。
いってらっしゃい。
いってらっしゃい。いってらっしゃい。ただいま、お父さん。Oh, no. Okay. おかり、おかえりなさい、お父さん。
おかえりお父さん。
Okay. 彼女は Wait, you can do this too?
お孫さん。
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 Oh, that must be the third person.
父親
父親
に
に
てい
ません。
ませ。
似ていません。
おかえりなさい。
お母さん。
お母さん。
Introducing the Duolingo.
Okay. We got some 15 minutes. Let's go. Okay. 妻。
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 Oh, come on.
孫。
孫、娘。
孫。
孫息子。
孫息子
孫息子。
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 孫。
お孫さん。孫。お孫さん。
That did it even move?
夫
夫、
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 夫夫
夫、
夫、
バンバーン。親戚。
親
親戚、
親戚、
親戚
親戚
親戚、
親戚、
親戚
親戚、
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 親戚
ナイス。
妻、
馬。
妻
妻、
妻、
妻
Oops.
妻、
Oops.
妻、
妻、
妻
孫。孫息子。
孫息子、
孫息子。孫息子。孫娘。おー。おー、孫。
孫娘、
孫娘
孫娘
お孫さん、
孫息子、
孫息子
孫息子、
孫、孫娘、
孫、
孫む、お孫さん、
お孫さん
Barely moves.
お、
夫、
夫夫
夫、
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 夫
夫、
夫、
妻、
妻、
妻
妻、
妻、
妻
妻、
妻、
If I can touch all of them, I think that's where we're right. About 15 minutes on the later. Omago.
お孫さん
Omago.
お孫さん、
お孫さん、
孫息子、
孫、
お孫さん
孫息子、
お孫さん
孫息子
お孫さん、
おま、
孫、
お孫さん
孫息子
Oh, I'm getting tired. Dang.
夫
Tired early today.
夫
夫、
夫、
夫夫
夫、
夫
妻、
うん
妻
妻、
妻
妻
妻
妻、
妻、
妻
Oops. Oops. Mago musume.
孫娘、
Omago-san. Omago-san. Oh.
孫娘、
孫
孫娘
孫
孫息子
お孫さん
孫息子
お孫さん
お孫さん、
孫、
Oops.
孫、
お孫さん
孫息子、
Oops. Okay.
夫
夫、
夫夫
夫、
夫
夫
夫
夫、
夫、
え
妻
妻、
妻
妻、
妻
妻
妻
妻、
妻、
Man. 8 minutes.
孫、孫、孫息子、
孫
お孫さん
孫娘、
孫
Okay.
孫息子
孫
お孫さん
孫息子
孫息子
孫娘
お孫さん、
Okay. Bandana. Sunsatsu.
3冊
Dana.
本棚
Bandana.
本棚
Sunsatsu.
人気
Ninki.
3冊本棚 7 冊椅子
Isu.
本棚、本棚、
3冊
3冊
本棚7
7
冊 寝室3冊本棚台所
3冊
布団3冊本棚人気10冊
10冊
本棚
3冊本棚1冊椅子人気
Interesting.
両親
いや、親戚。
親戚
両親。
親戚両親昨日1歳3日
せ
親戚。
両親
両し
親戚。
親戚布団両親来年
来年
毎年
年。おぎさん。お孫さん。お孫さん。おもぎ。お孫さん。お子さん。お子さん。お子さん。
お子さん
お孫さん。
孫さん。孫さん。
お孫さん。
彼ら
彼ら。
お子さんお父さんと言いますお孫さん
お孫さんお孫さん
お子さん。
お子さん
お孫さん
お孫さん。
お孫お姉さんお子さんお兄さんお孫さんお母さん
お子さん。ミル、か、子さん。お子さん。
彼らお孫さんお子さんと言いますお母さん
お孫さん
お子さんお孫さんお兄さんお父さんお母さん
Okay, that's 15 minutes. Sick.
Oh. Definitely not as rested. All right. One more. Yeah, I'm gonna have to hit the hay earlier today. Or early tonight. Oh. Okay. Let's finish up.
こちらが妻のエリカです。
こちらが妻のエリカさん。エリカです。
おばは58歳です。おば
は50歳です。
58
8
歳です。おばは58歳です。
彼は父親に似ています。
彼は父親。彼は父親に似ています。
ただいま、お姉さん。
ただいま、お姉さん。ただいま。
ただいま、お姉さん。
姉さん、お姉さん。
ただいま、お姉さん。
私には妻と3人の子供がいます。
私には、すみと3人の子供がいます。こんにちは。How's the stream been? It's been pretty alright. Pretty chill. How are you? Thanks for asking. Okay.
いとこの母は私のおばです。
いとこ。
いとこ。
いとこの母は私のおばです。
おばです。いとこの母は私のおばです。
父は孫が3人います。
父は孫が3人います。いや、孫が3人います。
こちらが夫のダニエルです。こちら
の
が
こちらが
夫
の
ダニエルです。こちらが夫のダニエルです。
だが夫のダニエルです。
こちらが夫のダニエルです。
Doing good about midnight, so you're looking for a stream before sleeping. Have I been doing? No, I spent the first 3 hours doing a review of a video game called Elemental Exiles. So it's been 2 hours. 2 hours-ish. Give or take a few minutes. What's the game about? It's a roguelike deck builder set in a Western fantasy setting. It's a solo indie game. A solo dev indie game. It was released like 3 weeks ago, something like that. 2 weeks ago. Two. Actually, I take it back. I'm counting the days that I was been released for like a week. The 24th, I think. So you look at streams before you go to bed, huh? What do you usually look at? My cousin's mother is my aunt.
いとこ
いとこの母は私の
おです
おばです。
私
私は妻と
3人
3人の
子供
がいます。
います。
Actually,
に
私には妻と3人の子供がいます。Someone like Japanese learning content, to be fair. Twitch only had 2 live Duolingo streams. I'm surprised there's 2 around this time. What's the other person doing? She does not resemble her father. 彼女は父親に似ていません。彼女は父親に似ていません。Okay. Portuguese, learning Japanese. Oh, classic. Very classic. I see. Do you happen to speak, learn, acquire Japanese? At all, Rex? He resembles his father. Okay. 彼は父親に似ています。彼は父親に似ています。Alright, we have 15 minutes. Let's go touch these ones, these goobers.
お子さん
On works. Okay.
息子
お子さん
息子椅子
Okay.
孫息子子猫
息
子
お子さん
お
子
さん
子さん
子猫子犬息子お子さん椅子
You've been trying, but it's definitely a lot more difficult than languages that are related to English. I see. What with the writing system and highly different grammar, I can I can see that.
Yeah. How long have you been trying, Rex? What have you been doing to get at the learning thing? Mago. Otto.
おっと
Otto. Wrong pitch accent. Otto.
夫、孫、
Mago.
孫、
弟
弟。
孫おっと
Otto.
姉
姉。
妻
孫孫
夫
孫
孫。
孫
うん。
孫娘彼
彼。
夫妹
夫夫
うん。
娘夫孫妻子
You've not been doing it more recently. Gonna try to get back into the flow. Okay. But you got like a 200 duo streak twice, and you got some books. Nice. Genki. I see. Oh, you would like to get the Genki book. What were you, what kind of books do you have currently?
孫
Mango.
妻
Tsuma. Tsuma? Wait, oh, Tsuma.
子
Oh,
孫
Mango.
僕
Boku.
夫
Eh? Sobo. Sobo. Sobo.
祖母、祖母、
Alright.
祖母
祖父
祖父、祖父、
祖父
祖父
祖父、
祖父、
祖母
祖母、
祖母、
祖母祖父
在宅。
学生
Oops.
か在宅
ご在宅在宅
Alright, go 在宅。
在宅、
ご在宅、ご在宅、
在宅、
在宅ご在宅
在宅
在宅、
ご在宅
ご在宅、
祖父、
祖父。祖母。
祖父
祖母、
祖父
祖母
祖母
祖父、
祖父、
祖父
祖母、
祖父
Okusan. Okusan.
奥さん、
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 奥さん奥さん
奥さん
How far did you get in your Japanese learning?
奥さん、
Did you get an opportunity to
Okusan.
participate and use some
Okusan.
of your Japanese that you learn over time?
奥さん、
奥さん、
奥さん奥さん
奥さん
Okay. ご在宅。
ご在宅、
在宅。
在宅
ご在宅、
在宅、ご在宅、
ご在宅ご在宅
在宅、
在宅、
Got a dictionary, translation book. Okay, one of the short stories and a EK 15-minute Japanese 12 weeks. 15-minute Japanese in 12 weeks. Interesting. Didn't really know a place to properly practice it. Problems, I couldn't properly test yourself. I see. What do you think you're gonna do differently this time, Drex? 在宅
在宅、
ご在宅、
宅
在宅、
宅
ご在宅、
在宅、
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 ご在宅ご在宅在宅在宅
ご在宅
ご在宅、
Okay. Can I get the last character? No.
祖
Sofu. Maybe not. Sobo. Sobo.
祖母、
祖母、
祖母祖母
祖父、
祖母
祖父、
祖母、祖父、
祖父
You VR? I see. And schedule yourself better. Sounds about right. You mean like VR chat? Is that where you're going? Okusan. Okusan.
奥さん、
奥さん奥さん
奥さん
奥さん、
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 VR chat properly? Oh yeah, that's right. FIs has some things. um where are we? Jujin.
Goshuji.
ご主人、
主人、
All right, we got our last character.
主人
主人、
Okay.
ご主人。主人。
主人、
主人
主人
ご主人、
主人
主人、
ご主人
Okay. So we touched upon it. All that talk about Indian food yesterday made you make some today. Sub-Zero. Real talk. Did you make butter chicken? If you did, I'm gonna virtually disown you. I'm just kidding. Did you make butter chicken? Or did you make korma? With that said though, butter chicken stores really well. Like what I mean is like in terms of like convenience, how you make korma. Real talk though, Sub-Zero, I'm not sure of like Costco, and I don't know how you go about like getting wholesale stuff, but Costco and stuff, there's some really excellent like ready to go kind of like wholesale butter chicken though. My father occasionally like get stuff too. Oh, okay, the jars, okay. I think if there's a type of cuisine that kind of keeps really well, it's Indian food is up there for the way the food is prepped. Obviously, mileage still you lose a bit for the shelf life stuff, but it's pretty satisfying, and for the cost. All right, so I'm kind of tired, but we got to the end of our planned Japanese lesson. There was a new word. It was a predicate that we didn't use. We didn't commit to memory because it wasn't listed here, and that's niru. So niru looks like are we like this? Oh no, just kidding. Oh wait, it might actually be ka. Hold up. Go look at our handy dandy stroke order. Ah, my eyes. Okay. So niru. It's definitely more. Here we go. No, it's not ka. Okay. It's not ka. So that's all right. All right. Okay. So we have to remember this. Niru for resemble. Throw that in with zaitaku. Did we pick up anything else? Not particularly. Nothing else we dropped. So, all right. Well, that's a wrap for today for the Japanese session of things. Fatigue, man. Yesterday's Yap session was a little bit long, and I blame Sub-Zero for all the Indian food talk. And then I proceeded to talk even more about food the entire time. Wait, what was the Chinese? Oh, that's because the Chinese section sort of had things. Oh, I don't even know what my vocabulary is for the Chinese section. Oh no. Let's see how much we'll remember. All right, well, that's a wrap. What can I say? Yeah, we'll keep it chill today. You know, keep on being creative, engage in a target language.
find someone to learn with, maybe talk about or talk at. Even talking at is more not talking at all, right? And yeah, for all those who are interested in Japanese, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Until then, for the Japanese, mata ne. Right, mata ne, ja ne. And I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna stretch. Look out the window for a little bit, and I'll be back for the Chinese session. Right. I'll be back. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back. It is day 91 with Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. Welcome, welcome. Oh, it was tableware. Okay. Let's see how much. Oh, this one was tough. There's so much more vocabulary. It's like double the amount of vocabulary. Okay. All right. Let's do our best. Unit 25. So let's start with the tableware, right? Cha. Xiao ji. Xiao ji. Shou. Xiao. Xiao ji. Dou. No. Dao. Dao. One. 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 Probably one. Trying to think. Trying to think if it has a left radical or not. I don't think it does. So we're just gonna assume it doesn't have a left radical. Probably gonna look okay. No, wait. Just kidding. Something like that. Kind of looks like a birthday cake. Let's try again. Well, could look better. Let's just look at it closely next time. Hanze. Yeah, I think. Okay. 瓶子，瓶子。杯子，杯子。7. There's still one more. Whoops. Why is it? So we have fork, spoon, knife, fork, spoon, knife, bowl, plate, bottle, glass, and chopsticks. Okay. So now we gotta get creative. We have... Yeah. I think this radical, it might be just one. Well, write the rest and see what it looks like. I think it is. We'll go with that. No. No, we're gonna stick with our first gut feeling. Okay. So, 德国 and 德国人 do we remember this? Yeah, we do. Wait. Wrong variable. Right. 照片办公室Shit. Okay. All right. Where the hard part comes in, right? Whoops. No quarter. No quarter. Maybe not short quarter, actually. It's fine. Dongle. Y'all. I remember some of it. Okay, hold up. Oh, I remember it. Right. 橡胶. Now we gotta remember like different sort of counters. Why? No. No. Oof. Hang on. I could do better than that. Oops. Y'all. Shu. Right. Shu. Oh. Kind of want them separate. Shu. Bird and tree. And G. Zhi. The counter. Zhi. Shu. N. Okay. Oops. Teacher. 亮 teacher, and then 亮 is the counter. I think there's one more. Yeah. Yeah. 桌子 and 桌子 I think 桌子 Yeah. I think that's it. I think we nailed everything. I feel like there is something missing though. Oh,只要 I think that's it. It wasn't actually that bad. Wasn't too bad. Grouping OP. What's 24? Is it really the restaurant chat? Oh. Tell time. Oh, it is the... No, it's not. Oh, tell time. Oh, no. Okay. This one's kind of long. Zhi dian zhong.
Oh. "10点下一课下一课." Is that the right radical? Doesn't quite look right. You've started making dinner? Nice. What's for dinner tonight?现在6点 or 6点6点上课整 Oh, I didn't ever check if Jung had... Oh yeah, it does. Like that. Okay. Done. Chicken, mac and cheese, and green beans. I mean, that's solid. Solid comfort food. Okay. We have hun. Thai. Tea. Okay. Dao. One. And le. I had to guess, right? No, that doesn't look right, does it? Nah, I think that's okay, right? Yeah. That's my gut. Meow. Yeah, meow. Okay. Wrong direction.
分钟。小时。Okay. It feels like your cat is trying to get my attention every time you say meow. Oh, my bad. Meow. Meow. Okay. Right? Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, no. It's读 right 读中文出有一点难我错了不会写不会写会见老师这个题是什么意思 Okay, getting quicker at this. You're on unit 24 and you just threw a ice at me and I'm like, don't I have a word for this? Yes, I have isai. Oh, size. Some S size. Oh, S size. That it? Yeah, size. Yeah. Indeed. You do. I was told by Lotus and others that it's pretty common to use like esu saizu, esu saizu, emu saizu. and Eru. I don't actually know. I guess Eru size. Is that it? I think we're good. Yeah, we covered a lot. That's really quick. I think we're really hitting our stride now. Unless... Oh, okay. For a moment there, I thought I had the wrong unit. Okay. So what do we have? 加时中课讲 right 讲读难四 okay 小小时分钟 let me just use random numbers. Okay, and then the one for late, 小 for early. Lots at the end. I mean, 一定很晚很早几点太晚了太早会见错一四 yes 一四不写 we have 写 in here too. Okay. Oh no. Yes. Yeah, we're good. Makes sense when big and small are so vague. Yeah. So yesterday's thing. Wait. Oh, I did miss one. I missed whatever this thing is. Oh, I missed two things. I know what there are. 啤酒 that's P. 啤酒 and 瓜汁 let's write them down. So 瓜汁 juice and then 啤酒 酒 right. Okay, those are the two that I missed. Outside that, we're pretty good. Memory techniques unlocked. Okay. All right, let's get to it.
我要一碗牛肉面。
We don't need pinyin.
我要一碗牛肉面。
我要一碗牛肉面。我要一碗
牛肉面。我要一碗牛肉面。
Oh, and one is being used as a counter too. So many counters. Okay.
他的
爸爸
是
德国人。
德国人。
给我们3杯啤酒。
给我们三杯啤酒。3杯。
服务员，请给我们2碗米饭。
服务员，请给我们，请给我们呢？
服务员，请给我们2碗米饭。2碗米饭。
对。
我们
想喝德国啤酒。Okay, that's fine. I forgot to check if 德国 had the radical on the left. That's fine. I'm good.
我的妹妹很喜欢喝果汁。
我的妹妹很喜欢喝果汁。我的妹妹很喜欢喝果汁。
我会去超市买香蕉。
香蕉哦，bananas。我会去超市买香蕉。
我会去超市买香蕉。
Market to buy bananas。
这杯果汁是谁的？
Whose glass？ 杯果汁。是杯果汁 ，OK。是杯。Yeah. How many beers does she drink? Okay.
他
喝了几杯啤酒。
皮毒皮秒
Sorry， 秒
碗
之
碗
南
皮碗整之
你想要 maybe 你想要什么果汁对。我会去超市买香蕉。
德国香蕉。
他的猫吃了你的香蕉。Okay. His cat ate your banana. Oh, that's kind of weird. Sorry. Okay.
请给我们5个杯子。
请给我们五个杯子。五个杯子。 请给我刀。Please give me a knife.
请给我刀。
给我一块咖啡蛋糕，谢谢。
给我
给我
给我一块
一块
给我一块蛋糕。
蛋糕，谢
谢。Oh gosh. Wait. Oh, 咖啡蛋糕。
请给我刀。
I was trying to restart the music. I bought 5 pieces of fruitcake.
我
买了5块
5块
5块水果蛋糕水果 fruit yeah
水果蛋糕。
你的盘子在桌子上。
你的盘子在桌子上。你的盘子在桌子上。
桌子上。
他
只要
半块
蛋糕。
他们要一个杯子和3个盘子。
Okay.
他们要3个
杯子。
他们要一个杯子和3个盘子。他们要一个杯子和3个盘子。
杯子。他要一个杯子。
杯子和3个盘子。他们要一个杯子和3个盘子。
Okay. You want 1 glass and 3 plates.
刀。杯子。
杯子里没有水。杯子里没有水。
刀。
Oops, 高。
快。盘。
Whoops, 盘。
高。碗。盘。盘。快。
快。
刀。牛肉。
汽车。
出租车。
羊肉。
蛋糕。
船。
面条。地铁。
出租车。
给我一块咖啡蛋糕，谢谢。
给我，给我，
我给
给我
一块咖啡
蛋糕，谢谢。That's kind of rough. Every time I hear gao, I think of go, which is a very subtle difference, but dango is my accent.
美国人用叉和勺子。
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 你会用筷子吗？
你会用筷子吗？ What? Oh yeah, 筷子吗？你会用筷子吗？
筷子吗？你会用筷子吗
？Chopsticks。
我们
只有筷子。
筷子。
Womp womp。
酒店外有一辆出租车。
酒店
外有一辆出租车。
一辆 OK。酒店 What？ 你今天
酒店外有一辆出租车。
哦，
酒店。
哦，酒店。酒店外有一辆出租车。
酒店外有一辆出租车。
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 他的家旁边有一辆汽车。
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 Oops, to her none, to her house. 他的家旁边，对，他的家旁边有一辆汽车。
他的家旁边有一辆汽车。
我们
没有刀和叉。
他最近买了一辆新汽车。他最近买了一辆新汽车。最近买了一辆新汽车。他最近买了一辆新汽车。
他最近买了一辆新汽车。谁要叉？
勺。
羊肉。健康。果汁。办公室。
鸡肉。
办。
现在办公室里没有人。
现在办公室里没有人。OK。
差。
少。
半。
高。
量。差。
这是你的勺子吗？
勺子
吗？To extend them a lot more. 我的勺子在哪儿？在哪儿？我的勺子在哪儿？哎，美国人用叉和勺子。对。
桌子上有2本书。
OK。桌子上有2本书。OK。
这里有5张照片。
这里有5张。Something. Flat objects. 右边。
这里
有5张照片。
这里有5张照片。
这里有5张照片。
你的后面有一只可爱的鸟。
可爱的鸟。Interesting. OK。你的左边有椅子可爱的鸟。Kind of rough. Sheesh. Okay. Sheesh. Okay. All right.
这里
Here. Right. 这里有5张照片。
房间里有1张桌子。
房间里有一张桌子。一张 一张桌子。
桌子。房间里有一张桌子。
房间里有一张桌子。桌子。There are no bottle. There are no water in the. There are no bottles in the water. Ugh. There are no water in the bottle. 瓶子。瓶子里没有水。
树上有6只鸟。
I heard 树上。Wait.
树上有6只鸟。
哦，树上有六只鸟。
6只鸟。树上有6只鸟。
树上有六只鸟。There are 6 birds in the tree.
上个月我一共看了9本书。
上个月我一共看了9本书。9本书。上个月。一共。
上个月我一共看了9本书。上个月我一共看了9本书。
上个月我一共看了9本书。
我们的办公室里有100本书。我们
的办公室有100
本书。
喂。办公里。
我们的办公室里有100本书。
我们的
办公室里有100本书。我们的办公室里有100本书。
室里有100本书。Wow, it was hard to hear the lead.
我们的办公室里有100本书。
办公室里有100本书。
停。
There are also 7 cats in a tree. Surely. No, I'm just kidding. Surely. 树上。
树上。
树上。树上。树下也有。树下也有。Imagine having 7 cats in a tree. 树下也有7只猫。7只猫。树下也有7只猫。Okay.
张。
亮。
张。
平。
叉。
猪肉。
胖。
刀。
开始。
瓶子。
我们
的招聘 胶片，
照片，
胶片。哦耶。哎，胶片，我们的胶片，我的们的，我的们的，我们的胶 ，Oh my gosh， 我们的胶片，我们的胶片 on the computer。
电脑里有，电脑里
，OK，
电脑里有
probably 电脑里有我们的，电脑里有我们的照片，照片，
照片。
对。OK，
树上，
树上，树下有，树下有
六
只鸟。Okay. Holy, that's a lot of cat photos. Someone has a problem. I think Blair has a comment on this.
我的
手机我的手机里有1500猫的maybe 猫的照片。Oh, and I forgot
张猫
so 1500张1500张猫的照片。That's that's a pretty complex sentence actually. Pretty reasonable though. Okay. All right.
给我一块咖啡蛋糕，谢谢。
给我，呢？给我
一块。
给我一块咖啡蛋糕蛋糕，谢谢。蛋糕，谢谢。
酒店外有一辆出租车。
酒店外有一辆出租车。
他的爸爸是德国人。
right.
他
的爸爸是德国人。
这杯果汁是谁的？
这杯果汁是谁的？对，这杯果汁是谁的？
他的家旁边有一辆汽车。
他的家。
有
他的
家
旁边。Oh, interesting.
旁边。
哦，他 家的。
他的家旁边有一辆汽车。
他的家 what？
他的家旁边有一辆汽车。
Okay, sure.
他的家旁边有一辆汽车。
有一辆
汽车。他的家旁边有一辆汽车。
我们想喝德国啤酒。
我们想喝德国啤酒。
他最近买了一辆新汽车。他
最近买了一辆新汽车。
去年7月我们去了德国旅游。
去年7月我们去了德国旅游sorry。
去年7月我们去了德国旅游。
I don't know why I said 旅游。去年7月我们去了德国。Oh, that's a way. Sure, that's a way to say that. 去年 maybe it's going from out to in. 去年7月我们去了德国旅游。电脑里有我们的照片。电脑里有我们的照片。Okay. 我的手机里我的手机里有1500
张猫
的
照片。
There's a table in the room. Okay, 房间里有一张桌子。房间里有一张
桌子。
在房间里有。Oh, I had a problem with this yesterday. Okay, that's fine. Okay. 这里有5张照片。5张照片。 Alright, we have 15 minutes on the clock. Let's go. 啤酒 啤酒
啤酒，啤酒，啤酒，
啤酒，
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 啤酒，啤酒，
啤酒 The pea juice
碗
碗，
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 碗，碗，碗，
碗，
碗，
碗。
碗，
I don't want to talk about it. Shh, no one will ever know. Okay. Alright, one golden block. 香港
香港，
And let me guess. 香蕉 what? 香港 again?
香港，
香港，
Okay, it's for this character.
香港，
That then we receive originally was 香港.
香港，
But there's also
香港
香蕉.
香港， 香港，
香港，
香港，
香港，
Oops.
香港，
有一点儿，有一点儿。中国菜，中国菜，
中国菜，
有点儿，
有点儿。Oops. 有点儿，有点儿。
有点，
中国菜，
中国菜，热牛奶，
热牛奶，热牛奶。
最爱，
有点儿，
有点儿。
不对，
有点儿，
有点儿。
有点儿，
中国菜，
有点儿，
有点儿，
有点，有点儿，
中国菜，5点半，6点半，美国人，
中国菜，中国菜，
热牛奶，
热牛奶，
慢，可爱，有点儿，
中国
菜，
有点儿，
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 矮，
矮，
冰咖啡，
咖啡，
快，
快，
中国
菜，
蛋糕，
蛋糕，蛋糕，
蛋糕，
哎 we know. Whoops.
蛋糕，
Really? Gonna do this.
蛋糕，
Gonna do it like that?
蛋糕，
Oops.
蛋糕，
蛋糕，
Yeah, it's a different stroke
蛋糕，
order.
蛋糕，蛋糕，蛋糕，
蛋糕，
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 盘子，
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 Ooh, that's a little more leaning than I
盘子
thought.
盘子，
That leans.
盘子，
I like it.
盘子，
I like the slight lean.
盘子，
盘子，
盘子，盘子，盘子，
盘子，
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 Alright.
刀，
So. So.
Dao.
Okay.
刀，
More characters. I like it.
刀，
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 Whoops.
刀，刀，
刀，
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 It sounds like do. Do. Oh, wait. I wonder if we're gonna get do. Oh, okay.
蛋糕，
Ungo. Okay. Ungo.
蛋糕，
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 Mm-hmm.
蛋糕，
Mm-hmm.
蛋糕，
Yes. Oops. Oops.
蛋糕，蛋糕，
Oh, come on.
蛋糕，
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 蛋糕， 盘子，
盘子，盘子，
盘子，盘子，
盘子，
Oops. Keep
盘
thinking
子，
it's a lot less
盘子。
curled than that.
盘子，
盘子，
盘子，盘子，盘子，
刀，
刀，刀，
刀，
刀，刀，刀，
刀，
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 I can get behind that. Ungo.
蛋糕，
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 蛋糕，蛋糕，蛋糕，
蛋糕，
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 盘子，
盘子，盘子，
盘子，
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 盘子，盘子，
盘子。Whoops.
盘子，
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 刀，刀，刀。Just kidding.
刀，刀，
刀，
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 That's not moving very much. The
蛋糕，
蛋糕，
Excuse me.
蛋糕，
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 蛋糕，蛋糕，蛋糕，
蛋糕，
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 Oh, there it is. 橡胶，果汁，
香蕉，
香蕉，
果汁，
西瓜，
dang it. 西瓜，
菜单，香蕉，牛肉，
香蕉，香蕉，果汁，
香蕉，
对，
鸡肉，猪肉，香蕉，苹果，果汁，
果汁，
鸡蛋，羊肉，苹果，香蕉，果汁，
香蕉，
果汁，鸡蛋，面包，
热水，
香蕉，
Get more with soup.
Okay.
盘子，
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 盘子，盘子，盘子，
We might be getting the other set.
水果，
Okay. 果汁，
果汁，
水果。Okay.
水，果汁，
果汁。Yikes.
水果，
会见，冰水，
果汁，水果，水果，果汁，
果汁，上海，
I get that.
热水，
水，水果，
刀，
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 Ooh. Okay.
蛋糕，
蛋糕，蛋糕，蛋糕，
蛋糕，蛋糕，
蛋糕，
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 蛋糕，蛋糕，蛋糕，
蛋糕，
Whoops.
蛋糕，
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 Okay, now 15 minutes.
香港，
香港，
香蕉，
香港，
请看
香港，现在，
三克，
香蕉，
哦，香蕉。Oh, that kind of started me low. Okay.
香蕉，
香蕉，香蕉，
香港，
香，
香港，香蕉，
香，
锻炼，
锻炼，
香蕉，
香港，
香港，上班，放学，
盘子，
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 ，oops，
盘子，盘子，盘子，
盘子，
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 All right, another gold button. Go, go,
刀，
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 刀，刀，
Give me those gold buttons. Okay.
蛋糕，
蛋糕，蛋糕，
蛋蛋糕，
蛋糕，
Oops.
蛋糕，
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 蛋糕，蛋糕，蛋糕，
蛋糕，
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 Oh, come on. 德国，德国。啤酒，
啤酒，
哎，德国，
德国，
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 酒，
鸡蛋，
鸡蛋，
啤酒，
在家，
德国，印度，
德国，德国，
德国，
啤酒，
德国，
德国，
德，英国，德国，香蕉，中国，啤
酒，
啤酒，啤酒，
饮料，
饮料，
饮料，药，
啤酒，酒店，德国，
在家，
德国，
德国，
啤酒，酒店，
酒店，
德国，
Seasonal, I streamed for 7 straight hours on Duolingo. No, I spent the first 3 hours reviewing a game called Elemental Exiles. Duolingo sessions are about 5 to 6 hours a day. Split between Chinese and Japanese.
德国
德国
羊肉印度
How do I have the
Get more with
patience for that? Well, you don't need patience if you don't feel like it's if it's a task or a chore or something.
韩国
德国
韩国菜哪国人英国菜
德国韩
国
德国
韩国
韩国
德国
哪国人美国人韩国菜
韩国德国
Trying to learn Spanish and French right now? Oh, keep up the good work. How are you how are you engaging with Spanish and French at the same time? What suits your fancy?
中国菜
德国中国菜
德国
美国人北京菜日本菜中国
菜德国
中国菜
中国菜
德国
美国人哪国人中国菜韩国菜
德国
You switch between both languages each day. So like today I did Spanish for an hour, and today you did French. Oh, okay, so you're staggered. You can probably step up your game a little, you know, as long as you can keep consistent. No need to be on a racetrack and run yourself ragged. Whatever you can maintain sustainably is patience, I suppose. But you know, whatever you can maintain, but highly encouraged not to stretch yourself thin, leave room for opportunities. Have you gotten an opportunity to like engage using Spanish or French, or are you largely still input? The output every once in a while?
酒店
啤酒酒店身体定位
请进
啤酒
酒店
啤酒
哎
德国酒店啤酒电脑
几点
Oh, you also watch your entire family Spanish, so you try to use it whenever you can. Oh, that's great. So watch videos in Spanish too. That's awesome. I'm learning Chinese right now, but my family is Chinese. However, we speak Fujianese in the house. However, they listen to that, and I do too. So it's been my life for a while. Actually, both Japanese and Chinese, you know, listen
you listen to Chinese, and I listen to Chinese in Japan. It's largely why now? Because I have time. How long have you been working at Spanish and French? That's nice to have family to try out all your Spanish, you know? 只要七月I don't know why they're grouped together.
请等7月3月只要请看
只要
7月
只要
7月
想要只要
需要
6月
7月
How do you keep track of everything you learn and not forget what you learn, especially in a couple hours? I do like a form of recall every beginning and end. So most of the time, I guess the shortest answer I can give you is I don't stop thinking. So keeping track is relatively something that I don't necessarily keep track of, since I don't really stop thinking about them most of the time. However, there's SRS stuff. You recall it when you can, and then there's exercises that I do personally when I recall things. I like review things on a writing basis. I tend to use writing and writing notes and whatnot as a way to recall them. So I regularly test and output. So that's kind of what I'm asking. Even learning French, I never really put time or effort into French. Generally speaking, I spend outputting. That's how I don't forget them most of the time. I output whenever I can. Although, you know, Duolingo has certain SRS properties, and you complement the SRS properties that Duolingo doesn't have. Like reviewing every month or so. First you review like every week or so, then you review every month or so, and then it becomes like 2 months and 3 months, etc.
7月
7月
看看3月
明白
只要看看只要6月
觉得
7月
You could probably review your family or friends every month if they can. That's not a bad idea. That's be great, right? And I guess the one thing to emphasize is when you learn something, it's great to keep track of the things you want to keep track of. So a lot of times there's this maybe overly concerned about remembering everything. And usually the things that you expend maybe too much extra effort in are the things you don't use. So oftentimes there's one has to keep in mind that the things that you choose are the things that are most important. So a lot of times when I'm like writing stories and doing
doing memory task and connecting all the vocabulary, the ones that overlap the most are the things that I remember best and probably are the things I think about the most. So you don't have to necessarily know or try to keep track of things you may or may not have. And then you wait and you engage and interact with other people, then certain other new things will come about and frequently acquire them. At least that's how I would encourage I would encourage someone if they're really, really concerned about keeping track. The idea is probably keep track of the things that are important to you. So write a note or write a story. You'll probably figure out what words and stuff are very important to you. Right. Like 图书馆, for example, a library. I remember that, but I mean, the odds of me saying 图书馆 is kind of rare now. It's not going to come up that often. It's more like 电脑上 用电脑上网, like use a computer to go online. That's probably, those are the phrases that you would probably get used to. So not all there. The idea is you're picking, right? When you're playing when you're using like SRS or things to expose you to various vocabulary or pick up vlogs and YouTube and podcasts and stuff, you're trying to make them as personal as possible. Like put them into your life. Like, oh yeah, that phrase, I like that phrase. It's kind of like the kiddos these days picking up catchphrases from their favorite influence, right? The ones that are most relatable. You're there to interact and interact as much as you can, but really picking up the words and stuff that is very meaningful to you. But more likely, you won't have to keep track of them. They would be pretty effortless. Yeah, that's probably what I would say. Not necessarily keep track of them. I still try to keep track of as many things as possible. It would be unrealistic to say you can keep track of everything. You try though. Okay.
上个月 7月
上个月
12月 7月 椅子上 几月 上个月
How has Chinese been for me? I've been thinking of picking it up eventually. I really enjoy Chinese, especially if you are coming from Japanese. They're very related, so it's fun to cross them a lot of times for memory. But if you have English, Spanish, and French, Chinese will be pretty at home, really. Kind of nice. One of the comments, oftentimes it's like tonality, right? Tonality is a very common thing. Generally, and anyone who's like have exposed themselves to like listening to different sounds and in different languages, I think tonality is picked up pretty well and naturally, because you probably have witnessed yourself messing around with pronunciation at some point. And the more like you spend your time exploring different sounds, you kind of lock in the muscle memory, like how to get the sounds pretty well. I think the thing that's maybe is a little bit makes people insecure is those who haven't had any experience singing or listening to intonation, right? Intonation of other things. But yeah, give it a try. You know where to find me. I would love to see your experience grow as you're picking up Chinese. I eventually will pick up Spanish. Spanish is my third language.
of these. It's actually my second language, because I'm from since I grew up in the United States. It's usually Spanish, German, and French, and I actually spent multiple years with Spanish. But it's been over a decade since I formally learned Spanish, so we're gonna have a bunch of review before we get back up to speed. You probably do Chinese after you finish your gold mine, which is to learn every Romance language. Wow, quite a lot. Does that also include Latin in some way? Wait, yeah. Or are you talking about the existing macro language? I don't even know how many Romance languages there are. And even like, you said Spanish. Are we talking about Latina or like Catalan? Probably, you don't know yet. Are you like, are we talking about Spain Spanish? Are you doing dialectic differences too?
7月
7月
上个月
Okay, Latin America, Latina. Okay. Are you ever interested in doing dialectic things? Because that's kind of a lot of the things that the nuance that lots of people get into when they start acquiring like a second or third language. They get a little bit invested in the dialectic differences in the regions. Like learning Japanese also implies that you'll get exposed to the dialectic differences in Japanese. In Chinese, there are quite a lot, a number of dialects that are related to Mandarin, but they're unintelligible. And I speak one of them. And Latin America, right? I learned Latin American Spanish as well, being from the United States. And whenever I listen to Catalan speakers, right, in Spain, that's a bit of a trip. It's a very humbling experience. Yeah. 上个月 I remember back in the day, like, oh yeah, this sounds great, and then they gave us an example of Spain, and I think I got maybe like 30% of that.
7月
7月 So much to do in life. You mainly like how close the languages are, which makes me want to learn. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad to hear you know what you like. Oh. Glad to hear it. Italian and Spanish are extremely similar. They are. I get by guessing in Italian. I play like an older MMO, and usually most of it is European, and it's a mix of like Italian, Portuguese, Spanish speakers, and French. And kind of when Italian comes out, like, you can kind of just go with it, just guess, since you're gonna be responding with like yes or no or so. You can kind of just go with it. Might as well learn Italian when you finish Spanish. I am principally going to rely on just those. So for me, it's gonna be Fujianese, Cantonese, Mandarin. Fujianese, Cantonese, Mandarin, Japanese, and Spanish. I'm largely, and then whatever exposure I have. Language learning itself, like the actual languages I learn, something that I'm interested in. Generally, the reason why I'm doing this and enjoying this is because of the learning process. So it's something to learn, as opposed to the actual thing. Like it's I have no goals, aspiration to acquire many languages. Just the languages that I've selected is because they're part of my life. I bump into Spanish speaking people a lot, being in the United States, and my parents, other friends may end up speaking Mandarin and Cantonese every once in a while. Yep. That's pretty much it. Pragmatism. Just pragmatic uses. And Japanese is because Japanese culture is part of my hobbies. Part of my hobbies.
上海菜。
上海菜。
3月。椅子上。上个月。
上个月。
7月。
Spanish is 100% a very important language I should learn, but the other languages are mainly just to learn it. Ah, okay. Yeah, right now, I've answered. I probably, I don't know. I need to think of a more efficient way of saying. To demonstrate the reason why I'm not using whatever to learn language is I want to demonstrate that learning something is not dependent on what you learn, how hard it is to learn, or etc. Like its relevance. Sometimes some people that I know and my best friends and stuff, learning something is the most rewarding part, is getting to learn something. I chose language learning because it is something I was able to stream. And it is also something that Duolingo has a wide breadth, right? For better or for worse, people who hate it, people who like it, who etc. There's a lot of relevance. And also, people like oftentimes learning a language is considered learning, while playing a game is considered playing a game. Actually, before I started language learning this year, like about over 6 months ago, I actually talked about video game as a method for learning, like demonstrating how to improve your critical thinking and problem solving skills, not just playing not necessarily focusing on the enjoyment aspect of video game, but enjoying how you learn things while playing the game. So now language learning is very appropriate because gamers don't really enjoy learning or thinking of it as learning. It's too effort. There's too much effort involved. So now language learning has been a very comfortable thing. A lot of people kind of think there's a lot of effort into language learning, and that's kind of how, and the rest is history. It's a lot easier to approach the cognitive dissonance that may come with understanding that pretty much anything you do in life, if it's alien, it's a learning experience. And you can choose to make it very positive, creative, and engaging, or you can view it as a problematic, energy hogging process, which I feel that is, in this day and age, I would say the vast majority of people have underdeveloped learning skills. Not that they need to develop learning skills, largely because they don't have to develop learning skills anymore past a certain point. Most of the time when you're watching YouTube and watching digital things, the learning part is done for you, not you acquiring and synthesizing and then creating new experiences from that. You are taking people's learning skills and they are removing that need for you to. You've been playing video games a lot too, so it would be a positive thing for you. Wouldn't mind spending hours on learning language than games, to be honest. I mean, they're one and the same for me. So I play video games whenever people approach me with video game ideas and whatnot, and I approach them the very same way that I approach language learning. And it's become very real now, and I've gotten the opportunity to evaluate a game, approach a game, and then have it alongside language. Yeah. I tell people a lot of times when I was on the video game side, like, I don't really play video games for fun in the same way. It's not fun because it suits you and entertains you and makes you feel comfortable. It's fun when I get to learn something. And the thing I get to learn when I play video games is what developers are thinking when they are designing. The most complex, satisfying thing about playing video games is to try to figure out what the developer was thinking, and then what everyone else thinks of it. Because people are fickle, and they change, sway, and they have, so you're generally always on your toes when you're trying to figure out people, as opposed to the game itself. I think occasionally, while the game can be incredibly intellectually invigorating when it comes to like intellectual stuff. Language learning, on the other hand, that is very intellectually stimulating. So I have no problems putting in long hours of language learning. Yep. Seems like enough content for a lifetime. I get to try out new things whenever I see fit. New strategies, new methods, new approaches, the next best thing. It just keeps going. You know?
7 月
What is this here?
7
7月6月
床找
7月 7
Are you in school at the moment? Seasonal? Are you post school? In school? Are you pursuing like an academic career? Does language learning fit into that in any way? You already graduated from like your GED? Sorry, I don't think that's really standardized. Like high school? College?
几月
Yeah.
号晚
7月
7
只要
只
是
不
只有只是
Yeah.
需要
想要
High school, going to college? Ooh. I'm excited for you. So you're when are you going to college? I'm excited for you. College is a beautiful time. A wonderful wonderful new chapter. Do you have any idea what suits you right now when you're heading off to college? It's a great way to sort of give you the flexibility of reinventing yourself. Are you like gonna go to college, or are you going to commute to college? Music career. Interesting. Duo's trying to trick you with verb types now, mostly just des and masho. Yeah, you finally got to the masho. Nice. Oh yeah, and the translation of des and masho can, the way they do it. You're in college. Okay, you're gonna go in college. Nice. Oh, it's such a different experience. It'll be exciting to hear what your thoughts on the first year of college. It's such a liberating experience. I mean, like, I don't know if you're as excited as I imagine college to be exciting, but it's definitely a different chapter, and it's kind of very rare. It's a lot rarer nowadays, so that I hear like people who are online or integrated online to end up going to college, like in the actual college. They're usually commuting nowadays. So I think I don't want to hype it up too much, but college was definitely a market change in a lot of people's lives. So looking forward to hearing how your college experience changed. Is it this year? Like, as in, like, wait, are you about to leave for college? Because the incoming semester is happening around the world. Like, man. Or do you mean, I guess, unless, no, it has to be this one. No, not yet. I think it's gonna be the next semester. Oh, okay. Yeah, 1 semester. You have any idea what you want to do, like, to start off besides music? Like how you gonna go with the music career? What are you gonna start with? Music theory, performing arts? I actually have no idea how music careers work. Yeah, I don't know how that you go about that.
只
是
只要
需要
只是
Music production, okay, is what you choose. College I apply for. Music production, interesting. I imagine currently you have quite an interest in music production already. What inspired you for the music production route? Got any
办公室
any current trending inspirations? 办公室 办公室 Okay, got her new character.
办公室
Sure.
办公室
办公室办公室
You just like making you just like music to make some. Have you already started
办公室
making music?
办公室
Was there
办
any
公室
interest in also doing like first-hand
办公室
musician, like picking up an instrument maybe,
办公室
or some cool music? I was a musician when I was in high school.
办公室
办公室
Not so much these
办公
days.
室
Not so much these.
办公室
Get more with Super.
Get more with soup.
办公室
You played multiple instruments and made some songs, just never released them. I see. Sounds like you know what you want.
办公室
办公室
You have any
办公室
current music
办公
producers
室
or musicians
办公
that
室
you like?
办公室办公室办公室
办公室
办公室办公室
办公室
Don't worry, I won't tell if it's Taylor Swift. I'm just kidding. Sorry. Gen Z joke. Henry Mans is a composer. Oh wow, Mancini. Yeah, Mancini. I think I might have heard like one by the person, like just one thing. Interesting. That's quite exotic, actually.
办公室
That's quite exotic. He's the guy who made the Pink Panther soundtrack. Yes. Then
if it's also the Pink Panther sound. Oh, did you know that Pink Panther is being rebooted? I'm kind of curious if they. That's a very big coincidence, but I've actually come across a. It deals with like a director that I watched a recent movie. That director, one of the recent directors, has been picked for a Pink Panther coming back. Oh, that is kind of nice. Composer, exotic. I like it.
英国人。办公室，办公室，办公室。
You played a lot of video games. I have to imagine you've listened to Nobuo Uematsu, right? At some point,
办公室，
right?
办公室，办公室，
办公室。
办公室
Quite a lot of wonderful soundtracks and
办公室
if I'm fairly like I guess I'm more of a what do you call that? A pop culture person. Nobuo Uematsu. He was the long-standing composer for Final Fantasy.
办公室
Until like pretty much one of the most iconic.
Introducing the Duo.
When it comes to like Final Fantasy music. Like if you heard samples of like One Wing Angel or something, that's maybe like a kind of sort of like a mainstream orchestra or symphonic section playing certain things from like video game culture. It would probably be something by him. One Wing Angel is probably one of the pieces.
勺子
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 Why are you so
勺子
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 勺子勺子
It's fun to talk about soundtracks. I'm more like a very pop culture trendy kind of guy, so like Hans Zimmer and Hans what is his name? I think it's Hans Zimmer or Hans Zimmerman. I mean like that guy pretty much made a splash, right? I really like my cinema, so Hans Zimmer would probably be like, oh yeah, you gotta have heard at least a couple of the tracks from Hans Zimmer. Yeah. I'm generic like that, but man, you can't overlook his rebringing. He's like in my opinion, he brought back the appreciation, the new age contemporary appreciation for how much music composition can bring to like the cinema screen, right? It was a time for a while, it's been, I mean, if you for a while it's just been like backdrop, but like a lot of times the music fades to the background a lot of times, but Hans Zimmer, yeah, can't overlook that. Pretty OP.
勺子
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 勺子勺子
勺子
Yeah, the Interstellar soundtrack. I'm a sucker for pianists, like a lot of pianists who like do different takes and do like scale like chord swaps and stuff, and then making it epic. Like there's something about the composition a lot of times of Zimmer's work, And then of course we have to give a nod to the composer of Lord of the Rings. I don't quite remember what the composer's name. I think it was Shore. Yes, Shore. Howard Shore. Definitely I still remember playing Howard Shore's compositions when I was younger, in the orchestra.
办公室
办公室办公室
办公室
What level would you say my Chinese and Japanese are at? My Japanese, we can use like the Western designation, A2, probably. Since you're probably more familiar with those skills. You're learning Romance languages. So A2 in Japanese, and yeah, actually A2 in both Japanese and Chinese. There's kind of different
办公室
different things that made them about the same.
办公室办公室
办公室
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 A2. A2. That's as conservative as I can get. I like giving conservative answers.
办公室
办公室
办公
办公室
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 办公室办公室
Do I only use Duolingo? No, I don't only use Duolingo. I largely stream Duolingo though.
办公室
It's very convenient to stream Duolingo.
办公室
Largely
办公
because
室
desktop app.
办公室
They have a social presence, and also
办公室
I stream on Twitch, and I have this compulsion to err on the side of safety, and it seems like Duolingo is more open as an organization to being able. But generally speaking, this is one of many inputs that are available. The thing I can say though is in terms of SRS, largely is Duolingo. The vast majority of the SRS is Duolingo.
Cha
For the time being.
Cha
For the time being.
Cha
It will naturally take its course at some point.
Cha
叉叉
But you know,
叉
we'll get there when we get there.
Cha
For me, there's still 6 more months, 6 plus more months before Japanese and Chinese is filled.
Cha
Right.
叉
And then it'll still be Duolingo because then I start Spanish. I'll actually start Spanish. So it's gonna be probably more than 6 before we complete the course. And then meanwhile, I'll be playing like video games in the languages wherever I can find. So we've so far I've explored 2 Japanese games, and they're curriculum based. Or not they're curriculum based, but they're Japanese learning games. There's one that is curriculum based that's like still working on its soft launch and is making its way into an international launch. So I'm integrating the whole video game gamification thing as a part of my language learning. So 2 worlds put together. It's always been that actually. When I was in high school, edutainment games were a thing, and I'm glad to hear or see that edutainment is. You haven't thought of playing games in the language you're learning? Yeah, nowadays localizations, especially the macro languages, since you are learning only macro languages so far, you'll be able to find them very readily. In fact, I played a French game before. A couple. It was also a Russian game actually. And then there's a fully Korean game. And lots of storytelling games that I play, they don't have any audio, so but most of them are localized into the macro language. So if you find a game that's probably in English, it's likely to be in Spanish. If you find a game that's
initially in Japanese, you're likely to find it in Chinese and potentially Korean along with English. So you can play video games and integrate and expose yourself that way. So it took me roughly 195 days to be A2 in Japanese. I'm gonna say it probably took me like 60 or 70. I'm 60 or 70 days to be A2. However, I don't keep track of that thing. So the only thing I can be comfortable in saying is I'm in A2. Like I'm not A1. That's all I can really say. Until I can actually tell you for a fact that I am like not something, then that's probably, yeah. So that's all I can. I usually don't like to I usually don't like to do something that I have no data on. I can tell you though that the grammar, right, the grammar stuff that is being tested on on the Japanese scale, it's N5 through N1. I can tell you that whatever is like halfway through N4 is considered somewhere between A2 and B1. So it's hard to figure out what the grammar is. And in Chinese, I'm using a website that is partitioning the HSK level, which is the Chinese scale a lot of times, and into that. So I can confidently tell you that I know all the grammar rules of A1 and all the vocabulary that belongs to A1 in Chinese, which Chinese were at day 91. Duolingo actually surprisingly covers them at a pretty rapid rate at half the time because the course is half the length. So now this means that this is a literary comprehension, obviously, and literary comprehension and like ear training and input dependent training that has a very low association with output, like physical, the other form of output, like communication, cultural awareness, construction, right? So school I would say comfortably A1, A2, or like just A2 in general, like school related academics. And then when it comes to construction, I haven't done any yet, so I can't tell you anything. Like I haven't actually spent a day speaking to someone in the language. And I have to say that it's probably not much of a concern because largely I speak language in a manner that regardless if I'm competent or not, I typically construct the language. And not in the sense that I'm too concerned about being fluent or being accurate. I genuinely believe that if you're very comfortable in talking in general, regardless of what language you're using, if you go back, if you use Spanglish, right, for example, or Chinglish and things like that, if you're combining those things and you're very comfortable, that usually follows really well from high input based studies. If you're someone that struggles with like insecurities and things that prevent you or excuse you from interacting with like anyone, being able to problem solve while speaking, that's usually the place that I feel a lot of people encounter for them. I'm very used to speaking two languages, not being able to express entirely in one language. So it's pretty much every day. I speak to my parents in a language that can only be taught orally, where in my circumstance. So genuinely, I'm very much at home. If I have A1, if I'm around B1 at some point, just go willy-nilly, just throw out words, throw out sentences. Pretty common to do. I think a lot of times one of the largest hurdles because of this day and age is being comfortable with talking and interacting and problem solving while you're talking to someone, as opposed to studying and taking in information. Often constantly you're practicing taking in information, right, instead of exchanging information. I like to encourage, I like to believe that if someone, many people, maybe including myself, make it very comfortable in understanding that talking is a fantastically wonderful life experience, then language learning will be much, much less daunting over time. At least in my opinion. Take it back to the millennial age, as in like my generation. Which admittedly, when you learn a language during my age, you have to talk to people. Like there wasn't like apps or these things. So I'm really grateful that there is something like Duolingo and Anki and all your other services, right? However, at the same time, it's a lot more easier, I would say, to take advantage of things like Duolingo, even if it's suboptimal, because there's no reliance on it. I learn language. This is like convenient. Duolingo is incredibly convenient. However, I learn language beyond Duolingo in the manner that I learned language originally. So, how much time do you think would suffice to learn a language quickly? Unfortunately, I can't answer that question. Language is, language, a focus on language and its speed is probably the least. So I haven't really focused on it. So I wouldn't be able to answer that question. There are quite a lot of people out there that have specific answers and qualities. If you're a person that is largely thinking about how quickly you can do something, I would be a little concerned from my perspective that language learning may suit you. Language learning is probably the closest thing to a life skill, and like one of the life skills, and oftentimes asking and being concerned with speed is probably going to be very, very tough. Makes sense. I'm going for more precision than haste. Yes. If you know where I'm coming from, you'll be just fine. In my opinion, you'll be wonderfully suited. You'll adjust however fast you can go, you'll go there. However slow you need to go, you'll go there. And that's kind of what I like about language learning as opposed to video games, right? Video games have a finite entries, so it becomes very, very difficult to speak to people like, oh, why aren't you like, you should be doing it this way because this is the fastest way, and you should be doing it this way because unfortunately I can't answer that question. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that will be able to answer or try to answer. Your goal is at least B2 in Spanish before you move on. That sounds solid. B2 is a great benchmark oftentimes for the foundations for conversationalism. In fact, I might even argue, since you have family that speaks Spanish, you can probably leverage from B1 and on with like engagement. It's wonderful to have other people to be able to interact with. I think B2, according to most people, is a great place to then transition into a natural learning process. Instead of hitting the SRS or the big school-like environment, like a self-study like environment, using the language and learning from comprehensible input with immersion, immersion and comprehensible input is kind of like the vogue thing to do. the moment you found enough foundation, which B2 seems like, I think that's the scale that that's when people go on and consume and learn from that. I tend to use my language to learn something else. So if I need to review video games and like do other things, I will try my best to do them in the target language, because it has to become a part of your life. The sooner, in my opinion, the more natural, the more time you invest in making a life skill, which I do consider having another language a life skill, as part of your regular routine, and you can switch it back back and forth and feeling comfortable with that. That is probably what I would describe as that quote unquote natural, the conversational state. I'm not going to use the F word. Fluency is unequivocally, unintentionally nebulous. So I probably won't say the word fluency. Just something you're comfortable with. Like, rarely do I not use Japanese and Chinese when I'm not studying. So if the stream goes off, it's not like I stop outputting Japanese and Chinese. I don't randomly just switch over to English mode or something. It's always there. Like, half the things I watch are in Japanese. A quarter of the things I'm watching are in Chinese. Actually, right now it might be like half and half, and English is the thing I'm neglecting. I'm like watching maybe 15% of my time is in English. Right. And then when I'm watching Japanese, I'm using Chinese. Like, I think of the Chinese stuff as I'm watching Japanese stuff. And then when I'm watching Chinese stuff, I'm thinking of the Japanese stuff, because they naturally interact with each other. As opposed to English. And I've been making a lot of English errors though. They've been getting pretty bad.
勺子.
So not only duo, but kind of only duo. 勺子.
勺子
勺子勺子勺子勺子
勺子.
勺子
勺子
It started with what other sources do I do? YouTube, podcasts, vlogs. Usually vlogs, vloggers. I don't have a source of graded readers for Chinese, but in Japanese I have a source of graded readers. And then I don't need resources to use. I don't need resources to learn. I use my I use what I have to create things. And that is part of that's not learning, but practicing. So when I study, I break it up to learning and practicing. 晚上好, Grace. Hello. 晚上好. How are you? How are you?
意大利
意大利. Wait. Oh no. Is it this direction? Yes.
香港
香港
Actually, I break up my days quite a lot from outputting. So, I guess the major source of input for now for Chinese is this. And my timetable is very wide and long. I think a lot of people move on really rapidly, and I don't. So, like, it's been less than 3 months in Chinese. There's no reason to be like, I don't have any hurry or speed to incorporate new resources. If you underutilize your current resources, it means you don't really understand how the resource. I do use another resource. I have I use the dictionary. Obviously, I use a online dictionary for Chinese, and I have a grammar source for Chinese. It's the grammar Wikipedia that is very, very well annotated. And for engagement, like other forms of engagements, comprehensible input can come from vlogs, largely vlogs. And in Japanese, there's also the additional resource of free grade reader and many other like forms of like game inputs. How's my studying going on today? It's actually going pretty well. You've caught me at a point of yapping again, but I think largely today we have been very focused. And our recall went well, so we recalled all the vocabulary, which that was kind of nice because I was kind of a little bit worried yesterday. I was very tired. I'm still quite tired today. We're gonna try not to end up being over midnight and get rested. But yeah, you invested. I remember when you pointed out some of the counters, so that's kind of helpful, like 只, right? 只 or 只鸟, right? Or 鸟. Pretty nice. And now I'm having a candid conversation with an upcoming college student who is very interested in the romance language. Another student. I like talking to students. Quite nice. I especially inquisitive ones. 意大利. It's not PM. I'm blind. I'm thinking of Gogo. Oh wait. I'm just now realizing that Gogo was there. The place was. Oh yeah, Gogo. Yeah. No, that Blair. I totally did that before too. So Gogo, when you're doing like about, and then Gogo when it's still in hiragana. You don't have to worry about it once you get Gogo in kanji. Yet again, another fun thing where kanji can be like yeah. So what have you done? You got Migaku flashcard, tangible level. What is Migaku? Migaku flashcard. What is that?
人
Italian.
意大利人。
利
香港。
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 今天。香港。长城。
Oh yeah, 长城. I got the two reverse. 长城.
六.
Wow, it's been a while for 长城.
意大利人.
You gonna go and practice Spanish now? You motivated me. I motivated you to practice for a while today. Awesome. Please no. Let's keep each other motivated. All right. I'll come back and watch it now. Oh yeah, no worries. No obligations. I want to hear, like, here's a little challenge that I typically give people before they leave. Right. I want you to be more interested in the things you learn and do. So if you whenever you're studying or going to school and stuff, ask yourself if anything interesting happened that you want to share and express it, and I would love to hear it, because honestly those things that you are willing to share and pay attention to, you'll probably remember. And I always like to encourage people to be willing to know that at least I'm interested. Because when someone is interested in what you're doing, like what you're practicing, even though they don't understand what they're doing, you can teach them something. And that, in my opinion, makes it feel nice. Keeps people motivated. And I would love to hear what interests you about your learning sessions and your study sessions. And I look forward to hearing how your freshman year, your first freshman year, like half semester, a freshman year will be like in university. We got plenty of time. I'll be here. So take care. Good luck with your Spanish studies. You'll have to educate me in Spanish like when it's probably around like 3 or 4 months down the road. I have a lot of Spanish people who like will be able to like just commentate. Good luck, good luck. Migaku is an app exchanging that records audio, vocabulary from the web or video and generate flashcards. Oh, interesting. Oh, so it's becoming manageable. Makes it very easy to create cards from TV shows you like. I see. Starting to really want to speed up the kanji process, it would just be easier at this point. Now I get why your Ida is rustier. Yeah. Kanji will make kana eventually rust pretty hard. For sure. It's a give or take, you know. I brush up on my kana maybe once every 30 or 2 months.
香港
And then whatever Duo does, right? Duo does it every once in a while. So not that it's important, not that it's necessary for player. However, I find it necessary, or I find it somewhat sufficient and necessary for my purpose. Yeah. 像
意大利
like my pinyin is terrible. Since I moved from double timing on kanji and hanzi, sometimes I'm like, is this the tone that I want? I don't even think about it anymore. Like when a new kanji vocabulary comes up, I don't even think about what it looks like in hiragana anymore. Every once in a while. Wait a minute. Let's pause for a moment. That's what I heard, I think. Can't keep it all in. All right. I'll try still though.
意大利
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 What kind of shows are you watching right now? Xianggang. I haven't had an opportunity to watch anything in a while, actually.
今天
I have a mix of like talking to people in the evenings and whatnot right after stream. Come up multiple times. 今天
米饭意大利香港明天
意大利人
意大利
意大利
香港做饭明天加拿大
意大利香港
I just need to touch those last 3 characters.
办公室
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 办公室办公室
办公室
There's a Chinese anime show called How Dare You you're really into right now? Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. All right. You think it would be considered isekai? It kind of looks like it because she's teleported. I just saw the synopsis. I just read the synopsis very quickly. Yeah. Have you watched Apothecary's Diary by any chance, Reese? People from the real world get thrown into a novel. The last thing that was related to like maybe a Chinese backdrop was Apothecary's Diary. At the interface of like anime and whatnot.
Cha. Cha.
Cha. Cha. Cha. Cha.
Cha.
Cha.
Cha.
You haven't? What's it about? Apothecary's Diary. I'm just kidding. I'm being sorry. It's about the female perspective in dynastic China. I don't quite know what the period piece is, but it takes place in the Forbidden City. Or like Forbidden Palace. Sorry. So it takes a place. It's more about apothecary, but it has like anime like dramatization, but it's more like a mystery sort of. But it takes in a backdrop of being in the Forbidden Palace. Yeah, it's one of the hits. It's one of the hits of recent years, or recent like within the last year. It's one of the big hits next to like Theoden. There is quite a lot of like notes of Chinese like backdrop and stuff. I'm not entirely sure if there's a Chinese dub of it though. I watched it in Japanese. I'm not sure there is one. Yeah. I only mentioned it because when I was looking at your current "How dare you" thing, that's a really that's a really nice backdrop, and just so happens that I watched Apothecary's Diary because of someone else who was like really interested in pharmacy, but they also had an interest in men or like the Chinese backdrop. So something to look up. It's a very cute show. I mean, like cute as in still very adult oriented, but cute as in I like how not too serious. Like it could get pretty bad in that subject matter, but it does have a lot of meta cuts into Chinese background.
办公室.
It's more like a mystery thing. And like slightly a period piece. Slightly. 办公室.
办公室. 办公室. 办公室.
Low key, I'm probably gonna watch whatever. It looks like it's still airing, but I'm probably gonna dabble in your show here. It looks good too. It looks like it's doing pretty well.
办公室.
I like investing in shows. Like low key, I'm that guy. Like, give me 3 or 4 seasons, pretty nice. If I'm like really in a crunch, maybe those like single run things, like 24 episodes. But I really like long invested products.
办公室.
Like right now, I'm into The Bear quite a lot. You're gonna look up the Chinese dub if it exists? Yeah, exactly. I did watch Alice in Borderland. Yeah, I did watch Alice in Borderland. Both seasons. Yeah. Your favorite show? Oh, that's interesting. My of that subgenre? Of that subgenre. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. In that subgenre.
办公室
I can't for at the moment like
办公室
that's the most recent one that I watch of that subgenre.
办公室，办公室，
勺子
勺子，勺子，
勺子
勺子
勺子，勺子，勺子，
I'm still
勺子，
like 2/3 the way through Three Body Problem, the Mandarin Three Body Problem, and it's because I've been really busy lately, so
勺子，
I'm either like eating or sleeping
勺子
at this point. But I'm 2/3 the way through the Mandarin Three Body Problem. I think by the time I finish that, the second season of the Netflix's Three Body Problems probably.
办公室
办公室，
办公室，
办公室
办公室
办公室，办公室，办公室，
办公室，办公室，
办公室
You've missed a lot of Japanese media because of grad school, and then after basically maintaining K-drama and C-drama. I see. I haven't watched a K-drama or C-drama in a while. There is one or two people mentioned. It's tough. Like, I'm like, I would love to keep doing more things. My eyes are like, you know. It would be okay. I'm not sure how old you are, Reese, but I recently watched a clip by another influencer who's like been doing something for a while, and he finally turned 38, and he made a comment like, you know, the time when you realize your body is just starting to give out, right? Like it's like your body doesn't get better, like it doesn't get more sturdier with each passing day. It gets less sturdy with each passing day. And I'm kind of feeling that. Like, as much as I keep wanting to expand and keep consuming more, it's almost like yeah, you're not getting any faster than you were yesterday. So nowadays I'm like, I'm prioritizing whenever someone's like really ecstatic about something. And luckily, when Afai's mentioned Alex in Borderland, I have seen Alex. Yeah, you already gone through it. Yeah. Understandable. It's like I'm still minusculely or like maintaining. So basically, like I'm old enough to just be maintaining. Like the goal now is to not wake up tomorrow lagging behind. To not wake up tomorrow being sadder than yesterday, kind of thing. It's constantly, if I get a little bit above, that's a silver lining.
叉
I'm still like a 15 out of 10 when I get up though. So until it gets like below, you'll eventually probably know when I get below. That would mean like I would take a break from streaming or take a break from, right? I would be very transparent about it. It's like, hey guys, like I can no longer meet. I don't have like steady stream of energy anymore, kind of thing. It's gonna be a little bit sad, but you know, I like to believe that by the time we get to that point, it'll be understandable. I'm still pretty good now. We're not saying like it's doom and gloom and it's gonna happen tomorrow.
叉
I want to be at least
叉
robustly enough
叉叉
to maybe raise a kid. You know?
叉
I'm not that old yet.
叉
At least physically. Mentally, I'm not so sure. I think I might be older mentally than I am physically.
You're super into web novels? They're super entertaining? Web novels. Interesting. Can you give me an example of a web novel, please?
意大利人。
意大利人。英国人。
英国人。
意大利人。
意大利人。人。
英国人。
中国。医生。
英国
人。
人。
You used to be the last person out of the office, and now sitting at my desk for 2 hours is unbearable. Yeah. Have I don't think I've ever... I'll take a look at this. Oh, interesting. I'll take a look at this. That's interesting. I'll take a look at this after a stream. I used to be that guy. I don't know if I've ever you were around when I talk about these stories, but I used to be that guy where I'm working at a lab, right? And labs are equipped with motion sensor. So when you move around, when people move around, the lights stay on at night, right? Like when it's dark. I'm that guy who like I start working and everyone leaves and suddenly the entire university is dark. And then the lights inside the lab times out because I haven't moved at my desk enough to trigger the light sensor. And I just continue to work with the light goes on. And I was a terrible enabler of my habits because I actually paid like a 30% extra rent so I could live right across the street from Kim. So like, it doesn't matter how late I leave the office. It's across the street. That was you too at work? Yeah, like it didn't matter when I leave. Like sometimes I'd be like, okay, my reaction takes an hour. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna maybe eat something and then come back. So then I don't have to go back home. Like I don't have to go back. Like my lab, like my actual bench and work area probably has more things there than what's in my apartment now. Yeah, I was really married to the job. You requested a rolling chair just to keep the light on? Oh. Oh yeah. So the lab has like most wet labs have like concrete flooring, and so most of the chairs are rolling. It's just I still remember all those days. And like it's to the point where okay, it's about 2 hours and then there it goes, the light goes off. I'm like, okay, yep, that's the life. And you might be thinking like you know, you must be exhausted. It was really exhausting, but I only have a smile on my face when I think about those. Like I really love working. I was a very my former mentor, I was invited back. Everyone was invited back because my former mentor retired officially, and we all gave like a closing statement when we went over like the research that we did, you know, while we were in her lab and stuff. And I had this spiel near the end. It was improvised because I had no idea. People were supposed to prepare a closing statement, so I really just wanted to thank her. Like she allowed me to just collect data all the time. Like it didn't even matter if I published anything, or like what do you mean? There's no urgency, but there was an urgency to graduate. You had to publish something. But my first thought was like it was so much fun. Like it might sound like a crazy like thing that no one wants to do. Like who wants to stay in the lab and collect data all day and be alone and collect data all day and just collect data all day? Like I know I said it 3 times, but legitimately that's kind of how my life was. I was like, oh yeah, today let's go do as many more practical experiments as possible, and then you just collect all the data. It just sits there. Like something about it just feels really good. And then it had to stop.
because the work-life balance was atrocious. It was my work-life balance was incredibly atrocious. I like could not maintain my body weight. I didn't eat well. I actually didn't. I just didn't eat. I barely drank during the day. I have no colleagues. No, like it was. In retrospect, even with the fondness of collecting data, it was a very unhealthy relationship. There are loads of web novels. You may not like this one, but you can check the website so you can check. Well, I'm interested in what it interests you. So the thing you linked to me was something that interests you, no? Because I'm not particularly interested in web novels in general. But if it's something that I can partake. Sometimes those people are so incredibly useful, like the people whose main enjoyment is creating spreadsheets. I know, right? But at school, especially since that data would eventually live on in another form. I know. I hope. I hope. You like Shadow Slave? I finished. I'm not sent over like a lot. Hold on. Yeah, sure. I'll see if I have to. You can DM me. Like you can leave it in a DMs. FIs. And I will it will stay in there so I don't forget. I don't want to, like, sometimes I can forget and I accidentally like close a tab and stuff and get that stuff. So if you leave a DM, it will stay forever, or at least until you just, if you ever decide to delete it. 英国 so 英国人
意大利人
Life was so much simpler when you were young. Okay, all right. I'm gonna say this with a really large, wide breadth of swathing, you know, as general grain of salt as possible. When I was younger, because like some people would say, like, you're still young. Okay, when I was younger, it was so straightforward. It was so incredibly straightforward. You hit the ground running and you outlast everybody around you. that's like it's one of those things. Like I didn't have to convince people that I was hardworking. I literally am that guy who it is very difficult, in my opinion. Like, this might sound a little arrogant or something. It is very hard to not notice that I don't interact with anyone other than my work a lot of times. So I was that guy where some people feel concerned about, which I do see in other kids. I do see early signs of that, you know, 18-year-olds to 23-year-olds that legitimately are those incredibly hardworking people that will be maybe even become obsessive over like objective metrics and whatnot. So yeah, from my lens now, looking back at myself, I would also be concerned with myself. Like, I could understand why coworkers and families and stuff and members would invite me or attempt to invite me to ask how I'm doing, and you would get like the all right, I'm all right kind of thing, right? Because of obsessions, compulsions, and whatnot. It was pretty crazy lifestyle. I still smile about it though, because man, boy did I love working. I still love working now. I mean, although I'm being a little bit more disciplined these days.
人力大力人
I could easily run my I don't know, like there's no evidence, video evidence of this, but when I started streaming on Twitch, right, and then the moment I no longer had obligations with my thesis or like my research and stuff, my average stream time right now, you think 8 hours, but my average stream time was 15 hours. 14 to 15 hours. I quite literally maybe eat online, and then I go to bed. And I never leave that position. My bed is always behind me. My bed is still behind me, by the way. Still here. Nowadays, though, I eat because my parents worry that I don't eat. And that's kind of how it was. Everything I did was obsessively unhealthy. And I can totally see that it's far more apparent, at least in my opinion. If you live through it, you catch the nuances. It's kind of like language learning, right? If you go to if you go to Japan or you go to China and you like bask in its immersion, you catch the nuances even intuitively. It becomes pretty obvious. Well, my life's experience, I'm going to leverage that. I know what it's like to absolutely go balls to the walls on things, and there's not a lot of it is going to stick after a while. It will, like, I don't want to be too negative and deterministic about it, but eventually those wheels are going to come off and you need to make a pit stop. How violent that pit stop is very dependent on how fast you're going. And boy howdy, I wasn't on a car, I was on a rocket ship. So it definitely came to a halt pretty quick. It's one of those things, you look in the mirror one day and it's like, wow, you look like someone who hasn't eaten for 3 weeks. Like, yeah. Luckily I was at least disciplined enough not to end up in a hospital at some point, or in a therapist's office trying to overcome some sort of unhealthy compulsion. I count my good graces that I've been surrounded with very, very, I say it all the time to people. You can't put a price on a support system. You really can't. You can be the most successful, hardworking person. You could, like, the face of this planet, but it's not sustainable without, like, other people's, like, interpersonal skills. People that can support you. You're gonna burn really hard. Sorry, that sounded a little bit morbid, but I was trying to make it sound very encouraging. You sent me 6 DMs? Alright, I'll check them out after stream. Yeah.
英国人.
No worries. Okay, my next a little.
医生.
医生.
意大利人.
英国人.
This mortal body, I tell you. You have one body. A mortal body.
美国. 人.
Get more with super.
Like, here's one. I'm not sure if Blair and you, Reese, agrees, or Affis. Affis is a bit on the younger side right now. When I was younger, like my friends, eating was a chore. When I hear that coming from, like, the vast majority of Gen Zs right now, like the people that I have interacted with, when they said, like, yeah, don't you just wish you don't have to eat? Like, you spend like 2 hours wasted eating. That was me. That was me back then. Meanwhile, my colleagues were like, oh yeah, let's hit up the next place. Let's just spend the weekend, chilling and having some drinks. And my thought was like, wow, what a waste of time. I can earnestly say that with like a straight face now, because I can't possibly ever encourage someone to get into that state of mind. One of the many pleasures of being a living organism, especially a human being, is getting the privilege to experience eating, the thing that you kind of have to do. So not dedicating at least some time to maximizing, or at least liberating some benefits from the activity of eating and sleeping. Man, when I was younger, I thought sleeping was overrated. Like, I thought sleeping takes away from performance, but I mean, in the long run, it actually aids in performance. I actually firmly do. However, if you spend a full lifetime neglecting sleeping and eating, it is astronomically. It continues to become harder and harder if the longer you make. It is so hard to break the habit of sidelining sleep hygiene, fitness, diet if you spend so long not even considering it being valuable. You still feel that sometimes when you're deeply depressed. I understand. I definitely understand. In fact, I don't know what people call this. Maybe a psychologist or psychiatrist might be able to identify it in a more technical term. I had functional depression. Like, what I mean is, I was depressed. I was incredibly depressed. However, I was so functional that I didn't even have time to know how depressed I was. And I think lots of times there's varying extents of this. You're depressed, so you keep yourself productive. You're depressed, you continue to keep yourself productive. You get even deeper in depression. You work even harder to distract yourself from the depression. So I don't know what the fancy term is, but I'm gonna stick with functional depression. It's a vicious cycle. You feel more depressed because you're void of contact and whatnot, so you work harder to forget about it. As opposed to like drinking. A lot of people would, this is a little bit dark. Sorry for the morbidity, but other people have different types of coping mechanisms, right? You escape to video game and then you just drown yourself in video game, something. Or dare I say, you go to drinking. Those are a very medicative, self-medicating type of coping mechanism. I drowned myself in work. That's how I address depression. From a very young age, in order to not worry about bullying and like discrimination and being like treated like a second-class citizen and all that, and being worried about insecurities and all that stuff, I just worked harder. That's how that looks like. I compensated by working even harder. It blocks everything else out. And I actually genuinely think that is kind of not exactly the same, but I think a lot of people who are used to being overstimulated on the internet is using that type of same thing. Keep stimulating yourself so that you don't have to address what's making you depressed. You cloud it by self-medicating, basically. So like, how do you address depression? Well, using something else to provide dopamine isn't functionally addressing the source of depression. So it's more like medication. It's self-medicating. This is not professional advice. Just think about it for a moment. And if you fit in any of these categories, I hope that you have access to a support system or a therapist, right? It's not great when you're quote unquote a substance abuse or behavioral coping abuse. Vicious cycles come in many forms now. It can be doom scrolling. Like, you have no idea what is motivating the doom scrolling. Some people say like, oh, you're just lazy or complacent, but this person could just be compensating for avoidance behavior and whatnot. It's a very vicious cycle. I decide to choose work. Work is what makes me less depressed. Or less depressed as in work compensated for my depression. And nowadays, doom scrolling is compensating for people's source of depression or source of negativity, as opposed to addressing. So it's kind of like, as opposed to drinking alcohol, I suppose doom scrolling doesn't have as much of a physical like it's not stigmatized as much because it doesn't have very physical properties, but that's kind of it. Yeah, your food appreciation came late for you, but mostly because you were always broke. Yeah, that's understandable. It is one thing to not have accessibility, right? Because accessibility, that's how come like fast food has become so industrializedly efficient, because in the long run, I know this is going to sound like a really, really thin silver line, but I'm grateful for fast food because there are times when I think, well, food is just expensive in general. And yes, it will cost the utility of your body, but at that moment, that fast food provides something. And it's not that much better than clouding and compensating for your source of depression, right? Like, for example, someone just buys more things in order to feel better, and the thing that is causing them to feel bad continues to get bigger. That's probably an episode of Hoarders. I'm just saying. So, happy thoughts. I really would love to know the answers and like be able to just snap my finger and wish people's depression away, and then like, or more, even less than wishing their depression away, more like granting them the skills and conditions to address any potential sources of persistent and growing negativity. When you can check and meet your depression, like maintain and discipline and create that source, maintaining that negative source, then that is something that I hope most people have. I think in this day and age, there's not a lot of awareness for that. There's even less so. I mean, some countries culturally ignore that. So, and they still are very functional. I'm just not that type of person that would like to see who is clearly compensating for their negativity by drowning it in something else. I mean, it's enough for that, and I hope that they don't. But drinking is a big one. Drinking is definitely a big one. Smoking is also a big one. Not that it's as big now. And the irony here is, it's not like the human condition just magically improved. It's a human condition thing. So it's not like it's gonna go anywhere. The idea is now it has changed faces. Like if kids now are really convinced that you don't smoke, you don't drink, awesome, right? That's great. It keeps them from substance abuse. But now, in my opinion, there's a substitution. Social media. Doom scrolling. There is still a substitution that's making them progress, like making people less and less functional. So. Sorry, I really like yapping about this stuff because I don't think there's enough of it. And it's not like a stigma or anything. Like, I earnestly think you become much, much stronger if you can if you're able to address those things. Like, it's not being weaker. You don't get weaker by knowing these things. For sure, in my opinion. It's kind of a weird thing.
勺子勺子勺子勺子勺子勺子
勺子
勺子勺子
This probably will cut very deep, but there are many more dimensions of how mental fatigue can impact your physical body and your choices than simply being physically exhausted. And that is what is very crazy and scary about it. Someone who's very high-strung and vulnerable can lead to very unpredictable consequences, as opposed to like, going out and running and then suddenly being tired, right? Like physical demand.
办公室
Sorry, I'm sounding really dramatic. We're gonna dial it down back. Dial it back. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. Sorry.
办公室，
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 办公室。
办公室，
Happy thoughts.
办公室，办公室，
办公室。
办公室，
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 办公室。
Oh, hello there, Escape. How are you? How's school going, Escape? Artie? Yes, 好久不见。好久不见。几点钟？德国人，德国人 I said day， 德国人。
德国人。
几点钟？
几点钟？ Oh, I got the tone wrong.
9点半，
9点半。Oh,
几点钟？
It's going well. It's going well. You gotta give me more, Parthi. You gotta give me more, Parthi. Come on. You gotta make your life sound interesting. I want to believe it. Come on, tell me something interesting. Since the last time we spoke, there gotta be some sort of memory. You went to the beach today. Dang. Is this still nice? Like, what is the beach like right now where you are? It's getting a little nippier over here, and I'm in a landlocked place, so the closest thing you can get is a lake. Let's see. Okay, 德国人。
5点半。几岁？
几岁？
几点钟？德国人，美国人。
几点钟？
几
点钟？
It's pretty good, but I saw glass from the waves in the sand? Okay, that's kind of sus. Are you more of a footwear kind of? It was wow, you saw glass. Oh no. Oh no, that's a little concerning. Yeah, it's wild and concerning indeed. Well, I'm sure I imagine you made it out unscathed. What was the occasion? You just wanted to go to the beach? Are you like that cool of a cool cat where you just like, hey, you know, I got the chill life. I can just visit the beach whenever I want. Don't worry. I'm okay if you flex that. I think you can definitely flex that.
德国人。
Your mother was meeting with a friend? Oh, okay.
几点钟？几点？9点半。
9点。
中国人。德国人。
I'm glad you got a chance at Newport for 2. Oh. Now, I'm not so great with Newport, but that's Rhode Island, right? Ooh. Makes sense. The beach checks out.
几点钟？
几点钟？
有点儿。
德国人。
德
国人。德国人。
You went. Wait, today you went to Venice? Like Venice?
6点半。
Wow. Dang. Wait. So you just nonchalantly also traveled across seas? Dang.
5点半。几点钟？英国人。
That is eventful. That is very eventful.
德国人。
How's Venice? How's Venice?
几点钟？
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 德国人。
德国人。
6点半。
6点半。
美国人。
美国人。
1点
半。Oh, they're both in California. Oh. Listen, Parthy. Alright, listen, Parthy. I was not even in the same geographical position. I was talking about Newport, Rhode Island. And then I thought you were talking about Venice, Italy. Okay. Oh, okay, California. I see. Alright. Sorry. My headspace is not in the right place. Okay. Alright, cool. I see. So kind of like a road trip dealy? Maybe? Oh, I'm back in my traveling era for a bit? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's lovely. Kinda nice. Doing a little bit of traveling. I get to do a little bit of traveling soon for a wedding. Not too bad too. You're visiting your family in Vancouver. Ah. Wait, you're Canadian? Arthi?
办公室
I don't know. I'm gonna have to say
办公室
I have a word for you. Being Canadian. I'm just kidding.
办公室
办公室办公室办公室
办公室
办公室
Vancouver. I have not been to Vancouver before. Just Toronto and Montreal twice.
后面勺子
勺子
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 勺子勺子
勺子
I'm going to go now, so have a great day. Yeah, enjoy, Parthy. Bring back some memories. I want to hear some stories. You know? Good luck. Until next time.
Get more with Super.
Okay, we gotta touch these last 3 characters, right?
韩国菜
Come on. 德国人 Come on.
英国人。哪国人？韩国菜。英国菜。德国人。
德国人
德国人。
韩国菜。
韩国菜。
韩国菜
德国人。
北京菜。哪国人？德国人。中国菜。韩国菜。
Come on. We're close.
英国菜。
菜。给德国人。德国人。英国菜。
北京菜。英国菜。英国人。美国人。德国人。
德国人。
英国菜。
菜。英国。
美英国人。
菜。
人菜。
德国人。
德。
英国菜。英国人。纽约人。哪国人？德
国人。中国菜。哪国菜？
德国人。
德国人 ，whoops。中国菜。
上海菜。英国菜。英国人。德国人。
德国人。
中国
菜。
德国人。
国人。
中国菜。
中国。
德国人。
Hello there, XD. Hello.
哪国人
？How are you?
北京菜。韩国菜。德国人。中国
菜。
人。
意大利人。
和我。意大利人。
意大利。对。
意大利人。
对，意大利人。
人。
Sure。
人。意大利人。
对，
英国人。
意大利人。
冰 ，oops。
人。茶。
Okay. I gotta get to the last things.
英国人。
国人。加拿大人。
加拿大人。
英国人。Okay.
英国人。
英国人。加拿大人。
加拿大人。中国。加拿大人。
加拿大人。
加拿大人。
英国人。
英国人。
加拿大人。
意大利人。
英国人。
中国。英国。
加拿大人。Okay. Come on, give it to me. 公共汽车。几点钟？
几点钟？
对。
公共汽车。
对。
公共汽车。
几点钟 ？Wow, that was a little confusing.
5点半。出租车站。
出租车站 ，whoops。
几点钟？
定位。
公共汽车。
公共汽车。
What is the meaning of? Like a country bumpkin, like someone a simpleton. In a way, it's kind of derogatory. Well, it's kind of derogatory, but it's like someone who's like simple and not intelligent, like a country bumpkin. But that one is a bit of like it's quite informal. Kind of like calling someone a pleb to some extent. So someone who's unrefined, rustic, a simpleton. I'm not sure what the state of that word is now. Like how it's pictured or used anymore. I'm not entirely sure.
公共汽车。
公共汽车。 it's often used back in the day to be insulting someone of a lower status or of a lower intelligence.
公
公共汽车
共
公共汽车
汽车
几点几点钟
几点钟？
公共汽车，
公共汽车
公共
let's see
星期几？
星期几？
下个星期，
下个星期，下个星期
几点钟？公共汽车。
I should come across that. Kind of. So we have to be careful. Kind of. But some in the most reasonable and safe way is to say that someone lives a very simple life. Like they're very simple and unintelligent. That's why like that term is very flexible, and it could be it's a very informal word. It's a very informal word.
手机号码。
手机号码。
几点钟？
几点钟？
几点钟
？9点半。
9点半。Dang it！
出租车站。几点钟？怎么走？公共汽
车。That's how they named a radical? Wait a minute. Who wears mullets typically? That would be... Yeah, kind of. It's like countryside stuff. Everyone has their version. Rustic. Country bumpkin. Country bumpkin is more of a euphemism. A country bumpkin.
公车
公共
车
公共汽车
汽
雨
车
9点半
9点半
几点钟？出租车站
定位
公共汽
车。Come on, give me a 人 again.
加拿大人。
Come on.
加拿大人、意大利人、人和
英国人、加拿大人、
大人、
加拿大人、
人、
加拿大。
Come on.
他冰人。
I almost said 冰的 as in like ice 的冰的。Oh my gosh, okay.
英国人、
加拿大人。
Get more
with soup. Okay, come on. What? 中国人 Okay. 纽约人 Alright. 中国人 Alright.
哪国人？英国人、纽约人、美国人、中
国人 Okay, alright. I get it.
纽约人
Okay. 纽约人。
中国人
Okay. Alright.
中国人。
纽约人。
Yes.
中国人。哪国人？纽约人。美国人。英国人。
Alright, cool. Thanks. So now I know I shouldn't say yeah. It's very unlikely to be viewed as something polite. Maybe in a comedy situation, like when someone is like talking in a comedy, that's probably when you can probably go with it. Like for example, a redneck joke or something. Sometimes comedies can be really like a deep cut, and you can probably hear it. Then that's probably a situation where you will probably encounter use of that. I generally call people like more like rustic and very elegantly simple. Like, it's nice to live in a countryside. Like, I really like sometimes to unwind and live a simple life. Like, be a country bumpkin kind of thing. And then the other word, that word specifically, is highlighting all the, like, it's often used in a way to highlight all the undesirable quality of being like a country person, living in the country. Like, they aren't really, for example, it implies something. They're not really well educated. They view the world very in a narrow field and that kind of thing. Ignorance is bliss kind of thing, but not in a very positive way.
美国人
美国人 I don't know if it's changed though. It's been a long time since I heard someone coming across that term. It's pretty old. I think it's a fairly old term. That doesn't help that I spend most of my time on the internet, so that might it might still be a thing if you go to like places. That can be that can very much happen.
家人
家人美国人 Okay.
加拿大人
Okay.
英国人纽约人
家人
美
国人 Okay, what is up with all this family stuff?
家人
Okay, 家人
美国人
Okay. 美国人
美国人
家人
Oops.
英国人
英国人
纽约人
家人
美国人
国
Okay. What is going on? Give me the last one. Oh my gosh, 纽约人 and 家人 again. Okay, 纽约人
哪国人纽约人
家人人
英国人
Okay. Okay.
家
Okay, 家人
纽约人
Okay.
约纽
Oops.
纽人
Okay.
英国人哪国人
家人
纽约人美国
What the
中国
中国人
家
人 How many of these are we going through?
英国人中国人美国人
家人
哪国人 Okay.
家
Be right.
中国人
Just kidding. 中国人
中国人
家人
家
纽约人中国人哪国人
家人
美
国人 Okay. What the 西班牙人 Oh my gosh, dude.
德国人
德国人 Okay. 西班牙人
西班牙人
家人下班
Okay.
德国人
德国人美国人德国人
德国人
德国人
西班牙
人西班牙
西
人
班
牙
人
德国人
德国人
上班
哪国人英国人德国人
西班牙人 Okay. That's gotta be the last one, right? Okay. Okay. 交着下 sorry. 多着下 Right? Okay. 房间里桌子下
桌子下
桌子下房间里桌子下
椅子下，
洗手间，
房间里，桌子上，
桌子下，桌子下，
房间里，
桌子下，
桌子下，
桌子，桌子下，
下个月，
下个月，
椅子下，房间里，椅子上，
房间里，房间里，
椅子下，房间里，桌子下，桌子上，
桌子上，
椅子
上，
桌子
桌子下，
房间里，
桌子，
椅子上，
椅子上，
椅子下，
椅子下，
桌子
下。Oh, wait. I think we found it. Wait. 杯子。蛋糕。
蛋糕。
Again. 杯子。蛋糕。
杯子。蛋糕。
热水。
桌子。盘子。
杯子。
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 蛋糕。
杯子。
杯子。
杯。
裤子。
盘子。杯子。蔬菜。
蔬菜。
蛋糕。蛋糕。蛋糕。椅子。
椅子。
电脑。
电脑。
面条。蛋糕。杯子。杯子。蛋糕。
蛋糕。
点菜。
点菜。呢？哦，点菜。
汽车。
汽车。
杯子。
杯子。
电脑。
Oh my gosh. Okay. I think it's now, right?
桌子。
Oh no. 杯子。桌子。
桌子。
房子。杯子。盘子。And
裤子。杯子。桌子。
桌子。
桌子。杯子。
Whoops.
杯子。桌子。盘子。
椅子下。
房子。
That's a lot of this. 杯。
妈。
杯。What? Okay.
杯。我。妈。课。冰。
杯。杯。
杯。
This is from previous
杯。
chapter.
汤。
骂。
要。加。
加。
杯。
妈。
杯。
要。
妈。他。买。杯。汤。和。人。骂。杯。
Come on. 鸡蛋。
鸡蛋蛋糕，鸡蛋。
午饭。
不对。
鸡蛋。电脑。蛋糕。
蛋糕。
蛋
糕。蛋糕。
鸡蛋。
蛋。鸡。
鸡。
蛋。
蛋糕。
蛋糕。
认识。蛋糕。纽约。
很晚。
鸡蛋。
对。Come on。刀。快。刀。对。刀。快。钱。It's kind of hard to see. 钱。门。刀。
碗。
刀。
Okay.
刀。
Okay.
叉。
刀。
门。
带。
快。
Okay.
刀。快。
带。
碗。叉。
刀。
Okay.
快。
十。
门。
门。
带。
刀。Okay. All right, we got another.
树。
Ah, there it is. 树。Tree. 树。Let's shoe it up.
树。
I favor the key though.
树。
The key.
树。
Why?
树。
Why is shoe like this?
树。
树。
Oops.
树。
I don't want to talk about it. Okay.
鸟。
Okay, 鸟. All right, 鸟. We got 鸟.
鸟。
We did it.
鸟。
We're here.
鸟。
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 Oops.
鸟。
Man, that is so uncomfortable.
鸟。
鸟。
鸟。鸟。
鸟。
Okay. And give me in. No? 请进。
请进。
椅子。
请进。请坐。
椅子。电话。桌子。
椅子。
椅子。
请进。
椅子。
请坐。
裤子。
请进。
儿子。
椅子。
请进。进。
电脑。帮助。冰箱。
请进。
椅子。
椅子
椅子
帮助
帮助
冰箱
冰箱
椅子
请进
进
桌子
桌子 Also, what is departure? To leave. Like when you're leaving. I'm departing. My departure. Oh, when a plane takes off, it's a departure. Yeah. You have like departure times and arrival times. You arrive a place, so you're arriving to a place, and then you're departing from a place.
树
Ooh. Ooh. Wait. No, yeah, 树
树
Yeah, I always thought of kimas, right? Kimas and ikimas. Kimas and ikimas.
树
Iku and kiru. Arrive and departuring. As like one of the basic ones. It's
Sure.
not quite
树
perfect, but kind of used.
树
树
树
树
Ooh.
树树
Come on, give me the
照片。
last one. Oh, there it is. 照片. We got it. 照片.
照片
We made it. 片.
照片
We made it.
照片
照片
片.
照片
片.
照片照片
片.
照片
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 Ata. Just kidding.
照片
Yeah.
照片
All right. All right, we did it. Went a little over. That's okay. Worth the yap. Every moment. It's worth the yap. Although I do need... We're gonna retire early today into the beds. Tomorrow... It's a take-home message, right? I always love hearing people's experiences. I like to encourage people to come by and tell me and flex on me with their wonderful lives. Flex on me how it's boring as well, you know? Like let's make it a competition. But as long as the competition makes you feel great and interesting about your own life, that's probably pretty nice. I'm gonna be all up in that business. Life is interesting, you know, to you as well. I think there's something to be said about, okay, all right, here's the closing message, right? There is humility in things. There's also charisma. When you can make your life sound interesting and inspiring, but not trying to like juxtapose and make others feel insignificant, that's when you hit charisma, right? That is the charisma point. So yes, it can be a little bit off-putting at first, like you know, when some people says, oh yeah, I don't like talking about myself because people tell me that if you talk about yourself too much, you seem like arrogant and stuff. Like there's a in my opinion, you don't really get practice at talking about yourself if you don't practice it, right? And then when time comes when you have to like get a job interview or someone asks you to summarize an opportunity, like we're interested in you, how can you summarize yourself in a little bit, right? Make yourself seem charismatic but not overconfident. And all that deals with communication still. So like Japanese learning, right? Learning a Japanese language or the Chinese language, in the long run, with all the input in the world, there are going to be feedback and stuff, that nuances that you gather when you interact environment, right? There's a great deal of intuition. So yes, I'm saying I don't mind if you go and practice your flexing skills on me, right? Like I personally, it might sound like a weird thing, but if there's anyone that if there's any stranger, at least in my opinion, that is kind of qualified in being humbled and being okay with some other people being really absorbed in themselves, and then also being willing to be open on hearing some feedbacks and stuff. It's very hard to talk about yourself in a way that is functional, pragmatic, and also compassionate. And without practicing, you got to start somewhere. Oftentimes, in my opinion, the first time when you have to do that is the time when it is very important to you, like getting a job that you really like. And honestly, once again, I usually talk about this a lot when it comes to anything when you learn, like language learning. I usually do things when it's trivial, so it has low risk, and it's generally a great time to practice, even if it's not necessarily the natural state of things. Like, for example, you can still practice certain things while waiting for the real thing or an opportunity. So I do that every time. I'm doing it right now. Like, yes, I'm in no hurry to like dive in the deep end, move to Japan and do the whole thing, right? And I don't think I will, possibly. That doesn't stop me from trying. And when you practice and whatnot, it provides security. Some people might say, oh, it might give you a false sense of security. I'm like, certainly, that is a way that it can do that. However, if you don't do it at all, then you don't even have security or a false sense of security. You have nothing. Like, you don't have any practice. And it is very, very, in my opinion, it's quite clear when there's someone who knows a lot but has a very under-practiced ability to practice, like to express themselves without being arrogant. Like, there is something to be said that thankfully, you know, for languages and stuff, you kind of learn that all over again. When you're learning Japanese, you kind of learn the idea of being polite and being cognizant of that. But meanwhile, it is very jarring and telling when someone speaks in their common language, English, and sound like a buffoon who is arrogant and self-absorbed, and then meanwhile giving advice on how to be polite and respectful in a different language. It's not very transferable a lot of times. It can be almost brutally jarring. Like, you could sound, and yes, I get it, sometimes people mannerisms and personalities change almost very noticeably when they switch languages. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Sometimes people are very great at compartmentalizing, but I really want to encourage people as a take-home message. You can breathe and integrate things. I honestly think English, since English is far more diverse when it comes to users, you can adapt what you like or maybe is doing well with a secondary language, and then you apply to it. The question is, can you express English in a manner that represents the Japanese punctuality? And I would say no, you can't necessarily do it one-to-one, but you can certainly do it in a different way. So how do you sound polite and constantly conscientious and reserved and indirect in English? Just listen to my rants and you'll probably find out, right? If someone asks me a direct question that is purely meant to be offensive, I tend to sound like what Japanese would typically do in a face culture, right? So that's kind of like experimenting and whatnot. And I love when, you know, people get an opportunity without the fear of quote unquote being judged, I suppose. I mean, like, that's such a stereotypical misconception. Judgment and interpretation, deduction happens regardless if you want or not. It happens. The idea is you can choose to act on or not. And for me, I like to encourage a safe space. I know this is still a public forum, so you want to be cognizant of what you're sharing. However, if you can share articulately in a public space, then I have all the confidence that you'll go a long way. So that's kind of what I would encourage able to do. And tomorrow we're going to be starting a new project. So we concluded one project, place it with a new project, and stay tuned. It's going to be a very different experience. I haven't ever done it before, so it's going to be a lot of yap in the beginning again. Maybe a little bit less so of a yap because I don't really know what to say. These things are coming up more often now, so I'm really excited. I don't know what trouble I'm going to get into. And by trouble, I mean, I don't know what challenges I will encounter doing this. Like, more on that tomorrow, right? So, for now, good luck, folks. If you're going to watch this later, 谢谢, right? ありがとうございます. And until next time, right? またね。じゃあね。再见。晚安。And I'll catch you next time. Stay safe, stay healthy. Bye. 晚安。じゃあね。Have eyes.